Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fifth part of What If Naruto was written by Jiraiya. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the rest of the story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Tsunaga Corps, Kazekage's office, Friday 7 p.m. Temari was hard at work trying to organize a clusterfuck of information and she was feeling overwhelmed. Her brother, the Kazekage, was taken by the Akatsuki and her other brother was stupid enough to pursue them alone. He was lying in the hospital poisoned by an unknown poison. It was at times like this that Temari sincerely wished Naruto was here. He always filled her with such a sense of confidence and peace. That blonde baka hadn't returned to Suna for almost 2 years and it agitated her. She had to take a detail as Konoha's ambassador just to spend time with him. Even then, she only got time if he happened to stop by the compound. Her blonde baka was running all over the world and she hadn't seen him in nearly 6 months. He can go save the world, but he can't stop by Suna just to give her a kiss? That's just not fair, even if she signed up for it. Suddenly, and out of nowhere, 2 people in familiar masks stood in front of her. They had appeared out of nowhere and they were standing silently in front of her for Kami knows how long. Then, the dust, Suna's Anbu, finally dropped and surrounded them. Temari had an amused and grateful look on her face when she ordered the dust shinobi, stand down. They are friendly. Leave us. The dust shinobi left with a bow to Temari, who activated the privacy barrier that Naruto installed for Gaara. Thank you for coming, you too. Naruto removed the Orion mask and hit her with an understanding and sad smile. Hey Mari-chan, how are you holding up? Temari had been strong since the attack. She had been bold, courageous and stoic since the attack. No more. She ran into Naruto's arms and got the tears of concern, anxiety and fear out and they fell freely onto Naruto's shoulder while he rubbed Temari's back. After a minute, Temari got the emotions out that needed to be purged and she stepped back from Naruto with the visage of the truly badass kunoichi Naruto knew and loved. They took Gaara on Wednesday night. Kankuro tried to pursue and got poisoned. If our intelligence is right, he was poisoned by Sasori. We don't have an antidote and he is slowly dying. Naruto lifted her chin and placed a comforting kiss on her lips. Take me, as Orion, to Kankuro and clear the room. Tsuki, do you know which base they would take him to? Itachi frowned. There are a couple of bases around here. Do you know which direction they went? Temari shook her head. No, but Kankuro probably does. Looks like we need to head to the hospital then. Konoha team should arrive by tomorrow morning. Naruto informed Temari. Temari winced. Are you going to be okay with that? Itachi giggled. I think it is time for the reveal. We want to scare Danzo into making a mistake. We will reveal that Orion is Naruto and Tsuki is me. How? Temari asked. Naruto shrugged. We will think of some way. Now, take this and hold on to it and then take us to Kankuro. Naruto handed a 3-pronged kunai to Temari and her eyes widened at the implication. Within 10 minutes, Orion, Temari and Tsuki were alone in front of Kankuro. Naruto channeled some of Kurama's purified chakra to his hand and sliced his palm. He had to coat the kunai in chakra just to get a cut deep enough nowadays, which was really annoying. He dropped some of the blood into Kankuro's mouth and it caused him to stir. They sat him up on the bed and Naruto positioned his glowing golden arm into Kankuro's mouth. With urging from Temari, the barely conscious man bit into Naruto's around and was shrouded in healing chakra. Within a couple minutes, Kankuro was looking and feeling much better. He looked up and saw Orion and Tsuki standing next to his sister. What are you two doing here? He asked with a hoarse voice. Healing you, then we are going to go save Gaara. Any idea which way they went? Orion asked. Kankuro nodded and held up his hand that was balled into a fist. He opened it to reveal a torn piece of cloth. Are you good at tracking by scent? Nope, I am a sensor and I have good senses, but my nose is nowhere as good as my bloodline. Save that for the Konoha team, Orion said. Tsuki stepped forward. Do you know which way they were heading? East, towards river country. Kankuro answered. Tsuki nodded. That narrows it down. Will you be able to sense them out, honey? Kankuro's eyes widened. Tsuki and Orion, you two are together? Orion cocked his head behind his mask and Temari broke out in giggles. Oh, yeah, I forgot you didn't know. Orion removed his mask and gave Kankuro a wink before placing it back on. Tsuki hugged Temari and whispered something in her ear before backing away. She turned to Orion, let's get moving. I want a proper head start on the Konoha team. Orion nodded, well, see ya. Orion had turned, but Temari snagged his arm, pulled him to her and placed a passionate kiss on his lips. Bring him home safe and I will let you tie me up. I love you. Naruto bent down and placed another kiss on Temari's lips, love you too, Mari-chan. Hold on to that kunai. When I get Gaara, I will need that to get back here quick. Temari nodded, okay, be safe. Suki turned to Temari, do not tell your council about us. There is likely one of Sasori's informants on it. And let us be a surprise for the Konoha team as well. It will be better that way. Orion added. Team Kakashi, Saturday, 11 a.m., River Country. Team Kakashi was making it through River Country, and they were about to enter the deserts of Kaze no Kuni when Pakun arrived at Kakashi's side and he called the team to a halt. He bent down a pet-hired tired pug. What you got for me, Pakun? Kakashi asked. I picked up the scent of the Kazekage. It was heading back into River Country from the desert. Pakun informed the team. Kakashi stood up and adopted a thinking pose. Well, there is the Kazekage's brother to worry about and he is poisoned. I don't know if we can avoid a detour. Hinata stepped forward, I can make it to Suna the rest of the way on my own and assist Kankuro-san. It is the best option. Kakashi took a long minute to think about it before nodding. Thank you, Hinata. Be safe and be sure to send a scroll to update Tsunade. Hinata nodded, hi, Kakashi-san. Not like she would need to do that, she had a much faster method of communication. Kakashi turned to Sai and Sasuke, let's go you two. Akatsuki Cave, Saturday, 1 p.m. You have shinobi approaching your location, Zetsu said. Pain cracked his eyes open and glanced around the room, who is close enough to use my possession jutsu. You can give it a third of your chakra. Kisame grunted, great, just give a third of my chakra. Sheesh. Hi, Leader Sama, that would be Yagura and I. Pain turned to Zetsu, how many and who are they? There are 2 Konoha teams converging on the hideout from opposite directions. Zetsu answered. Pain nodded, I will set up the possession jutsu. You are to eliminate them. If that proves to be too much, then delay them for as long as possible. We still have a day left. Hidan clicked his teeth, no fair. They get to have all of the fun. This was supposed to go a lot faster, and I was supposed to get more sacrifices for Jashin-sama. Shut you trap, Hidan. Kakuzu growled. Not now, you two. The possession jutsu is ready, Pain said forcefully. 2 miles outside of Akatsuki Cave, Saturday 1:15 p.m., Suki, stop. Naruto called. What is it, Orion-kun? Suki answered back on the tree branch in front of Orion. 2 chakra signatures, they are linked to someone further off but, one of them is Kisame, Orion said. Suki frowned. How far out? Kisame is moving towards, oh snap, Kakashi and your brother are coming. He is en route to intercept them. Suki made the plan at light speed in her head, I am going to reveal to Ototo. I will deal with Kisame. Kill Kisame's partner and then deal with the 2 in the cave, and I will send Kisame to deal with the other team that Tsunade sent. You think Guy can handle him? Orion asked. Suki shrugged, if this is the jutsu I think it is a mere projection. They won't be nearly as strong as the real thing. Orion nodded, K babe, I will meet you back in the cave. If I am not finished by the time you arrive. Suki scoffed, then that would mean you are playing with your food. Orion adopted Naruto's sheepish pose, aw, come on, I have to kill 3 and you only have to say hi to your little brother. Suki giggled, then you best get moving, lover. If you can do it, then I will reward you. Orion was off in a flash towards the chakra signature he didn't recognize. 1 mile south-southwest of Akatsuki Base, 1:20 p.m., hello, Kisame, Suki said standing directly behind Kisame with her twin daggers poised at killing points. I was wondering when you were going to show yourself again, Itachi. Don't be surprised, Seimata could never forget your chakra signature. So, you are Tsuki, huh? Kisame said turning around to face Tsuki. Tsuki shrugged, look, the body your partner possessed is most likely dead by now. I asked Orion to do that for me. Could you go and handle the other team? I want a chance to say hello to my little brother. Kisame burst out laughing and shook his head, oh man, that is rich. You get in our way just to mess with your little brother? Tsuki shrugged, we wanted to make a dramatic entrance. So, for old time's sake? Kisame nodded, before I go, how's the kid? I was genuinely happy for you, you know? I know, Suki said with a soft smile under her mask. You were my second favorite, and I am grateful for my time with you. Kisame pouted, second favorite? Who was your first? Was that who knocked you up? Tsuki giggled, no, my favorite was Konan-chan. Say hi to her for me. Just don't do it in front of Madara or he might lose his shit. Kisame shook his head, shoulda figured. I think I can do that. See you around, Itachi. Next time, I hope we get to cross blades again. Half-mile south-southwest of Akatsuki Base, 1:30 p.m. We are getting close but there is someone up ahead. Akun warned. Hostile or friendly? Kakashi asked as he was jumping through the trees and a danger sense went off. He reached up with both hands while in midair to grab a branch and he used it to change his positioning and successfully dodged the volley shuriken that clunked into trees behind him. Sasuke and Sai came to a sudden stop, and they were both placing their hands on the hilts of their respective swords. A tanto for Sai and a mid-length 56-inch chikudo for Sasuke. I think that means hostile, dickless sensei. Sai replied in monotone while looking at the masked shinobi in front of the trio. Kakashi was observing the shinobi standing calmly in front of him. She was all over the bingo books. Long, raven black hair, dark blue mask with a golden full moon on the forehead, eye slits that were covered with a golden film that each looked like phases of the moon. A golden crescent moon turned upward into a smile. The slick vest covered the torso and stood out most prominently, a mid-sleeve dark blue shit stopped just below the elbows. Fingerless gloves with knuckle dusters that had faith and family on the back. This was Tsuki. Why did you attack us? Kakashi asked with kunai out. Tsuki cocked her head to the side, you consider that an attack? I thought I was saying hello. The mask did little to obscure the beautiful feminine voice that escaped the mask. Tsuki. Sasuke growled, she looked familiar, but more importantly, she would be a good test of his power. Calm down, Sasuke. This one is out of your league. Kakashi warned, never taking his eyes off of Tsuki. Tsuki giggled at that little boy has no idea. You do though, don't you? Copycat no Kakashi? Kakashi nodded deliberately, I do. Why are you impeding our path? Tsuki shrugged, I challenged my husband to take our 3's rank missing nin before you get around me. He gets a nice reward if he wins. You are hunting the Akatsuki? Sasuke growled. If so, do you know where Uchiha Itachi is? Tsuki giggled even more wildly than before, oh, so you are her silly, little Ototo. Hee hee hee, funny stories, funny stories. Sasuke's Sharingan was now in its Tritomo form, and he was leaning forward to dash towards Tsuki. Tell me how you know her and where she is. Tsuki waved a finger in a chiding fashion at Sasuke, that's not very nice. Why are you stopping us? Kakashi asked once more. Tsuki turned to Kakashi, well, I wanted to test you, but it seems like you will all fail. And I already told you, I want to give my husband a chance to earn his reward. We have a mission to complete, so if you won't be moving, then I will be forced to attack, Kakashi said, now unsealing his Sharingan. Then he clicked his teeth and formed a ram hand seal, Kai. He walked to his 2 students and pulsed chakra into them to break the genjutsu as well. That is a terrifyingly strong genjutsu. Sasuke looked around enraged, where is she? He shouted and before he knew it, he was flying through the air from a kick in the ass. Kakashi was barely able to dodge the spinning back heel and Sai was already lying face first on the ground with his throat slit. Kakashi's eye widened, and he flew into combat mode. Sasuke had recovered from the kick, and he had risen to his feet with his chikudo in hand. His Mangekyo Sharingan were spinning wildly, and he saw Tsuki in front of him walking calmly towards him. He looked behind her and saw the dead bodies of Kakashi and Sai. Their blood pooling crimson below their bodies. Why did you kill them? Sasuke shouted. Tsuki cocked her head, they failed my test, just like you are failing my test. Foolish little brother. Sasuke's eyes widened at that, and he flew into a rage. The next 10 minutes that Sasuke attacks aren't worth writing, because he doesn't realize that he is in a genjutsu. Tsuki made genjutsus that deliberately targeted the Sharingan, even the MS, for pretty much this express purpose. That being said, she really was disappointed with Sasuke. He had fallen so low, and he was only getting worse as time dragged on. She wouldn't kill her little brother, no, she wouldn't do that, but she would punish him. As Itachi's illusion kicked Sasuke around and taunted him, she was surprised to notice that she didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. If Naruto was the sun, then Sasuke was a black void. His negative energy drew in everything around him and corrupted it. The feel of his chakra was sinister, and Itachi was starting to believe it was irredeemable. The only emotion coursing through him was anger and it felt like the last traces of love and humanity were flickering out of existence. Why? Why Itachi? Why did you do this to me? Sasuke shouted within the genjutsu. his MS spinning wildly as he looked around to determine where he would be attacked from next. Tsuki appeared in a flock of crows in front of her brother. What did I do to you? I sacrificed everything so you could have a life with mother in a safe village. What did you do with that while I was on the run? Sasuke scowled. You sacrificed everything? Quit fucking with me. You killed father. You killed out clan. Tsuki shook her head. Foolish little brother. So blinded by your own rage that you could never see the truth. You never even looked for the truth. Sasuke flew into a rage and his whole arm was encompassed by black lightning as the cursed seal started spreading. It was the first time he had felt its intoxicating power in years. The blue lightning turned black and he blurred forward and shoved the Reikiri through Tsuki's chest, only for her to disperse in a flock of crows. The color faded from the world and Sasuke finally realized he was in a genjutsu. However, his rage kept him trapped. He was unable to temporarily halt the flow of his chakra and then pulse it. He remained in the colorless world for an indeterminate amount of time with Itachi's parting words. Foolish little brother, this is the last chance I am giving you to see underneath the underneath. Those words haunted Sasuke like a siren's song until he was forcibly awoken by Kakashi. As Itachi beat the stuffing out of Sasuke in the genjutsu, Sai was experiencing memories that shouldn't be there. He remembered his childhood and the face of a boy that used to be his friend. It did something strange to Sai and he would have to figure it out. He started to feel something well up in the left side of his chest. An ember of something foreign and long since forgotten. As he focused on it, it grew like a flame granted oxygen and something hot spread through his ever-cold body. Before he could figure out what it was and what was happening, he jolted awake. Kakashi woke up on his back and saw that Sasuke and Sai were passed out as well. A note was left on his chest that read, "Those stuck in the past are doomed to fail in the future." Kakashi shook the cobwebs out of his head and rallied his students. He looked around and saw Pakun nowhere in sight, which means he was dispelled. Kakashi focused his chakra, nicked his thumb and summoned his canine partner to guide them the rest of the way to the cave. He roused his two charges and forced them to head for the cave. With Naruto, Saturday, 1:25 p.m., well, that was disappointing. Kurama said through the mind link. Naruto shrugged as he jumped towards the cave. It was a possession jutsu and I didn't feel like playing with a puppet. Kurama sighed, but he was supposed to be a Mizukage. Even if it was only part of his potential, you would think that he could dodge a chakra blade. Naruto chuckled, "Are you dissing my kenjutsu?" "What?" Kurama said in a mockingly aghast tone, "Never, my love. I am proud of the swordsman you have become. Kisame is heading this way. I am going to avoid him." The challenge was Yagura and the two yahoos in the cave. Naruto thought as he diverted from his collision path with the shark man. Kurama pouted, "But he could have given you a proper kenjutsu challenge." Naruto scoffed, "Yeah, because a chakra-eating, sentient sword is fair. Plus, he wields that thing more like a club than a sword. Still. I tell you what, when we find the real Kisame, I will keep it purely kenjutsu just for my Kyuhyme." Naruto thought, which made the kitsune beauty light up within the seal. "That's a promise, mister," Kurama said in a flirty tone. "Do you think Itachi is having fun?" Naruto shook his head, "I'll bet you a foot rub that she didn't even fight them. They probably aren't strong or smart enough to break out of her genjutsu." Ruto, neither are you," Kurama teased. "That was one time. One freaking time in my adult life I indulge and eat the whole ramen bath. Give me a break." Naruto pouted. Kurama's giggle rattled around his mind like some ethereal melody. "I know, my love, I know. We are here, game face on." Orion came to a stop outside of a cave in a gorge that was sealed up with a big rock and a ceiling tag. He scoffed, "Amateurs," before he set to work. By 1:35 p.m., the ceiling barrier was diffused, and Naruto needed to decide how he was going to make his entrance. With that decided, Naruto formed a Rasengan in his right hand and slowly added lightning chakra into it. The ball started spitting sparks of electricity and then an electrical hum filled the gorge. Naruto hopped back to the far side of the river and he wound up to throw the spiraling lightning sphere, Rasenyari. The blue ball tore through the air at astounding speeds and left a hypercharged trail of ozone and superheated air in its wake. When it crashed into the rock guarding the entrance of the cave, it penetrated about 5 feet before detonating in an amazing flash of lighting and explosion that sounds like thunder. Naruto didn't wait for the dust to clear, he jumped through it and into the cave where he immediately set a barrier tag to block the entrance of the cave. Orion looked around with his mask on and saw Gaara hovering in front of the Geto Mazo. He scowled deeply through his mask at the severely weakened chakra signature of his friend and of Shukaku. He was down below 15% and he wouldn't hold out much longer. A slight bit of guilt tore through his chest because he had approached the mission playfully up until this point. Now, however, Kurama's anger was resonating with his and flickers of bright orange chakra were starting to flare to life around him. I would advise you to stop what you are doing and focus on me. Orion growled. Sasori, Deidara, handle this. We will continue the sealing when you are done, Pain said monotonously. Before you go, Nagato, know that I will come for you. Orion growled. Pain's eyes widened and the stoic mask that was constantly fixed on the diva path of Pain flickered. How do you know that name? Naruto shrugged. Never underestimate the Uzumaki, cousin. Everyone in the Akatsuki was paying rapt attention now, including the man in the orange mask. Konan had attempted to keep her emotions in check. She was already on thin ice when Pain found out she had been communicating with Itachi. He said that she was distracted and that she needed to focus on the only goal that mattered. Seeing Orion, or the man she knew as Naruto, made her heart skip and color poured back into her world to make it real once more. It was as if the sight of him walking through the cloud of dust and debris made all of her pain worth it. As the connection was forcefully severed by Pain, Konan burned the memory of Orion freshly into her mind to last her until he came for her. Deidara had a long couple of days. First, a full-day trip through the dry, sandy and windy deserts of Kaze no Kuni. Then, an admittedly exhilarating battle that cost him his left arm, followed by another full day's journey through the same hot, dusty and miserable desert. Once in the damned cave, Leader Sama ordered him to seal the damned Jinchuriki into the statue, and he had been doing that for over a day now. He was tired, frustrated and quite grumpy. What are you doing here, Orion? Did you come to taste my art, on? Deidara said in a loud and agitated voice as he sat on the body of Gaara. Orion growled lowly, do not think you can fool me with you clay clones, Deidara. You cannot dig your way out nor you cannot blow up this barrier. In short, your only option is to fight me. Orion went through 4 hand signs as lightning chakra gathered in his right leg. Then, Orion stomped his foot and unleashed lightning style, electromagnetic murder. The lightning tore through the ground at high speeds and the real Deidara jumped out of the ground and into the air to avoid the blast. Sasori had jumped out of the effective range of the attack, but he was not happy to be fighting this man in an enclosed space. He had kept a keen eye on the career and exploits of Orion and Tsuki ever since the end of the Kiri Civil War. He was the brains of the operation, and he knew the threat this man represented. Through his Hiroko puppet, Sasori addressed the intruder. Orion, you are strong, but you should not make enemies of the Akatsuki. Why not join us in conquering the shinobi world? Sasori tried the join us approach as he unsealed the scroll for his best puppet. Orion barked out a laugh, ha ha ha, I didn't see that one coming. You see, I can't join you. Your organization's goals don't align with mine. Deidara was using his right arm to shape some clay and he saw what Sasori was doing, why not? Orion reached up and removed his mask, which undid the color transformation to his hair. The fully matured and handsome face of Uzumaki Naruto looked back at the two with a smirk. Because I am your ultimate target. There can be no peace so long as you hunt me. Deidara cursed under his breath, but Sasori didn't give up. Actually, Leader Sama told us to make you an offer. He said that he would resurrect you with his Rinnegan after taking the Kyuubi for what you did to Shimura Danzo. Naruto nodded, that was nice of him. That, unfortunately, doesn't change my answer. I will help my love finish off Danzo in time, but I will never let you have the Kyuubi. It is a part of me and I of it. Kurama was smiling, but she still had to rib Naruto, damn it Ruto, don't call me in it. Then we are at an impasse, Sasori said as he unsealed the puppet of the Sandaime Kazekage. Before the black sands could explode out of the puppet body, and as Deidara was hopping onto a clay bird, a 3-pronged kunai nailed Deidara's real body in the gut. A brilliant red flash illuminated the cave before Deidara's head and blonde hair were disintegrated by the 2 jutsus that Iwa had feared the most ever since the Third Great War. Deidara only had a fraction of a second for his mind to make the connection before a blue and spinning sphere the size of a basketball disintegrated his head. Naruto pushed off of Deidara's body in midair and landed next to Gaara. Before the black sands could crash down on him, Naruto grabbed Gaara's body and flashed back to a kunai that he had dropped at his original position. He stood holding Gaara, and he glared down a small, red-headed teen that had both hands out controlling chakra strings to Hiroku and the Sandaime Kazekage. Before we do this. Naruto's voice boomed out and he created a clone to take Gaara. I have a proposition for you. Sasori paused the movements to his fingers and his 2 strongest puppets stood at the ready. I am listening. Naruto nodded as his clone flashed away back to Suna, good. You see, I am interested in any information you would have on the whereabouts of the blackmail that Danzo is holding over the Fire Daimyo and Konoha. Sasori's puppet head cocked to the side in confusion in an overt gesture to ignore the imaginary feeling of sweat trickling down his neck. He was now in a puppet body. For Yami's sake, he couldn't sweat. He knew it was his instincts flaring up, so he decided to play this out. Why would I know where that information is? Naruto shrugged. You are the spy master of the Akatsuki, are you not? I am. Sasori admitted, but I do not give out information freely. I may have a lead, though. Naruto nodded. Name your price. Let me go free, Sasori said while attempting to spread his senses outside of the barrier. Naruto clicked his teeth. No can do on that one. If you asked me to do something cool with the money from your bounty, I could probably swing something like that. Sasori grunted. You think you will defeat me that easily? I have the ultimate iron defense of Suna. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. I have a bloodline that negates all your poisons. I have the Kyuubi, and I am running out of time and patience. I will lose my bet with Tsuki if I take much more time talking to you. Now that trickle of sweat feeling felt more like Sasori was raining sweat out of every pore. Okay, he didn't have pores. His brain just projected the phantom sensation onto his puppet body, and he was really starting to get rattled. Before his nerves could get the best of him, his puppets attacked in tandem. A curtain of iron sand rose in front of the Kazekage's body, and the two puppets chased right behind the curtain of iron sand. Naruto saw the sand incoming and he knew one thing that iron sand and magnets don't like: electricity. He created and clone and they weaved through hand signs in tandem. A water colliding wave rose to meet the iron sands from the clone's mouth and Naruto himself powered the water with lightning style, false darkness. The combination of water and lightning crashed into the black sands and halted their progress. The electricity danced around the area of impact and the sands slackened as the magnetic control over them faded. Sasori pulled his two puppets back from the tidal wave of water filled with his own iron and electricity. Sasori jumped to the roof of the cave, and he pulled his puppets up with him. As he landed on the roof, he was forced to use Hiroku to block a pressurized stream of water. Its steel tail of Hiroku soaked the impact as the hunchback puppet was pushed into the wall of the cave nearly 5 feet deep. Sasori unsealed more of the iron from the Kazekage, and it formed into iron javelins that went flying through the air towards Naruto, who was standing atop the water looking up at Sasori. A 3-pronged kunai was sent flying towards him, and he knew that he had to jump away once more. However, the one kunai turned into 100 that peppered the ceiling of the cave like a shotgun blast. Sasori was able to escape, but he was not able to pull Hiroku or the Sandaime Kazekage away in time. Naruto used the kunai cage bunshine to spread his area of effect and he used a series of 5 successive Hiraishin jump to deal with the two puppets. 5 red flashes seemed to illuminate the cave simultaneously as Naruto swung Uzu no Hashi 25 times. With 5 slashes from each Hiraishin jump, Naruto appeared back where he started breathing heavily and shaking out his arms. Using the Hiraishin stage 3, even with the aid of the Eye of Kagura and his Sharingan, was still very taxing on his body. Sasori watched in disbelief as his two main puppets were shredded before they clattered to the damp cave floor in pieces. He couldn't even see what happened, he simply saw red, and it was over. From his position on the cave of the roof, Sasori glared down at Naruto. If 2 wasn't enough, then he would have to resort to his dance of 100 puppets. The scroll containing the puppets popped into existence and Sasori used the shunshine to appear on the ground on the far side of the cave as a Hiraishin kunai implanted itself where he was just standing. The far side of the cave erupted in puffs of smoke and 100 puppets emerged and took up defensive positions in front of Sasori. Naruto rolled out his shoulders and thought about the best way to do this. He would like to keep Sasori alive, at least for a bit, in order to extract the information he mentioned. That being said, 100 enemies would still be too much for him to use the Hiraishin stage 3. That was still a new maneuver, and it was quite disorienting for him to do. Naruto unsealed Kubakirabocho and swung it around a few times. Naruto knew that Sasori wasn't looking to make the first move. He was a cornered rat, and he was going to look for a nifty counterattack. The cleaving sword glowed red with Kurama's demonic chakra as Naruto remembered the lessons that he got from Mifune in Iron Country. Gather your chakra in the blade, shape it into the blade and let the blade help you shape it. Lash out in a decisive swing and release. And so, Naruto fell back on the hundreds of hours of training his clones did and he lashed out in 3 horizontal slashes with Kubakirabocho. Sasori was no stranger to the samurai or their techniques. He had seen a lot of things and he was mildly impressed by their proficiency with a blade. That being said, he had never seen a samurai send a chakra blade that was 50 feet wide before. To make matters worse, there were 3 of those monstrous chakra blades hovering 3 feet, 5 feet and 7 feet above the ground. He instinctively jumped up to escape the blade, and the chakra threads that originated from his core pulled on the puppets to make them jump over the blades. After the 3 slashes, Naruto spun like a top and poured 1 tail's worth of demonic chakra into the blade, which was its capacity. He released the glowing red blade like a demonic buzzsaw at Sasori's new trajectory. Most of his puppet army was shredded by the 3 original chakra blades. The 10 or so that remained formed a defensive wall in front of Sasori. The demonic buzzsaw sliced through them without missing a beat, and the blade bisected Sasori's puppet body at the navel. The demonic chakra ate through the chakra-reinforced wood of the puppet body as the lower body of Sasori clattered to the ground. The upper body of Sasori was hanging in the air, attached to the cave roof by chakra strings. His gruff voice filled the cave with a plea. "Wait. If I cannot live forever, I will trade you this information in exchange for a favor," Sasori pleaded. Naruto had appeared on the hilt of Kubakirabocho that was cratered into the cave wall. He looked up at Sasori's upper body and nodded once. "I am out of time. You have 1 minute. I have a meeting set with a spy in Orochimaru's organization at Kanabi Bridge in 10 days. If anyone knows where that information is, it would be my informant," Sasori said. Naruto nodded resolutely. "Very well, what is your request?" "In my seals are the details of all my work. Take it to Chio and make sure it is not lost to the younger generation. If she could put up a statue of me in the puppeteers' headquarters, that would be artistic," Sasori said resignedly. "I will commission the statue and I will give your notes to Kankuro. Now, we have guests incoming, and I have a bet to cash in on." Naruto appeared by Sasori's torso, and Uzu no Hashi was penetrating the core of his puppet body while crackling with lightning. "Rest in peace, Sasori of the Red Sands." Dainty clapping came from the entrance of the cave, and Itachi, with her Tsuki mask slung on her belt, was walking slowly towards him with a sway in her hips. "You sure took your time playing with them, Ruto-kun." Naruto shrugged and sighed. "I killed Deidara instantly. Sasori had some information that I wanted to get out of him, so it took a little longer to put him down." Itachi moaned as she looked around at the chaotic remains of the puppeteer. "It certainly looks like it, Angara?" she asked in a husky tone. Naruto jumped down from his perch on the wall and walked slowly to Itachi. The sweat from his battle glistened off his skin and highlights the natural tan that graced his body. "Safe and back in Suna," he whispered softly in her ear as his hand went to her cheek and his thumb brushed softly over her lips. "Then, I claim my reward here and now, Mr. Itachi whispered in a sultry tone. Naruto crashed his lips into Itachi's, and she jumped into his body. His arms snaked around her back and his hands gripped her toenails with just enough force to make Itachi moan into his mouth. He carried Itachi over to a flat rock and laid her on it as both hands began wandering and battle armor was stripped off. The fiery passion of the two lovers cared about nothing other than the fire that was stoking their primal urges. Naruto ripped Itachi's slick vest off and raised her black shirt up just enough to expose her toned abdomen. As he peppered kisses on her abdomen, he asked, "How did the reunion with Sasuke go?" Itachi moaned as she gripped the sun-kissed blonde locks of Naruto's hair and pushed him further down towards her womanhood. "He was weaker than I expected. One genjutsu, Ruto, just one, and all three were trapped." Naruto answered as he pulled Itachi pants down below her knees. "Kiss, lick, I know, kiss, kiss, I can feel they are still trapped, lick, tongue swirl, so we have some time, nibble lick." Itachi hardened her grip on Naruto's hair and pushed his head deeper into her slit. "I know, it's so hot. Thinking about getting caught again." "Oh." Itachi's first orgasm of the session ripped into Naruto's taste buds, and he kept at it. He loved her voyeuristic side and he had to admit that the idea of tormenting Sasuke once more was appealing to him. Naruto nibbled on her clit a bit before trapping it between two of his fingers and channeling lightning chakra. Itachi's scream of pleasure tore itself from her throat and echoed around the cave. Naruto took a minute to savor that release and he lapped up what he could in a timely manner before crashing his lips into Itachi's. He used his hands to release the beast that was attempting to rip through his onbu pants. He pulled down the zipper and held the beast find its way through the fabric of his boxer briefs. "Fuck me. Ravage me. Make love to me." Itachi pleaded in screams as the head of the monster scraped against her heavenly slit. "Your wish is my command, Chi-chan," Naruto said as his hips cratered forward and plunged into the tight, moist and heavenly canal. With Kisame, Saturday, 1:55 p.m., Kisame had played with the second retrieval team led by Might Guy for a while before leader Sama changed his orders. He was told to investigate the cave and report what he saw there back to the organization. He had used up most of the chakra that was in the possession and he was using the fumes to fulfill the final scouting mission before the possession gave out. He knew that guy was hot on his heels, as well as the youngsters with him, but he wanted the chance to see what Orion could do. He jumped down into the river outside of the Akatsuki base and approached cautiously. It sounded like the battle was still ongoing and the ground shook every once in a while. He unsheathed the chakra imitation of Seimata, as if it could ever compare to his real partner, and he entered through the rubble-filled entrance of the cave. What he saw there made his possessed jaw drop and he froze with his sword hanging limply from his right hand. With Team Kakashi, Saturday, 2:15 p.m., they were once more on the move and Pakun reported that the hideout was only a mile and a half away. They moved cautiously, not wanting to give their positions away. As they moved, they listened to Sasuke's recount of the genjutsu. Kakashi was surprised to hear Sasuke say that he thinks Tsuki is actually Itachi. It actually made some sense, but he would need more than an illusion to take that kind of information back to the Hokage. As they approached, they ran into Team Guy. They took a couple of seconds to swap stories and they were starting to believe that Orion and Tsuki may be working for the Akatsuki. They made their way towards the hideout following Pakun as a 7-man cell. They saw the crumpled remains of a corpse there and they made their way carefully towards the cave entrance. They could hear sounds of something happening and the two elite Jonin took the lead. With Naruto and Itachi, Saturday, 2:15 p.m., as always, things with Itachi escalated quickly. Kurama got into the action by passing Itachi some of her chakra. It allowed the kitsune to experience both sides of the sexual act simultaneously, which put the kitsune into a pleasure coma within the mindscape. It also had the added effect of the sex becoming more feral as it empowered the bodies of the two lovers. They lost themselves to passion as lust as Itachi was cratered into the wall with Naruto pumping inside her. The mixed cum dripping from their union couldn't even hit the ground before Itachi spun and pushed Naruto into the crater, making it even deeper. The passion escalated and clouded both of their senses. It was an overwhelming experience for the two of them and they lost track of time, place and situation. The only external stimuli that mattered was what the other partner was doing. Itachi unsheathed Naruto's shaft and judo tossed him onto his back on the ground. The cloak granted to her by Kurama spurring her forward into bestial dominance that Naruto was more than happy to submit to. Itachi jumped on top of Naruto in the reverse cowgirl position. She began riding him for all she was worth while facing away from the cave entrance. Naruto, never one to be outdone, allowed her to ride for a couple minutes before two shadow clones formed. Itachi's ass was ravaged at the same time as her mouth opened to accommodate the two clones. They high-fived one another as their original closed his eyes and enjoyed the pleasurable sensations. With Team Kakashi and Team Guy, the two Jonin led their teams towards the entrance of the cave and they froze in place as their minds registered the 4 individuals in the cave. Kakashi didn't care who or what it was, he blew back into the river with a nosebleed. Guy's jaw had dropped to the ground and his most youthful student, Rock Lee, stepped into the entrance of the cave to see who did what to his sensei. He, too, froze in place next to his sensei until Tenten pushed through the frozen pair. Tenten blushed furiously and remained frozen on the spot as her kunai clattered to the ground. Sasuke had enough with these weak people, and he pushed them aside to see what the hell was making all of that noise. With MS active, Sasuke saw something much, much worse than last time. Itachi was riding one Naruto in reverse cowgirl while another Naruto was ravaging her from behind. If that weren't bad enough, another Naruto was plunging into her throat with reckless abandon and Sasuke timed his entrance with the clone's release. The white fluid of life dribbled out of his sister's mouth and once again scarred Sasuke for life. With Naruto and Itachi, Naruto heard the kunai clatter to the ground, but he didn't care on 3 fronts. Him and his clones were close to release and the Konoha shinobi posed no real threat to Itachi or himself. As the voyeuristic idea clicked in his mind, Naruto continued pleasuring Itachi. She knew when he was close, and he knew that she would deny him nothing. With a groan from all 3 Narutos, Itachi felt the liquid of life enter her and re-energize her. Sasuke roared out, "Kai!" as he thought that it must be another illusion. When the illusion didn't break, he roared in rage and pain before falling to his knees and clutching his head. He let out a wail that echoed around the cave and pierced the heavens. The shrieking boy screamed out a full lung full of air before his head snapped down and he glared at Naruto and his sister with his Mangekyo Sharingan blazing and whirling furiously. Naruto knew that it was no longer time to play around, and he palmed a barrier that would be able to withstand the Konoha shinobi. He helped Itachi to her feet and she calmly, if not slightly dizzily, gathered their clothes while Naruto looked at the stunned Konoha group. He tucked the monster back in its cage and zipped up his pants. He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly and spoke as if through chuckling. "Ha ha, sorry about that. We sometimes lose ourselves after a good battle." Naruto's jovial voice echoed through the cavern and shook the Konoha group out of their shocked states. Sasuke was still clutching his head and glaring with his MS at Naruto though. His mind was frozen in a state of shock as his mind was overloaded with images of his sister's happiness. NNN Naruto? Tenten stuttered out, why you are Orion? Naruto chuckled, ha ha, yeah, jigs up. Neji stepped forward after shaking of the effects of the erotic scene, where's the Kazekage? Back in Suna. Naruto answered cheerily. And the Akatsuki members? Guy asked seriously. Dead. Naruto answered blandly while gesturing to the shattered puppet army and Deidara's headless corpse. I should probably get them sealed away. So, you guys looking to fight? 'Cause I got my fix for the day. Guy frowned, but it was Kakashi that answered for the group. His face mask was nearly saturated in blood. Uzumaki Naruto, you are to submit yourself to us and return to Konoha under orders of Senju Tsunade, the god I'm Hokage. Naruto waved him off, nah, don't want to. Tell Hokage-chan that I said hi though. Naruto. Kakashi screamed, this isn't a joke, and you don't have an option. Naruto burst out laughing at that, do you think you can stop me? Can you even get through the barrier? Itachi put her hand on Naruto's shoulder and placed a kiss on his whiskered cheek. Enough, Naruto. We are ready to go. Guy stepped forward, Naruto-san, it would be best if you came with us. This Akatsuki organization is after Jinchuriki, Naruto chuckled, you are a good and youthful man, Might Guy. Remember that Itachi-chan here was a former member though. We are going to deal with them in our own way. At this point, Sasuke got back to his feet. You will fight me. Nah, Naruto said with a wave, I just had a great session and don't want to ruin the afterglow. Then how are you going to get out of here? Kakashi asked while uncovering his Sharingan. Naruto shrugged, I am my father's son. Tell you what, I will tell you what Sasori coughed up. He set up a meeting with a spy in Orochi team's organization. Kanabi Bridge, 10 days. See you there. Try not to ruin it for me, Sasuke roared and black flames of the Amaterasu clashed into the barrier, and it was actually able to break through after a second. However, a red flash could be seen through the pitch-black flames of Amaterasu. And when the flames crashed into the back wall of the cave, they were gone. They left 7 stunned Konoha shinobi in their wake with a mess to clean up and a lot to think about. Tsunaga Corps, Kazekage's hospital room, Saturday, 3 p.m., Orion and Tsuki appeared in a red flash in the hospital room next to Tamari and all hell broke loose. Doctors froze in place, Tamari jumped out of her seat, Kankuro sat up in his hospital bed and 10 dust onbu surrounded the two. Naruto put his hands up in a mock fashion and spoke with a playful tone. Easy boys, easy. We are here to heal Gaara, drop off some things and collect our payment, Naruto said through the tense silence in the room. Everyone out. Tamari ordered forcefully after she shook off her shock. The dust hesitated to follow her orders and shifted nervously. Tamari stamped her foot, now. After the room vacated, she put her hands on her hips and glared at Naruto. You know, you can't just flash in like that. Orion stepped forward, caressed her face as pulled the kunai out of her pouch and dangled it playfully in front of her by the ring. Then you shouldn't be carrying this on you. If you don't want to see it anymore, I can take it back. Tamari snatched the kunai back at lightning speed. That's not what I meant, she said in a frustrated and pouty tone. Orion removed his mask and wrapped her in a hug, I know. I missed you. Tamari leaned into the hug and moaned softly, you reek of sex, Rudo. Itachi giggled, that's my fault. Oh, be careful dealing with the Konoha group, they kind of walked in on us in the act. Tamari gawked at Itachi while resting her head on Naruto's shoulder, you were fucking in their hideout? Itachi giggled and nodded, but Naruto summarized it, Chi-chan is insatiable after battle. That rubbed off on me and, well, yeah. Tamari buried her head in her hands while Kankuro giggled perversely. Why did I wait for you again? She shook her head as it rested on Naruto's shoulder before a moan escaped her throat as Naruto's chakra-coated hands kneaded her butt cheeks. Oh, yeah, that. Itachi coughed, Rudo, we need to heal Gaara and get going. Mari-chan, next time you are in Konoha, give us a heads up. Ruto can give you some seals that will make the distance more manageable. Naruto flashed into GKM, and he placed a palm over Gaara's seal. There was an initial chakra transfer that made Gaara groan in discomfort. Itachi came over to help Naruto position Gaara's head, and when he bit Naruto, there was a massive chakra flare as a red cloak flashed onto Gaara's body. Naruto was left panting with his hands on his knees when the dust poured into the room. Get the fuck out, Tamari shouted at the dust who were gawking at the Kazekage covered in red chakra. Kankuro was in serious mode as well, if you come in again, you will be detained and used as torture volunteers for the trainees at interrogation. This cowed the dust, and they left the room once more. Temari went over to the panting Naruto and pulled him up into a hug. "You can't stay?" "Nah." Naruto answered, "We can't be around when the Konoha team shows up. Hinata-chan will be here soon." "Really, I need to give this to Kankuro. I made an agreement with Sasori of the Red Sands. Kankuro is to ensure that he is never forgotten, and I will commission a statue of him at the puppeteer's headquarters." "What did you get out of the agreement?" Kankuro asked before he took the scroll with Sasori's remains reverently. "The guy may have been a missing nin, but he was the most prodigious puppeteer of all time." He added, "Thanks, I think we can make that work. He gave me some information from his spy network." Naruto answered before she held up another scroll. "This one has the puppet body of the Sandaime Kazekage. My apologies, I couldn't really hold back on that particular puppet." "Did you get the bomber?" a weak voice asked from Gaara's bed, and everyone turned to him. Naruto turned and smiled at him. "Yeah, buddy, we did." "How is Shukaku?" Gaara groaned. "He is mad that you were able to recharge him so easily. He keeps saying that their father wasn't fair." Kurama rose her head from her paws and cackled loudly in Naruto's mind. He has always been a bit self-conscious about being the weakest. Naruto shook his head. "I am glad to see you awake, Gaara." Naruto held out his hand for a handshake. Gaara nodded. "Yes, I am glad too." "That was unpleasant," Gaara said monotonously as he shook Naruto's hand with a small smile on his face. "Thank you." "Sure thing, Gaara. I doubt they will be back. Based on what I felt and the fact that the statue had one eye open, they probably took enough of Shukaku's chakra," Naruto said. Gaara nodded slightly. "Good to know. Get out of here and I will have Temari call you when your payment is ready." Naruto beamed a smile, turned and placed a smacker of a kiss on Temari before grabbing Itachi around her waist and flashing away. Konoha, Hokage's office. 7 days later, Tsunade was on cloud 9 as she did her morning paperwork. Naruto and Itachi had spent the last week at the compound to spend time with the children and girls. The children were always so happy when they got to spend time with Naruto, and watching the many dog piles on the grass, in the living room or out on the field trips filled her heart with so much joy. That lovable blonde idiot just had a way to make them all squeal in happiness, and the 6 beaming smiles of children that all bore traits from him made all of the hardship more than worth it. It also helped that Naruto was around for nighttime. The happy smiles on the face of each girl in the morning made it so much easier to go out and face the day. The sense of absolute peace that saturated the compound in his presence was all she could ever wish for. The earth-shattering and mind-blowing sex was a big bonus too. All in all, Tsunade Senju, God I'm Hokage, was so cheery and chipper that she was starting to freak the office staff out. Hinata entered the office with a slight limp and a blush on her cheeks. "Good morning, Hokage-sama," she said professionally and respectfully. Tsunade chuckled. "I see you got your happy time when you returned last night. Are they ready to give their reports?" Hinata nodded and took a seat at her desk as the Hokage's assistant. "Yes, Hokage-sama. On both counts." Tsunade pinged the intercom to Shizune's desk. "You can let them in, Shizune." Tsunade instantly noticed the odd expressions, and it helped that she already knew exactly what they were going to tell her about. She had damn near laughed herself to death when Naruto told them how Sasuke walked in on them again. It was so Itachi. It reminded Tsunade of how irritable she was when Naruto was doing his sage training in Myaoku. 3 months without sex actually sent her through withdrawal. The disgruntled group of teams Kakashi and Guy showed up in the office. Sasuke was glaring murderously at everyone and everything. Sai was emotionless as ever, and she knew that he had already reported to Danzo. Tenten looked haggard, Lee confused, Neji stoic, and Guy was his usual happy self. It was Kakashi that looked the most confused and torn of the bunch. "Report," Tsunade said simply. Kakashi stepped forward and gave the report. Guy followed him up and added it from his perspective. Tsunade nodded along until Sasuke cut in and barked at her. "You need to send us to Kanabi Bridge. If he is going to be there, then I am going to kill him." Tsunade looked placidly at the temper tantrum. "Why should I? Do you think you can fight evenly against Orochimaru or Naruto or Orion or whatever he is called now?" Kakashi stepped forward. "I too petition for the chance. I need to bring Sensei's son back to Konoha." Tsunade sighed and rubbed her temples. "Kakashi, you are asking to take yourself and 2 Chunin into a fight against a Saninins, if not 2s, rank shinobi," Kakashi insisted. "If we know where he is going to be, then we need to try. If we get the spy in Orochimaru's ranks as well, then that is a bonus." Tsunade noticed Sai shift imperceptibly. Tsunade sighed loudly. "I will convene the Konoha Council and see what they want to do about this." Guy stepped forward with a conflicted look on his face. "Hokage-sama, there is a good chance this is a trap. All we have to go on is Naruto's word. Quite frankly, I don't know why he would tell us about it. Tsunade nodded. She asked Naruto the same thing. He told her it was to make Danzo jittery and make him make a mistake. I understand your concerns, Guy. As I stated, I will convene the council. New Root HQ, after Hokage meeting, said reported into Danzo once more about the Hokage's decision. He knew that he would need the elders in the council meeting, and he needed to move quickly. Get Homura and Koharu to gather the civilians. They are to join the council meeting. Danzo growled. Sai moved out immediately. The effects of the Koto Amatsukami on Hiashi had faded if not broken entirely over the last 2 years. He could no longer rely on him to get information out of the Shinobi Council. Danzo instinctively touched his right eye and rubbed the phantom pain away. The Sharingan he had under there now was nowhere near as powerful as Shisui's Sharingan was. He made another decision. Root. He called and his 2 most loyal bodyguards dropped to a knee in front of him. Fu, you are to take 5 teams to Kanabi Bridge immediately and trap the area. Torune, contact Orochimaru and inform him that I wish to meet with him. The Uzumaki boy needs to die. Konoha Council Chambers, Shinobi Council Meeting. Tsunade had just shared what Team 7 briefed when the doors to the council chamber opened and the civilian council poured in. She sighed into her hands before a look of rage fixed itself onto her face and she flared her ki. She glared the civilians that were entering her chambers uninvited, and she rose slowly to her feet as the civilians froze in place. She let a low growl escape her throat as she walked out from behind her chair to right in front of the civilians. What the hell are you doing in my council room uninvited? Her voice was so menacing that the civilians' knees were starting to rattle as they shook uncontrollably. Koharu stepped forward and took a moment to acclimate to Tsunade's ki. We heard that the demon child has been spotted and that he interfered with a mission. Tsunade fixed her ki onto Koharu alone and the woman nearly collapsed onto one knee as her legs gave out. If I wanted you here, I would have sent Anbu to collect you. This is a shinobi matter that is sensitive. As such, it will be handled by the Shinobi Council. Homura stepped shakily forward to back up his fellow elder. Hokage-sama, that child affects the whole village. No, Tsunade cut him off harshly, this is a shinobi matter concerning a missing nin. I do not need to justify myself to you pathetic fools. Now leave, I am not at the mood. But, Koharu stammered before she was once again cut off. Anbu, please help these people leave my council chamber. Tsunade ordered and Anbu dropped from above. You can't do this. We have a right to assist in the decisions of the village. A civilian, Navina is Tsunade remembered right, protested. Tsunade pointed to herself, military dictator and shinobi commander. She pointed to the civilians, advisors if and when I need you. Now, leave. The Anbu shuffled them out. Tsunade knew exactly who had sent them and she didn't want Danzo knowing anything about her plans. She returned to her seat and activated the privacy and anti-espionage tag. Hokage-sama, can I just take a moment to say I love you? For 14 long years they walked all over Hiruzen and this shinobi council. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Sume said formally. Tsunade waved her off, they needed a good kick in the ass. Sensei got lazy. Inoiki coughed, so, you are telling me that Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Itachi are the Orion and Tsuki that have been shaking things up around the elemental nations? And they just happened to be in Suna and saved Gaara? Tsunade shrugged, Itachi used to be in Akatsuki. Jiraiya reported that she left the organization when Naruto left Konoha. Shikaku was thinking and he finally spoke, so, right around 3 to 4 months after Sasuke walked in on them, his eyes widened and he looked to Mikoto. Did she have a baby? Mikoto shrugged, I had thought of that. The love between her and Naruto was always special. Inoiki broke out laughing, so, the kid knew what the council would pull, and he used it as justification to go take care of his childhood sweetheart? This sounds like Jiraiya's Forbidden Love. Inoiki's head snapped at Tsunade. It is Jiraiya's Forbidden Love series. Tsunade nodded, yes, it is. So Forbidden Love 3. That means Jiraiya is still in touch with Naruto. He worked with him in Kiri. Shikaku put the bullet points together. What aren't you telling us, Hokage-sama? Hiashi asked with narrowed eyes. Tsunade shrugged, Jiraiya hated this council and this village for what they did to his apprentice. He saw that boy as his own son. If I forbid it, then he would have left with Naruto. Kuza coughed, can we get back on topic? What are we going to do about Itachi and Naruto? Troublesome. Shikaku muttered, we can't do anything. He basically had fun killing 2's ranks and our own 2's rank shinobi don't seem much inclined to bring him back. Shibi spoke up, they have walked through every mission that we know about. If they are turning their sights on the Akatsuki, a known enemy of ours, and Orochimaru, our most wanted enemy, then the logical thing to do would let them be. Hiashi countered that, he is a missing nin of Konoha. We cannot let him run loose around the elemental nations. Did Orion and Tsuki reveal themselves to Suna? Sume asked and Tsunade shrugged. Then, we are the only nation that knows who they are. Why does that matter? Huiza asked. Sume smirked, we have information other people don't. We can use it. Like bring them back under the Konoha banner? Mikoto asked with interest. Shikaku sat up, no, that would create too many issues. What were you thinking, Sume? Well, they are basically mercenaries right now, right? Sume asked and everyone nodded. Then why not hire them and point them directly at our enemies? How would we contact them? Tsunade asked leaning forward and placing her head onto her hands. Sume frowned, I don't know. Shikaku spoke up, why did he share the information about Orochimaru with Team Kakashi and Guy? I don't know, Tsunade said. What does it matter? Shikaku frowned and the gears in his mind spun, they deliberately revealed their identities. They are too skilled to simply start screwing on the battlefield. The way Itachi just delayed Team Kakashi, they wanted us to know it was them. What are you getting at, Shikaku? Huiza said while frowning. I don't know. There are too many pieces that aren't revealed yet, Shikaku said while still thinking. Tsunade sighed, is it worth sending teams? If so, who do we send? Shibi spoke once more, it is worth sending teams, but it is also a highly dangerous mission. If we send Anbu, then Naruto and Itachi are more inclined to kill them. He has refused to fight any of his peer though. Sume scoffed, we can't send fresh Jonin and Chunin into a clash between ranks. Inoki spoke up, Naruto's actions have been targeted. He holds little love for the village, but everything he did on his way out was to ensure his own escape. He has taken no direct action against Konoha and Orion hasn't killed any Konoha shinobi, to my knowledge. Tsunade nodded, that is correct. Where are you going with this? Psych evaluation would say that he is after something. I think it is highly likely that Itachi was pregnant, especially if forbidden love is reflecting Naruto's life. He is protecting his family and the people he loves. Is he doing this for someone still in Konoha? He was always stubborn and loyal to a fault for those he loved. Inoki danced around something Tsunade and Mikoto didn't want him figuring out. Mikoto interjected, so, he still loves Konoha? Inoki sighed as his mind burned out and he lost his train of thought, probably. Should we interrogate? Inoki saw the murderous visage of Tsunade and backed down. Never mind. Hiashi spoke while hiding his frustration, can we get back to the mission? Why not send the rookies and have them observe from afar? He is not likely to kill them and 3 elite Jonin should be able to fend off Orochimaru if the battle turns their way. Tsunade was now tapping her finger on the table. Naruto wanted Konoha there because he suspected Danzo would get involved. He told her that Itachi would be tracking Danzo during this time, and he wanted to find Orochimaru's base. He had taken out one foreign link after another to Danzo and the last link was Orochimaru. She stopped tapping her finger and spoke. All in favor of sending the rookies out in an observatory capacity? Tsunade asked. Can we send at least one Anbu squad or Jonin squad to back them up? Huiza asked with concern painted on his visage. Tsunade nodded, we will send them to observe and track Orion/Naruto. Should we give them a message to pass along? Hiashi scoffed, come back to Konoha and face your execution. Tsunade frowned and Mikoto scowled, but it was Shikaku that spoke up, ask them to meet in neutral grounds. There is something that I do not understand about this whole situation. Tsunade shrugged, that is reasonable, but it is unlikely to succeed. Anyway, I will send the rookie out. Kanabi Bridge is a full 2 days travel away. With Itachi, tracking Danzo, border of Hai no Kuni, Itachi had used her crows to create a surveillance net and now she was tracking Danzo and 3 squads of route. Of course, Naruto was right when he said that going after Orochimaru would make Danzo move. They had been plucking the cripple's allies one by one and now they took the chance to form his hand. They had hamstrung him and tried to push his buttons. They had killed multiple root squads and it became personal after that crazy day. Flashback, 13 months ago, Spring Country Estate, Naruto and Itachi flashed back into the compound, and they instantly felt that something was off. Their instincts were flaring, and they were on edge as the smell of fresh blood hit their nostrils. They ran through the compound and found signs of a struggle and they found Tiri, their live-in babysitter, dead on the couch with her throat slit. Itachi screamed and ran looking for Minaku while Naruto went to check on Tiri. By the look of the wound, she had died within the last 8 hours, and he could still pick up the sense of 4 intruders. She also had smaller wounds that suggested torture rather than a simple struggle or execution. He closed her eyes and created a shadow clone to care for her body while he ran off to Itachi. He found her crying over an empty crib and he pulled her into them. He was fighting back his panic and rage in an effort to comfort Itachi. Shh, let me focus and find his beacon. You know I have them on all the kids. Shh, Naruto soothed. When Naruto reminded Itachi that they could hunt the bastards down, her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated and she growled lowly, "Let's go." Naruto nodded and unsealed his katana, weapons ready. "We don't know what we will be flashing into." Naruto sank into a lotus position on the floor and took the boost from Kurama's chakra to spread his senses. The Hiraishin markers on the children were planted into the children's chakra networks and they were always active because of that. He spread his range out and limited it to 100 miles. 8 hours with added weight would make that his first search sector. He felt Koyuki's beacon, he spread further and felt the markers in her castle and a couple of the towns that he had visited. He calmed his chakra further and he felt the small beacon that was moving west-southwest. He couldn't be sure, but that distance would put them on the ocean. His eyes snapped open, and he held out his hand. "Be ready for a tight fight." "I think they are on the ocean," Naruto cautioned before placing on his Orion mask. Itachi pulled out her daggers with a scowl on her face before she clicked the Tsuki mask on. In a red flash they disappeared from the compound in Spring Country and reappeared in the quarters of a ship in a red flash. There were 4 emotionless drones and the baby was gagged and laying in the corner of the room. Naruto left the root shinobi to Itachi and immediately bounded over to the root that was reaching for the child. His katana was long for such tight quarters, but he had caught them off guard and they didn't have weapons out. With a stabbing motion, his katana penetrated the root mask through the eye socket. Rather than pull the katana out, Naruto left into in the root's skull and turned around in a defensive position in front of Minaku, who was crying through his gag. He saw Itachi slit the throat of one root, duck under a tanto slash of another before her right dagger went up through the bottom of his chin and peeked out the top of his skull. The final root was about to attack her, and the slash would have landed, but the tanto clanged into an orangish chakra construct that surrounded her body in the form of a ribcage. Itachi turned and ripped her dagger out of the root's skull before she stalked towards the sole remaining root. Naruto managed to knock the surviving root unconscious while he was distracted with Itachi. He pulled her into a hug and didn't care at all about the blood that was coating her combat uniform. He soothed her until her Sharingan deactivated and she slumped into his arms. With her calm, he turned on the one remaining member within the room. There were sounds coming from outside the door, but the door was locked, and it couldn't be opened yet. Itachi went over to the door after flipping through seals and the noise outside died out and the pounding on the door could no longer be heard. She watched as Naruto's eyes morphed and she felt the chakra surge to his eyes. When the ringed eyes of the Rinnegan appeared, she couldn't keep herself from marveling at them. Naruto stomped over to the sole surviving root member and placed his hand on his forehead. These emotionless drones may not be able to talk, but their souls and memories were still laid bare before him. He focused on using the human path of the Rinnegan and he began pulling an ethereal blue form out of the shinobi's forehead. As he did this, the memories of the individual began pouring in and Naruto concentrated on organizing them in his mind. Before reviewing all of the memories, his eyes snapped open. "This boat belongs to a slave trader. Want to do a little pro bono, good Samaritan work?" Itachi nodded. She was beyond enraged and her bloodlust as a protective mother had not been sated yet. "Take him home. After that, we can do Kami's work." Naruto created a clone that immediately scooped up Minaku and flashed away. "I am personally more partial to Shinigami-sama's work in scenarios like this." He yanked his katana out of the root member's skull. Itachi undid the seal on the door. "All hail Shinigami-sama then." She threw the door open, and the slaughter began. They sent 62 wretched souls to Shinigami on that day, and they saved 12 lost lambs for Lady Kami. They cleared out documentation, recovered items stolen from their home and sealed away anything valuable on the ship. When they flashed back home, they immediately informed Koyuki. The daimyo was beyond enraged. And she immediately notified Kenji. Unfortunately, Kenji was still concerned about what Danzo was holding over Fire Country. This drove the couple to keep Minaku in Konoha and it helped that they could now flash in and out of the Namikaze Manor at will. Their fame made their son a high-value target and he would be much safer in Konoha. Koyuki was sad to see the blonde child go, but Naruto promised her that he would still stop by as often as he could. It was only a couple months after that when Koyuki told Naruto she was pregnant. End of flashback. Itachi was ready to end the charade and return home. She had time to spend with her mother and she enjoyed that, but she wanted it for the kids. The kids were growing so fast, and it wasn't right to keep them cooped up on the Namikaze estate anymore. She loved her time in the field with Naruto, but she wanted to take out the threats that were close to home and focus on the Akatsuki. As she approached the border of Odogakure, she got slightly nervous. She saw Danzo and a root shinobi that had all of his skin covered up. She sensed thousands of little chakra signatures in him, so she had him pegged as an aburame. She continued forward, using her genjutsu to keep her hidden and invisible. She had been able to sneak up on Kisame and Seimata with this genjutsu, so she wasn't all that worried about being detected. Finally, she saw Danzo come to a stop and she saw a group of Auto shinobi come out of an entrance that was obscured by a genjutsu. It didn't take long for Danzo to go into that shelter, and she couldn't afford to follow after them. She snuck around the perimeter and was able to place a Hiraishin beacon down as well as some listening seals. If this was where the information was hidden, she didn't want to spook Danzo and she could always return and clear this information after the meeting that would clearly be a setup now. Danzo sat down at a table across from Orochimaru. He looked impassively at the snake Sanin in silence for a full minute before he spoke. "What is your price for helping me take down Konoha?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Ku, ku, ku. This same old song and dance? You are getting old, Danzo, and your root has been whittled down from what I have heard." Danzo scowled, "That is why I am here today. I have an offer for you." "I am listening," Orochimaru said while flicking her tongue and folding his hands over one another. Sasori told Orion about the meeting for a spy in your organization that is to take place in 2 days on Kanabi Bridge. He is going to be there and Konoha plans on sending most of the clan heirs. Danzo spilled the opening offer. Ku, Orochimaru chuckled evilly, "And you are telling me this why?" Danzo's lone visible eye hardened, "Because I will help you secure Uchiha Sasuke and any other clan heir you want. The Byakugan, the shadow manipulation, take your pick." Orochimaru tapped his fingers together and asked the so-called spy in his organization. "What do you think, Kabuto-kun?" Kabuto stepped forward and pushed up his glasses. "It could be a worthwhile venture. That being said, Orion and Tsuki are formidable threats." Danzo nodded. "I have 5 squads of root trapping the area now. If you enter the fray with some subordinates, then the clan heirs are available for the picking." "That is a little optimistic," Orochimaru said. "The Byakugan is protected by the seal and it would make it difficult to properly ambush them. What if my root handle that and you focus on Orion?" Danzo pressed. "It feels like I am doing most of the work here, Danzo," Orochimaru hissed. "You are gaining the most. I don't get anything unless your end succeeds." Danzo countered. Orochimaru hissed and shrugged. "Very well, I will attempt to kill or delay Orion." Danzo chuckled evilly. "Orion is Uzumaki Naruto." That was a new piece of information that Konoha gathered. Orochimaru started laughing. Ku, that boy is so entertaining. "Very well, I will play with Naruto-kun. Your root better deliver. I also want Tuya back." "Konoha still has her, do they not?" Danzo nodded. "She is on probation ever since her curse seal was removed." "Did Jiraiya do it?" Orochimaru hissed in displeasure. Danzo nodded. "Then I will collect her when I help you take Konoha. I haven't seen my old teammates in quite a while." It took an hour before Danzo emerged and he was followed shortly thereafter by Orochimaru and Kabuto. Itachi was not privy to any of the conversation, but she didn't need to listen in to understand what was going on. The two exchanged a nod and final farewell before the groups separated slightly and set off in the direction of Kanabi Bridge. She decided to break off of Danzo and track Orochimaru. If there were a base nearby, then she would mark it and search it while the snake was busy with his slithering schemes. Kanabi Bridge, noon. "These emotionless puppets severely underestimate you repeatedly, Ruto-kun," Kurama said within the main seal as the split screen showed her the activities of Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto sighed internally. "Danzo believes that the shadows are out of our sight. We have shown him that he is wrong. Plus, they play out of the same old playbook and never change." Kurama nodded. "Pathetic cripple. I can't believe we need to tiptoe around him. It disgusts me that he can dictate any aspect of our lives. He feels and hears the death bell tolling. After today, he is next," Naruto said darkly, and his bloodlust was really turning Kurama on. "That's another one biting the dust," Kurama said merrily as a squad of Naruto's clones eliminated 4 root shinobi that were watching the western border of the bridge. Naruto shrugged. "It is honestly boring. The Eye of Kagura is overpowered. The Sharingan is overpowered. The Rinnegan, when I use it, is overkill as hell." Kurama giggled. "You sound like my father. That was why he chose the path of Ninshu. It gave him a greater sense of purpose to spread peace than stomp people out with war. Danzo was pretty much all in on this. I count 5 squads and now they are all dead. What do I do about the bridge? It is trapped to high heaven." Naruto asked once the root threat was handled. "Blow it up?" Kurama offered. "I am supposed to meet the spy on it. Then again, They already know Sasori is dead and I am an imposter. Naruto said while thinking. Full frontal, baby bow, full frontal. Kurama said huskily. Naruto shrugged, that sounds fun. I don't want to show people that I can fly, well, hover with the Rinnegan. Kurama giggled, oh yeah, they don't know about it yet. Can you just jump that far? Naruto's eyes narrowed as he looked out over the bridge. The damned route used a plethora of paralysis mines, shock tags and explosive tags. The bridge was pretty much rigged to blow, and Naruto wasn't stupid enough to indulge them. He could feel Kabuto, Orochimaru and 20 Jonin-level shinobi on the far side of the gorge. He got the message from Itachi that she was searching through the hideout that Kabuto and Orochimaru departed from. What to do? What to do? Q, want to give my Sage Mode a boost for the jump over? I think I'm willing to show that and they won't be able to see my face. Naruto thought. What's mine is your and your mine, love. Kurama said in a sexy tone. But if you use my chakra then that means I get the real you tonight. Deal, Naruto said while sinking into a lotus position to gather natural energy. He was still very slow at this process, and it took him nearly 5 whole minutes to gather it. His training at Maya Okusan was great and he took to Senjutsu pretty well, but it frustrated him that he had to sit still for 5 minutes to get a 15-minute boost. I didn't write out the training arc because we have all seen Shippuden and watched his training. Apologies, but I wanted to get to the meat and taters of the story. Kanabi Bride, with the rookies, 300 meters out, the rookies and their sensei had been listening to Hinata and Neji breaking down the action for them. They were amazed that Naruto was able to kill so many shinobi single-handedly without even raising the alarm. Of course, the root shinobi were systematically assassinated by Naruto's clones, but it was still impressive. 20 root shinobi killed within 5 minutes with no big jutsus used. What's he doing now, Neji? Kakashi asked. Neji frowned as his Byakugan zoomed in on Naruto. His frown turned to a scowl when Naruto made a cranking motion with his left hand and his right middle finger angled right towards Neji. He growled when he heard Hinata giggle. He knows we are here. He is signing that there are 22 auto shinobi on the other side. Hinata added. Why is he telling us? Shikamaru asked. As the stupid kids had their frivolous conversation, Sasuke was trying to figure out how he could make it to Orochimaru. He needed a distraction so that he could go to the Sanin for power. It was clear to him that he would never be able to achieve the strength needed to kill his sister in Konoha. He missed out on the conversation, and he stewed in his thoughts until gasps broke him out of his reflections. His mouth hung open as he watched Naruto run up to the canyon and jump over it in a single, mighty leap. As if signaled by the start of the real action, 3 root squads and 3 auto squads surrounded the rookie and their Jonin instructors. This chaos distracted them from Naruto's battle against Orochimaru and Naruto was too busy to help out. A pitched battle began, and it only got more volatile after Sasuke darted off and Sai trailed him. The remaining rookies closed ranks and fought as a team. Man to man, they were better than the shinobi attacking them. Teamwork to teamwork, they were better than the shinobi attacking them. Their only option was to hold out until the Anbu squad attached to them could provide some relief. Orochimaru's base, 15 miles from Kanabi Bridge, 12:05 p.m., Itachi was covered in blood with her best friend's cane and Abel in her hands. The daggers glinted in the torchlight of Orochimaru's base as she moved stealthily through. She had seen Orochimaru and Kabuto leave from this location, and she had let Naruto know via the communication seal before beginning her exploration. The auto shinobi guarding the location were an absolute joke and she was working her way through the maze of underground hallways. The base was sick. There was no other way to say it. Human body parts, exam rooms that looked more like rooms from a haunted house, prisoners with dead eyes, vials and tubes filled with weird liquids and an overwhelming anti-skeptic stench. Itachi would prefer to be with Naruto, but this could let her begin the final stage of her plans to return to Konoha. This was required for her to be with her family, and that gave her the strength needed to move forward. Kanabi Bridge, Orochimaru and Kabuto vs Naruto, 12:07 p.m. Naruto enjoyed the flight through the air and rapid descent to the ground. He enjoyed the stupefied looks on the faces of Orochimaru, Kabuto and the 20 shinobi they brought. He appreciated that the blue and white Sharingan was recording the events for him to remember for the rest of his life. As he closed in on his landing area, Naruto saw the shinobi preparing to surround him and he channeled his chakra, Senjutsu chakra and Kurama's chakra into his legs. When he landed, he lashed out with his heels and a massive explosion encompassed that whole side of the bridge. From a bird's eye view, captured by Kario, there was a dust screen that arose that covered nearly 400 feet in diameter and chunks of shredded earth were strewn about even wider than the dust cloud. When the cloud cleared, Karyo saw that 10 of the Oto shinobi were already dead and Naruto was making quick work of the others. The crow didn't understand why Orochimaru and Kabuto were staying fixed in their positions and watching the display. Naruto landed and his overwhelming chakra superpowered his body to reinforce itself as well as heal the moderate damage to his lower body from the landing. It didn't even take 3 seconds for Naruto to recover before he blurred through the dust cloud with Kubakirabocho. It took less than a minute for the dust cloud to disperse and it only took Naruto 3 minutes to deal with the 20 trash mobs that Orochimaru brought with him. Despite the death of his men, Orochimaru remained confident as he watched Naruto decimate the trash that he brought with him. Despite his best efforts, lab-grown Jonin could never hope to stand up to such a specimen. Orochimaru didn't intervene because he wished to have a conversation with the young man. He still remembered the display he put on during the Chunin exams and he wanted to talk to such an interesting man. Orochimaru was clapping as he looked down on Naruto from his perch with Kabuto by his side. When Naruto came to a halt and looked up at him, the snake Sanin stopped clapping and spoke in his slithery voice. Ku, that was quite impressive, Orion-kun, or should I say Naruto-kun. You have become an absolutely fascinating specimen since last we met in the Forest of Death. Naruto resealed Kubakirabocho, undid his mask and entertained the conversation. I guess I will take that as a compliment. Why did you bring trash to An's rank battle? Orochimaru shrugged indifferently and began playing with a pink crystal in his hands. I just had to see if all the rumors around Orion were accurate. I must say, you didn't disappoint, Naruto-kun. Naruto shrugged indifferently with the smallest of smirks on his face. Thanks, I guess. So, why are you talking to me rather than fighting? I am not exactly your friend. Ku, that is true. However, much like myself, you harbor no love for Konoha. I thought we might be able to reach an accord. Naruto scoffed, you partnered with Danzo. I hate him more than I could ever hate Konoha. That guy behind me is probably one of his loyal drones. He felt the approach of a mature and emotionless chakra behind him. Torune approached while removing his gloves and shirt to expose a dark purple skin. You will submit yourself to Danzo-sama, Kyubi Jinchuriki. Naruto cocked his head toward Torune. Why do you choose to work with guys like that? They are so damned boring. Orochimaru flicked his tongue and laughed while Kabuto chuckled. He was a means to an end. His fixation on becoming the Hokage made him easy enough to understand and manipulate. Clean that up and we can continue our conversation. I have a proposition for you. Naruto turned from his position in the bottom of the crater and addressed Torune. He could tell that this guy was elite Jonin, probably a high A rank. That being said, he wasn't holding a weapon. That was pretty stupid and pointed to an over-reliance on the microscopic bugs that he could sense all over his skin. Naruto unsealed Uzu no Hashi and set into a stance. Torune got into a battle stance and attempted to do what was needed. His bug clone up above the ground should create an opening for him to touch the Jinchuriki. Once his parasitic insects are in his body, he will have to go to Danzo-sama for the antidote. Torune was paying attention to the vibrations of the earth, and he was listening to his hive when something unplanned happened. Naruto scoffed at the pitiable tactic. Did Danzo really not inform his men that he was a powerful censor? He couldn't blame them for not knowing about his Sage Mode, but even without Sage Mode he would have seen through this pathetic ruse. Naruto channeled chakra to his sword and lashed out in 3 crescent blades that soured at the bug clone one after another. Then Naruto spun, arced his sword up above his head in a diagonal arc and then swung down in a left to right diagonal slash that sent an arc of potent lightning chakra tearing into the ground. Torune was unable to dodge fast enough, and the lightning blade tore through the ground covering him and left him in pieces. His parasitic hive was left without a master, and, without a master, the bugs turned on their container to provide the sustenance they needed. Within a minute, the parasitic microscopic beetles were left without a host, and they would soon die as their short lifespans came to an abrupt end. Naruto resheathed Whirlpool's edge and clipped the sheath onto his utility belt. He turned calmly to face Orochimaru, who hadn't moved during the brief display. He cocked his head to the side and said, "Now, where were we?" Orochimaru couldn't stop himself from clapping at the performance. He was so highly amused by the man, even though he was simultaneously wary of his power. We were talking about Danzo, although it is clear that he will not be able to hold up his end of the bargain. Naruto shrugged, not my problem. Now, I have a question for you and your assistant. I am not your friend, not your ally, and I am not even your enemy at this point. That being said, your alliance with Danzo makes you my enemy. Care to remedy that? Orochimaru nodded. The old cripple is a vestige of the past. What did you have in mind? I want the blackmail that he is holding over Fire Country and Konoha. I want it so that I can go in and end his life without worrying about how it affects those I care about, Naruto said firmly. Kabuto-kun? Orochimaru said while turning his head towards Kabuto. The spectacled man pushed his glasses up onto the bridge of his nose. I have it. It is kept safe in a safe location for such a time as Orochimaru-sama needs it. Naruto nodded. That is what I thought. I want it, every copy of it. Orochimaru frowned. Why do you care about information that does concern you? It could only hurt Konoha and the Fire Daimyo. My priorities are not your concern, Naruto said firmly. Orochimaru shrugged. Then we are at an impasse, Naruto-kun. I do not have anything against you, but I do not wish to aid my former village, Naruto sighed. It was worth a shot. Naruto pulsed his chakra and a purple barrier erupted around their location as 4 of his clones activated the sealing arts, 4 Crimson Flames formation barrier. So, you know what this barrier is, shall we dance? Orochimaru didn't like this. He didn't like this one bit. The shift in demeanor and tone made it very clear that Naruto was looking for a fight this whole time. I think we can come to an agreement, Naruto-kun. Nah, Naruto said dismissively, I gave you your chance. Truth be told, I want a good fight and I don't trust you. Naruto grabbed his Orion mask and clipped it to his face. Orochimaru hissed, you underestimate me, boy. Orochimaru nicked his thumb and slid blood down the ceiling tattoo on his right arm. In a massive puff of smoke, he was riding atop the head of Manda. Naruto immediately countered by summoning Gameken. He would keep Kichi and Gamahiro in reserve. Ken, I need you to deal with Manda and keep him off me. Can you handle that for me, big guy? Ken nodded and grabbed the Sasumata and shield from his back. I am ungraceful, but I will assist you, Naruto. Cool. Naruto replied as he gathered chakra to his hand and began swirling it. He added in the lightning chakra as the standoff was reaching peak tension. In a blur, Naruto tossed baseball-sized sphere that had more chakra than most S-rank jutsu. The lightning ball sailed through the air at insane speeds and caught Manda and Orochimaru off guard. The ball was heading straight for Manda's torso and the giant snake boss began dodging out of the way. The size of the snake boss worked again as the ball collided with Manda's side and burrowed into his body. The snake boss screamed in pain as the electricity contained within the ball erupted in a blue and swirling cloud of potent Raten chakra. Orochimaru had felt the potency of the jutsu, but he was more interested than concerned, at least until the jutsu was thrown. When he saw what it did to Manda, his eyes widened, and he created a platform of pink crystal to insulate himself from the surge of electricity that coursed through Manda's body. When Manda was forcibly sent back to the summoning realm, Orochimaru and Kabuto found themselves falling through the chakra smoke. Naruto, what do you need me for now? Gameken asked in a clumsy manner. Naruto chuckled, I didn't expect it to do that much damage to a boss summon. Well, want to stick around and smash some skulls in? Indeed, Gameken said as he jumped into the air to avoid another snake summon that erupted from the ground. I will stay and play as long as you supply the chakra. Naruto laughed and jumped off of Gameken's head to engage Orochimaru. Have fun and take as much chakra as you need. Naruto felt Orochimaru gathering chakra and he was forced to use his katana to cut through a volley of pink kunai that shattered into crystals as he cut them apart. That was a new ability for the snake and he could only pity the poor bastard that offered their body to Orochimaru. One of the crystals managed to get through his sword defense and lodged in his left leg. The crystal started growing rapidly and Naruto had to use his free hand to pull it out. That was concerning and he couldn't afford to underestimate Orochimaru any further. Naruto recovered gracefully from his jump off Gameken's head, and he felt the ground rumble as his friend fought against one of Manda's kin. Before Naruto could engage, he countered a slash from the grass cutter sword with his own blade and he ducked as Kabuto came in with chakra scalpels. Naruto was surprised by how well coordinated the two were when fighting together, but they weren't but buddies for no reason. Naruto was on the defensive for the next couple minutes as a very high-speed kenjutsu battle began. Naruto's enhanced reflexes helped him avoid damage and any superficial damage done by Kabuto's chakra scalpels healed almost instantly. It seemed like Kabuto realized this because the chakra scalpels changed from light green to a poisonous aquamarine. Naruto could tell that was corruptive chakra and he would need to watch out for that. Naruto finally had enough of the 2-on-1 and he knew that his Sage mode would be fading soon. He wanted to deal with this, and Kurama was ready to hop in. He really didn't want to publicize that he could go into GKM. He doubted that this battle was private, and he was sure the Akatsuki was watching in some way or another. Naruto parried another blow from the Kusanagi and lashed out with his foot. It impacted and cratered Orochimaru's chest as the snake Sanin went rocketing backwards. This left Kabuto in a one-on-one and the medic ninja was not on Naruto's level. The only reason he ever landed a blow was because Naruto was devoting most of his senses to Orochimaru. That being said, this worm knew where the blackmail was, and Naruto could no longer afford to play. Beneath the Orion mask, Naruto's Sharingan turned into purple rings and Kabuto was more than surprised when Naruto raised his left hand and said, "Banshu Tenin." Kabuto's eyes widened as he was pulled rapidly towards Naruto, and he couldn't dodge as the gravitational force removed his capacity to move. He was impaled through his chest on Uzu no Hashi and he coughed up a lungful of blood on Orion's mask. Before he could struggle off the sword, he watched as Naruto placed his hand on his forehead. In a dizzying sensation, Kabuto's perspective changed as he began having an out-of-body experience. Naruto pulled Kabuto's soul out quickly with the human path. He could feel Orochimaru was using his body regeneration technique and he didn't want Orochimaru seeing the Rinnegan. He felt Gamekan land a blow as the earth shook and the snake summon was dispelled in a puff of smoke before Ken dismissed himself back to Maya Oku. He yanked the soul out and absorbed the essence before he was forced to turn and address a wave of snakes that each had a replica of Kusanagi sticking out of their mouths. Naruto flipped through 4 hand seals, and he blew a fire-style, regal fire dragon out of his mouth. He was grateful for the Rinnegan and the enhancement it gave him to his fire affinity. The regal fire dragon was about 4 times bigger than a normal fire dragon and it burned hotter to boot. Naruto watched and felt the incineration of nearly 10,000 snakes. The flames continued on towards Orochimaru, but they came to an abrupt halt when they crashed into a pink, crystalline wall. Orochimaru jumped over the explosion of flames and a pink crystal dragon swirled around him in midair before it roared and descended towards Naruto. Rather than counter a powerful 2-element dragon, Naruto removed a 3-pronged kunai and aimed for a tree 100 feet away. He left loose the kunai and the area flashed red before the crystal dragon tore a deep gouge in the earth. Orochimaru was forced to manipulate his body in a freakish and snaky way as a pressurized stream of water threatened to shred him in midair. Orochimaru missed the Hiraishin used earlier, but his eyes widened as a 3-pronged kunai sailed past his head. It was only years of trained reflexes and hardened battle instinct that allowed him to maneuver the Kusanagi into a blocking position. The clan from the 2 high-grade swords rang in Orochimaru's ears before he was once more subjected to the powerful kick from Naruto. This time, a crusting of pink crystals absorbed the worst of the impact as Orochimaru tumbled backwards nearly 50 feet. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he saw Naruto forming another Rasenjari, except this one was even bigger than before. Orochimaru then took some blood from his lip before slamming his hands on the ground. 3 of the Rashomon gates sprung up in front of him. The first gate was ripped through by the ball of lightning and it exploded violently into the second gate, which made it fall back into the third Rashomon gate that was summoned. Orochimaru took a brief second to breathe a sigh of relief. He needed out of this situation because it was spiraling out of control, and he was going to run out of chakra much faster than Naruto would. Naruto felt the panic spike in Orochimaru, and he took a modicum of satisfaction in it. However, that Rasenjari exhausted the last of the Senjutsu chakra that he had stored up. Kurama filled the void with her own chakra and Naruto sighed in contentment as Kurama's chakra filled his coil. He wouldn't need the full GKM, but he would take a couple tails. He disappeared in a red blur as he ran around the massive gates. Orochimaru felt the spike in the Kyuubi's chakra, and he knew that he was in trouble. He had been fighting against Naruto without the Kyuubi's enhancement. He didn't know about Sage Mode yet, but that would be irrelevant soon enough. Orochimaru dug underground to think how he would get out of this containment barrier. He was a genius and he had studied and taught this barrier to his former bodyguards. Think, Orochimaru, think. Come on. Think. Naruto felt the snake slither underground and he smirked. Doten was his worst element, but the Rinnegan was an amazing tool and he had committed enough time training with shadow clones to be confident in his plan. Naruto went through seals and forced his chakra into a more rigid and controlled nature than it would prefer. He channeled that chakra to his arms and hands before he placed his hands on the earth and called out, "Earth style, tearing fishu." The earth tore itself apart violently from the origin of Naruto's palms and it spread rapidly towards where he sensed Orochimaru. Chunks and shards of earth were spit out of the fissure as the earth shredded itself in a violent fashion. Finally, Orochimaru was ejected from his hiding spot along with a cluster of earth shards. That was what Naruto was waiting for and he blurred forward as Orochimaru was flailing through the air. Orochimaru felt the tremors in the earth before he was violently ejected from his hiding spot. He didn't take much damage, but that made the 4th element that Naruto used in this fight. He used his battle senses to right himself in midair and he pushed off an airborne boulder to dodge the sword slash from Kubakirabocho. He hissed in pain as his legs were severed at the shins. He felt the corrosive nature of the chakra burning his legs and he was now off balance on his new trajectory. Naruto saw that he partially hit, and he knew he needed to take advantage of this opening. He turned himself in midair and pushed himself towards Orochimaru. The boulder he pushed off of went sailing into the barrier due to the amount of force he used to change his momentum. Naruto tackled Orochimaru in midair before the snake could even land, and he clamped tightly around the snake Sanin and drove him hard into the ground in an explosion of earth and dust. As the dust cleared, Naruto was standing over Orochimaru, who was laying flat on the ground. He wore a look of fear, rage and defiance on his face, but he couldn't move a muscle. Naruto brushed the dirt off his uniform and stretched out casually above the snake Sanin. He spun around on his heel and removed his mask before smirking down at Orochimaru. "You see, Snake, I was never willing and would never be willing to work with you. Would you like to know why?" Naruto asked as his voice turned demonic and his eyes flickered red with power. "Why?" "I spared your life in the forest of death," Orochimaru shouted. "I attacked the village that abused you your whole life." Naruto nodded. "Indeed, you did. And if that was all you did, I wouldn't have cared. Do you know where you went wrong?" Orochimaru's eyes widened. "This is about Anko?" Naruto's smirk turned evil. "Yes." He growled. "Yes, it is. Ridiculous. I only gave her power," Orochimaru shouted. Naruto shook his head. "No, you cursed her and abandoned her. When I freed her from her curse, you did it again to spite her. That is why you will die today." Naruto finished in a roar as he flickered into GKM. Naruto gathered globes of compressed chakra that were blue, red, white and black. He compressed the ball of dense chakra into the size of a golf ball with tremendous effort. He idly tossed a Hiraishin kunai towards the edge of the barrier before he bent down into a catcher's stance over Orochimaru. He reveled in the fear he felt coming from the snake, and he was really going to enjoy this next part. A shadow clone formed and spread Orochimaru's hinged jaw wide open. He forced the globe of compressed chakra down the snake's throat and could tell that it was incinerating him from the inside out. He smiled down at Orochimaru. "Don't be mad, I am only giving you power." Naruto let go of his control over the ball of compressed Bijou chakra and he immediately used the Hiraishin to the kunai he threw earlier. He protected himself with an earth dome as the shockwave of the explosion ripped through the barrier. Orochimaru could do nothing as the violent chakra surged out of control and erupted from its compressed state with a violence befitting the Queen of Bijou. The explosion lasted for 10 seconds, and the chakra surge created a crater that was 850 feet in diameter. It rattled everything in the barrier, and it vaporized everything within range of its violent release. Naruto laid himself low into the ground behind his earth barrier while Kurama berated him for not flashing outside of the damness. As the destabilized Bijudama exploded, every limb, every organ, every cell of Orochimaru's body was vaporized in a violent explosion of chakra. With that final explosion, the snake Sanin Orochimaru was no more. Orochimaru's hideout, with Itachi, 12:30 p.m. Itachi felt her wrist vibrate and she pressed her whirlpool seal. She felt the vibrations from Naruto that told her Orochimaru and Kabuto were dead. It also told her that Sasuke and Sai had left the rookies behind. Naruto told her that Sasuke was waiting to confront him. She sighed and pinged back that Naruto should pick her up and she will deal with her little brother. Moments later, a brilliant red flash illuminated the lab room that Itachi was looking through. Naruto whistled. "Dang, looks like you got to have some fun. Leave anyone alive?" "No." Itachi answered. All of the crazy and evil shit she had just witnessed put her in a foul mood. "Anything left to clean up?" "The blackmail isn't here. I used human path on Kabuto, and we can go pick it up later. I want to mess with the rookies, and they may need some healing." "What happened?" Itachi asked seriously. Naruto sighed. "They were ambushed when my battle started. Sasuke and Sai ditched them and made their way over to my barrier that I trapped Orochimaru in. Your stupid brother tried killing one of my clones with Amaterasu." Itachi rubbed her temples. "How many chances do we give him?" Naruto shrugged. "Want me to use the Kodo Amatsukami on him? I haven't tried it out yet." "No," Itachi answered softly. "He needs to choose the right path. Maybe there will be hope for him when the truth is finally revealed." Naruto broke eye contact with Itachi and thought, "I wouldn't hold my breath." Itachi basically read his mind and slugged him good in the shoulder. "That's enough out of you, mister. Link to Q, remember?" she said while pointing at her right temple. Naruto shrugged. "It's true. We broke him, Chi-chan. He was always broken, but, well, yeah," Itachi sighed. "Let's go deal with this. Leave a marker here so we can pick some stuff up later. The test subjects have already been freed." Naruto stuck one of his kunai into a wall. "Let's go say hello to old friends." Kanabi Bridge, with the rookies, 12:35 p.m. Hinata was applying healing to Kiba, who had earned a severe gash on his right side. She had already issued priority for the healing pills and given them to the worst injuries. Huji had been in rough shape as he played defense for the rookies. Shikamaru caught a kunai to his right shoulder and lost a lot of blood. Neji had suffered chakra burns from overusing the rotation against fire jutsu users. Kakashi was suffering chakra exhaustion, again. Asuma nearly lost an eye and has a new grisly scar running from his left eye to the bottom of his left chin. Kurenai had been stabbed through the gut from behind. It was an intense battle and they barely got through it. Without the backup from the Anbu squad, they wouldn't have gotten through it at all. Anbu squad Haka lost 2 members as they took on the biggest threats. One of them had his mind destroyed by a Yamanaka before Hinata had obliterated said Yamanaka's inner organs. All in all, it was a fearsome battle, and they have nothing to show for it except dead auto bodies because the bodies of the blank mask Anbu incinerated themselves. What a waste. Hinata looked towards the purple barrier on the far side of the ravine. The massive explosion had ended a couple minutes ago, and the barrier was still standing. She knew that Naruto would be okay, but that didn't mean she wouldn't worry for him. As she was looking at it, her Byakugan caught a chakra flare, and she sensed Orion and Tsuki. Hinata turned to the Jonin leaders. Orion and Tsuki just dropped the barrier. Sasuke and Sai are confronting them now. Asuma groaned, "What the fuck is wrong with that Uchiha? He and that Sai kid just abandoned us." Kakashi was laying semi-conscious on his back. The chakra pill helped, but he was still going through backlash from the Sharingan. "We need to get over there." Kurenai scoffed, "Why? He left us. He should be charged with abandoning a mission and disobeying orders. Let Naruto deal with the bastard." Kiba groaned as the fresh wound on his side pulsed with pain. Kanabi Bridge, with Orion and Tsuki, they arrived back in the barrier and Orion dismissed the clones that were holding up the barrier. It took less than 10 seconds for Sasuke to engage the two in a fight. Naruto let Itachi deal with Sasuke, and he dealt with Sai. As soon as he dodged the first ink creature, he remembered who this pale, emotionless freak was. He was the guy that attacked him in the Chunin exams after he got out of that snake. Naruto thoroughly enjoyed smacking Sai around for a couple minutes. He felt the rookies stirring and he was glad that they had managed to survive the ambush. He just got finished destroying another ink bird from the root shinobi that operated in plain sight. Naruto blocked his tanto, broke his arm and grabbed him by the throat as he was falling. To add insult to injury, he destroyed his scroll and ink with a fireball while holding him by the throat. "Little root ninja out in the sun," Naruto said in a taunting melody. "Don't roots shrivel in the light?" Gurgle, gurgle, gasp. Sai got out as his face turned red from lack of oxygen and blood. Naruto tightened his grip on Sai's throat. "What was that? I couldn't hear you?" Before Naruto tossed him to the ground, he marked him with a Hiraishin beacon on his throat. With the final phase of the operation in effect, it was time for Danzo to die. Sai clutched his throat and coughed in a heap on the ground. He glared up at Naruto, who had picked up his discarded tanto and was flipping it around in his hand. "My master will get you." Naruto caught the tanto by the hilt and sealed it into a seal on his wrist. "I am not scared of your so-called master. Tell the old cripple he can come and get me any time he wants." Naruto then lashed out with a straight kick and made Sai's world go black. "Naruto, why did you do that?" Lee asked while falling into a battle stance. Moments later, the other bruised and beaten rookies dropped in behind him. Naruto turned slowly with his Orion mask on and looked dispassionately at Lee. "Why do you all defend a man that left you when you were being ambushed? I felt that whole fight." Kakashi stepped forward and Naruto could sense that his chakra was well below half. "Naruto, you need to stop this and submit yourself to us. I don't want to hurt you." Naruto laughed once more. "Oh, please, you guys are in rough shape. So long as you don't bother me, I am not threat to you. Other than guy opening the 8th gate, I have nothing to worry about, so just stay there and wait for Sasuke's punishment to end." Kakashi fell into a battle stance and Naruto was forced to jump and spin through 2 Konoha Senpu that came from high and low on either side. Before he landed, he disappeared in a red flash to dodge out of Neji's Juken. He appeared behind Hinata and held a kunai to her throat and backed away, which made all of the rookies freeze. Naruto took great enjoyment in fondling Hinata through her uniform and channeling chakra in while doing it. "Just stay back and let Tsuki play with Sasuke, and nobody will get hurt," Naruto said forcefully. Kakashi's eyes widened to see Naruto using his father's Hiraishin with such proficiency. He had made an informed guess when he confronted them in River Country, but this confirms it. His muscles were tensed as Naruto threatened Hinata, but Kakashi saw him fondling her and it didn't make sense. Hinata didn't look scared, she looked turned on. Let go of Hinata, you bastard. Kiba growled and Akamaru stepped up to his flank. Why should I? Naruto asked, she is mine by right of the good old grudge contract. I can do whatever I want of her. The hand that was circling chakra into her clit through her pants migrated up and made a show of taking a full grip of Hinata's boobs right in front of everyone. Naruto-kun, Hinata panted and protested meagerly as she did her best not to succumb to pleasure in front of everyone. Kurenai scowled, don't be a pig. That is most unyouthful. Lee and Guy added. Shikamaru's eyes narrowed at the display and the unsettling feeling that he was missing something crucial tickled at the back of his mind again. Naruto, quit being troublesome and let her go. Naruto felt Sasuke's chakra signature fade and he felt Itachi walking over. He flipped his mask up, spun Hinata around, placed a fiery kiss on her lips and grabbed her ass. He enjoyed the gasps for a couple seconds before he lightly pushed Hinata back towards the rookies and jumped back to Tsuki's side. Well, hello everyone. It is good to see you again. We must be going though. Take care, Itachi said in a casually flirty and taunting tone. Kurenai had jumped in front of Hinata, and she was scowling at the two. What is wrong with you two? You can't just go around doing that to people. Orion cocked his head to the side, but that is exactly what I am doing. I am doing whatever the hell I want. Jana. He gave a casual wave and the two disappeared in a red flash. What the hell is going on? Ino shouted in frustration and summarized the feelings of everyone in the group. Spring Country, Koyuki's estate. 3 days after Kanabi Bridge, Naruto and Itachi appeared in a red flash within the private estate of Koyuki. She had a Hiraishin beacon set up in her living room and her guards knew that the two were always welcome. It was nighttime, so Naruto had expected her to be there, but he could feel she was still in her office. When he told Itachi this, they helped themselves to Koyuki's amazing bathtub. Itachi leaned back into Naruto, reveling in the feeling of their naked bodies melding together in a manner that seemed so natural and unforced. She leaned her head against his shoulder and enjoyed the warm water supplemented by his comforting aura. She whispered in his ear and her soft voice stirred the contented moment. So, my love, are you ready to end this? Naruto placed a kiss on the top of her head and pulled her further into him. So long as I have you by my side, I fear nothing. Itachi blushed, still overwhelmed by his amazing displays of affection that never failed to melt her heart. You always know exactly what to say to make my heart skip a beat. Itachi moaned and kissed his bicep while letting her fingers trace down his arm. Naruto smirked into the back of her head, it is easy when I just speak the truth. Itachi's blush deepened, thank you for being so good to me, Ruto. You saved me, Itachi. You pulled me up from nothing and saved me from the darkness. From that day, you had my heart, soul and all that I am. You have nothing to thank me for, Naruto whispered softly into her ear and kissed her neck. Itachi moaned in comfort. The lovers shared their intimate moment in the bath until Koyuki came into the house. The bathroom door was left open and Koyuki entered the frame in her maternity dress with a tired look on her face. She looked affectionately at the two lovers, her lovers, that were asleep in the bath. She dropped her dress and joined the two in the tub, which caused the two to stir. Itachi immediately insisted on switching places and Koyuki found herself in Naruto's embrace shortly thereafter. As Naruto massaged her back, Koyuki was questioning them on recent events. She was happy that they had taken out one of the key stumbling blocks and that they additionally eliminated the final obstacle. She whined a bit about them moving away from spring once more, but she immediately received reassurance. She talked to them about a plan to step down from active rule to spend time with the children and about possibly relocating to Konoha when it is safe to do so. We don't have to do anything right away, Haim, Naruto said, I really don't even want to return to Konoha full time until we have removed the Akatsuki. Koyuki cocked her head at that, why not? Because the Akatsuki have members that can sneak into villages or obliterate them outright. Itachi explained, we can't always be in the villages and Ruto's defensive barriers can only do so much. Naruto back up Itachi, one member of the Akatsuki has Rinnegan. With these eyes, he could potentially take on the Hidden Leaf single-handedly. Koyuki gasped in surprise at that before she moaned from Naruto's tender touch to her sore sides. No way. Naruto kissed her neck, yes way, Haim. Theoretically, I could easily do the same. If I Hiraishin to a village, synced with Kurama and let loose a Baijudama or two, then I could kill thousands instantly. Koyuki shivered at the thought of that kind of power in nefarious hands, that's terrifying. I thought Sky Country's attack was bad enough, Itachi laughed, Naruto can do more than that whole floating country put together. I am just grateful that we are here to help you deal with that, Koyuki chuckled wryly at that, no kidding. I can't even imagine how much damage they would have done before Konoha was able to respond. Naruto's hand stopped and he turned grim. You and anybody that supported you would have been dead. That Zero Tails would have fed off the despair of the people and then they may have become a real threat to other nations. You never told me how you defeated that, Ruto, Koyuki said. Naruto laughed at that. Zero Tails versus 9. It wasn't really much of a fight. The guy that was using the power was a complete joke. The only reason I am so strong is because I built up my shinobi foundation so that I can properly use Kurama's chakra. Oh, okay, Koyuki said, not really understanding. Well, our scientists have been having fun dissecting the ruins. They made an improvement to the blimp that makes it move faster and smoother. That's nice. Hey Ruto, can I get a clone? Itachi asked after hearing Koyuki moan from the massage. A clone formed and began tending to her. Also, have they arrived back at the leaf yet? No. Naruto answered, according to Hinata, they are licking their wounds in Hadamaki village. They took some scrapes during that ambush by Root. Itachi moaned as her clone set to work. What did they do with Sai and my little brother? Tied them up and bound their chakra. Naruto answered. I need the drone free though. He will be the only one who can find Danzo. When will they be returning? Koyuki asked. Naruto pondered that. 2 days, I think. Moving at shinobi speeds is challenging with that many wounded. Which means we need to pay a visit to Kenji. It's go time. Itachi finished. Cleaning out Konoha, Naruto and Itachi, outskirts of Konoha, Naruto and Itachi were looking at the new underground entrance to Root with hungry looks on their faces. They had gotten Kenji's approval to clean house, and they were going to complete that mission to its fullest extent. Naruto and Itachi had spoken to Tsunade who had signed off on kill orders for Shimura Danzo, Mitokoto Homura, and Yutane Koharu. The first stop on this list was obviously going to be Danzo because they needed to get to him before he could go underground and slink off into the shadows. There was another reason to target Danzo first. Orochimaru kept notes of their meetings and they had definitive proof that he assisted Orochimaru during the invasion. He bribed Orochimaru with Konoha secrets and he gave Orochimaru tissue samples from Hashirama, Tobirama, Namikaze Minato and many other people. The amount of underhanded shit that those two cretins got up to together was unreal and disgusting. That was why they knew about Danzo's regrown arms. Itachi had been curious about it, but it all made sense now. They read about the implanted Sharingan that he already had in his arm and Naruto remembered the 40 or so Sharingan that were in storage that he had destroyed. They knew about the binding seal he had on the arm so that it didn't sap his chakra and they knew exactly what they were going to do about it. They were waiting for the right opportunity to slip into the base. The teams had returned to Konoha at 3 p.m. and by 4 p.m. Sai was already slinking off to report to Danzo. His puppets were so predictable. Naruto knew that that was their opportunity and he wasn't going to let anything mess it up for him. He knew from the Root member that he used the human path on that. Entrances were trapped with alarm seals. That was why they were waiting on the one sentry to give them an opening to disable the alarm seal and eliminate him. Even drones have to go to the bathroom and this particular drone did just that by walking out of the entrance and behind a tree. Itachi made short work of him while Naruto approached the entrance to the hideout. He took a minute to disable the alarm and then the two of them disappeared from the warmth of the sun and into the tunnel that led them into Root HQ. It took 30 minutes and only 5 dead Root for Itachi and Naruto to reach the room where Sai's Hirashin beacon was pinging from. Naruto's Eye of Kagura noted that the base was pretty much vacant. Therefore, Danzo's corrupted chakra signature could be sensed as easily as the moon on a complete solar eclipse. It seems like their efforts in countering Danzo had paid off. That was what he wanted. He wanted this cripple to die in disgrace and in the dark like the rat bastard he is. Danzo had just received the report from Sai. He knew something went wrong when none of his Root reported back, but he never expected things to be this bad. His final play was thwarted, his final ally was dead, and his Root was a pale imitation of what it once was. In his glory days, the name Shimura Danzo, Darkness of Shinobi, was enough to make Konoha's enemies shiver in fright. Now, he is a long-forgotten relic that controls nobody and inspires nothing. Danzo was never one for drinking, but today was an exception. His thoughts were too dark and pitiable for his emotional conditioning to blot out. He was consumed in self-loathing and hatred and the burn of scotch on his throat was one comfort that he wished to feel again while he entertained his self-loathing and depression. With the sloshing of liquid, Danzo's glass was filled to 3 fingers with scotch and his unnatural hand cupped around the glass. As Danzo was lifting the glass to his lips, his door was kicked open and he spilled the drink down the front of his robes. Naruto kicked the door open, and Itachi entered with Sharingan blazing. She launched herself at Danzo and kicked him into the wall. As he was implanted in the wall, 2 daggers, Cain and Abel, tore into his right shoulder joint and made Danzo scream out in pain. A second later, Itachi yanked one blade up and pulled the other one down. In a spray of blood and a scream of pain, Danzo lost his right arm. In another spray of blood, the eye under the bandage was ripped out and his left hand was severed. Itachi yanked Danzo's body up out of the crater of the wall and slammed the bleeding cripple back into his chair. Danzo had screamed out in pain, but now he was laughing maniacally. His one good eye was looking right at Itachi while blood poured out of his wounds. He was grinning at Itachi with blood in his teeth while his brain did its best to dull the pain. Ah ha ha ha, you suffered for years, and I die in minutes. I win, Itachi, Danzo said as he channeled chakra into the seal on his chest. Tsukiyomi, Itachi whispered. Danzo appeared in a colorless world. Well, every color except red and black was absent as the Sharingan moon stared down on the barren landscape. He looked around and noticed that he was a chicken nugget. His arms and legs had been severed, except he wasn't bleeding. He was powerless to do anything other than lay up propped up on the ground. He glared around the landscape and screamed into the sky. Itachi appeared in front of him in a flock of crows. Shimura Danzo, welcome to my Tsukiyomi. You will spend the next 72 years here and you will be subjected to a special hell, a special form of torture. In the final seconds of your death, you will live 72 years of your worst nightmare, your own personal hell. Danzo laughed maniacally. Do your worst. I still ruined your life. I still win. Itachi just smiled at the pathetic chicken nugget of a man. You ruined nothing. I have my love, I have my family, I have my children and I will have my village. Itachi faded out of existence as the world changed to a children's daycare. It was full of vibrant colors, sunlight, shrieking children, art supplies, toys and paint. Within seconds, Danzo was surrounded by children that were painting on his face, biting his ears, licking him and every other terrifying act that children do. His ears were assaulted with their laughter, with their shrieks, with their crying and with their sounds of jubilation, frustration and everything that makes them children. Danzo's lone eye opened wide in horror before the black pupil turned gray over time. 72 years of shrieking children would do that to any man like Danzo. That was why Itachi did it. She could have caused him pain and killed him over and over again, but that would also take a toll on her soul. Instead, she set a world on replay and withdrew. That was why Itachi savored the graying of his eye that signified the complete loss of Danzo's will to live. The glowing seal and thick black bars on Danzo's exposed chest faded and the pathetic man crumpled into the chair and left this world in a whimper, not a bang. Itachi sighed as she listened to his heart beat the last and Naruto confirmed that his chakra signature was gone. With that nod of the head, Naruto turned to one of the last remaining root members that he could feel in the base. So, Sai, your master is dead. What are you going to do about it? Naruto tightened his grip on Sai's throat. If I remove that seal from your tongue, what would you do with that second chance? This time, Naruto got a flicker of emotion out of Sai. He loosened his grip on Sai's throat and let the emotional compromised boy speak.
I don't know, Sai said in his usual tone. However, there was a flicker of desperation and emotion within him.
Naruto made a snap decision, and he removed Sai's mask. The terrified eyes burned with the will to live that confirmed his next course of action. Naruto unsealed a tag from his utility belt, and he placed the sleep tag on Sai's forehead and put enough chakra into it to keep him asleep for the next few days. The body slackened and his chakra slowed as the seal placed him into a deep sleep. He set the body down and pulled the sealing kit off his waist. Itachi smiled beneath her mask as she watched definitive proof that Naruto's humanity and core was intact. He still had that golden heart and iron will. She turned to the remains of Danzo slumped into the chair and activated her Ms. Black flames encompassed the cripple's remains, his right arm and severed hand. Itachi crushed the eye in her hand and tossed the remains into the black flames. Naruto sealed Sai's body into a stasis scroll. He didn't have time to deal with that tonight. He moved over to the safe and asked Itachi to extinguish the flames. It was time to find more evidence on Homura and Koharu. It didn't take Naruto long to crack the seals and they sealed everything they could into a master scroll that was going to contain the proof of Root's corruption. Itachi stalked through the shadows of the night into Koharu's private home. The evidence of corruption was self-evident in the lavishness of this home. In Itachi's mind, a leader is a servant of the people. Such indulgence is proof that Koharu only served herself. She was determined to do this clean. She didn't want to harm Koharu's family, and she didn't want to scar the children that may find the body. She entered the home silently, moved silently, applied the poison silently and the life of Koharu Utatane passed silently in the night. Naruto approached Homura's home cautiously. He knew about the security detail that he had. The paranoid man always had 2 shinobi on guard. What a waste of village resources. Of course, when the same two shinobi perform the same duty night after night, they get bored. Naruto took advantage of their boredom and lack of awareness to capture them in a genjutsu. The two of them slumped over giggling perversely as their minds were filled with their wildest dreams. Naruto entered the home and the slight bit of remorse that he felt for Moegi, Homura's granddaughter, stayed his hand from destructive violence. He moved quietly through the home with the seals on his shoes dampening any of the sound. He opened the door to Homura's chakra signature and closed it with the slightest squeak. He saw Homura stirring and he moved forward in a blur. He removed the syringe of poison, bypassed his sleepy defenses, covered his mouth and stabbed him in the heart with the syringe. Naruto pushed the plunger all the way down and removed it. Homura slumped back in his bed with his soul on a one-way train to Yami. The other notable deaths of the night were Navina and Otaru. They were not killed quietly, they were not killed silently, and they were not killed cleanly. Those two, in tandem with Mabuki Haruno, organized his beatings. Those two were the ones that paid the orphanage's matron to throw him out. Those two died messy deaths with blood coating their beds. Jiraiya's morbid notes: some people need to die. There is no if, ands or buts about it. Those three kept Konoha trapped in the past. It is not entirely their faults. Tobirama was a paranoid and thorough man by nature, and those three were trained by him during the Second Great War. That being said, it was high past time for them to go, and the wrinkled old bastards just refused to die. On the note of Danzo, he was the worst of the bunch, and he deserved much worse than he got. That much should have been obvious to my valued readers. I know for a fact that they wanted to drag it out more than they did, but when you are dealing with someone as conniving as Danzo, you don't take chances. Their plans were always conducted in the true shinobi way, stealthily, silently, or if they made noise then it was for a purpose. Rest in Yami's pits, Danzo. Fucker. Anyway, it has been serious for a while and there were many stories shared with me that I wished to fit in this gallant novel. One such story was the celebration Anko threw when she heard that Orochimaru was officially dead. It was a story that I heard multiple times and I struggle to suppress the nosebleeds to this day. It is hard to overstate how much sexiness that woman oozed. A sexy celebration, lemon style, as Itachi and Naruto flashed into the Namikaze compound after their assassinations were complete, they came to realize that everyone was waiting up for them. The kids were in bed and already tucked into a soundproof barrier, so nothing the adults did would wake them up. This meant the adults could cut loose and there were no pregnant ladies to dampen the sexy mood. A quick note: each of the moms was so committed to raising the kids as one big family that they built an extension to the Namikaze manor. The kids lived in rooms of 2 kids per room, with each room linked by a door. They had everything built to kids levels and all of the decorations were kid themed. Each kid had a place for their familiars to stay with them if their familiar stayed overnight, and the whole extension was shielded by the strongest seals that Naruto could create. Back to the wild night, the onsen was full and drinks were shared. It was refreshing for Naruto and Itachi, who were fresh off a night of bloodletting. Tsunade was the first to crash her lips into Naruto because she was grateful to be free from the influence of the corrupt elders. Just thinking about how much easier council meetings would be turned Tsunade on something fierce, and she jumped Naruto right there in the hot tub. If anyone thought the girls were embarrassed by this, then you haven't been paying attention. Rather than demand clones, Anko came up behind Tsunade when she was in the cowgirl position and began applying stimulation to the massive bust. She made out with Naruto over Tsunade's shoulder and got all fired up. As Tsunade started to hit peak, Anko transitioned from rubbing to sucking her nipple. Itachi followed the example and took up the other side, and Tsunade was assaulted by 3 tongues as Naruto pulled her into a fiery kiss. Tsunade's whole body shuddered in pleasure, but her turn wasn't done yet. Naruto stood up and lifted Tsunade out of the onsen and laid her onto the side. The girls cheered them on like it was some Roman sex show, and Kurama decided to get in on the action. As she appeared, she went under Tsunade herself and used her true transformation to help Naruto in the dual assault. 9 fluffy tails tickled them as they ravaged each other, and Tsunade surpassed Cloud 9 and skipped straight to 11. After Naruto let loose in Tsunade, Anko wasted no time in taking over. She knew that Naruto could go for hours and she didn't intend to waste a minute of that. She pushed him onto his back and began riding him like the stallion he was. Hinata came up and put her slit on his face as she faced away from Anko. Anko summoned Melissa, who wrapped around Hinata and began stimulating the white-eyed girl's nipples. Shizune took her place in the formation and began making out with Hinata, and the pleasure train departed the station. Anko rode Naruto for all he was worth as things escalated around her. She loved her crazily fucked up family. After milking Naruto, she slid off and let others take a turn, but then the girls were outnumbered roughly 3-1 by naked Narutos. The horny blondes with pleasure rockets threw themselves into the mix with reckless abandon, and the hot spring orgy was in full spring. Rather than share them equally, Anko claimed 5 for herself. Yes, dear reader, Anko Uzumaki could never get enough of her foxy sama. The inverse was true as well, and the clones were more than happy to provide for Anko. The crazy snake lady went crazier with pleasure as she was sexually destroyed by her one true love and his raunchy band of clones. Itachi had been holding back all day, and she filled the vacancy that Anko left on Naruto. There was something intrinsically sexy about the way Itachi's quiet moans always reached Naruto's ears, no matter how many moans saturated the air around him. Rather than ride Naruto, she folded onto all fours and saturated her taste buds with Karen's glistening slit. Karen was busy taking a Naruto clone down her throat, and Itachi reveled in the throaty groan from Karen as she set to her self-assigned task. I could continue filling these pages with the stories from that night alone, but I have a gallant story to complete. The conclusion of that night was Anko claiming the real Naruto and having him undo the anti-pregnancy seal. She said that with Orochimaru dead, she wanted to provide Kushina with a younger sibling. When Anko puts her mind to something, she goes all out. When she goes all out, Naruto doesn't get sleep. When Naruto doesn't get sleep, well, in this case he was happy about it. Thus, Anko's second child was conceived that night. Konoha Council meeting, 2 days later. Tsunade shook out her head as her body went through the let-down phase from 2 days straight of pleasure. Naruto and Itachi clearing those 2 landmarks was massive for each of the girls. They were into their next phase of the plan, and they all felt much safer at home. The only thing left for Itachi and Naruto to come home was the hunt of the Akatsuki. Make no mistake, Naruto and Itachi were now completely devoted to hunting the organization. She walked into her office and saw Hinata there with coffee ready for her, which made her smile. Tsunade could instantly tell that Hinata was giddy from the last couple of days, and she was wobbling in place as she stood. Tsunade stifled a chuckle thinking of her shaky knees, because she would be in the same state if she didn't heal away some of the residual nerve stimulation. She wanted to keep some of it because it was a constant reminder of the pleasure her man could subject her to. After a morning of paperwork, it was time for Tsunade to go to the council meeting, and she couldn't suppress the face-consuming grin that was fixed on her beautiful visage. She walked in and winked at the ninja council, which sent shivers down their spines and made them feel nervous. She asked for a full report from the council before she would share her information. After a while and a lot of shouting from the remaining civilians, the Anbu commander concluded his report. The investigation into the deaths of elders Mitokoto and Yutane lead us to believe that they were assassinated. They were subject to a similar poison that caused their hearts to stop beating. As of yet, we have no proof, but given the suspects, we suspect that this was the work of Orion and Tsuki. Kale, one of the few reasonable civilian counselors, reacted to that. Why would you jump immediately to those two? Tsunade watched the byplay with a smirk hidden behind her hands and the smile that refused to remove itself from her face. The Anbu commander answered, 1. Koharu's guards were incapacitated with genjutsu. 2. There was no evidence left at the scene of the crimes. 3. The death of Danzo Shimura was complete, and there was evidence of flames that burned hotter than any flames my strongest Anbu could use. Shikaku looked from the Anbu commander to Tsunade. They were all of the main opposition for. Tsunade simply showed her smile and nodded to Shikaku. Will the civilian council please leave? A redacted version of the following report will be given to you, but this is elite shinobi business that needs to remain quiet for now. Tsunade's tone was friendly and immovable, which was understood by the 6 remaining civilian counselors. After they exited the chamber, Tsunade cleared her throat, activated the privacy barrier and stood up. She tossed a binder down on the table that contained the evidence of the elders' crimes, and she passed the signed kill order and SS rank mission scroll to the shinobi side of the council. She stood there waiting with her arms crossed under her bust as the stunned silence of the shinobi council sounded like Beethoven's symphony to Tsunade's ears. It took nearly half an hour for them to review a good portion of the documents in front of them. Details on the Uchiha massacre, details on unsanctioned foreign operations, notes on the forceful recruitment of orphans into Root, proof of Danzo's compliance with Orochimaru and the invasion. It all smacked them in the face so hard that it rattled their brains and made them incapable of speaking until their brains restarted. Troublesome woman, you have been working with them the whole time. Shikaku's whisper startled the whole shinobi council out of its trance. Sume Inuzuka barked out a laugh. Ah ha 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 ha, I knew the pup didn't just jump ship. Through Tsume's laughter, Inoiki spoke up. He did this for Itachi, did he not? Tsunade nodded. Yes, he did. In fact, he did it for all of his girls, including me. This statement felt like Tsunade just landed one of her legendary punches right on the cerebral cortex. Tsunade couldn't help the laughter that escaped her throat. Hyashi, with his lifetime of controlling his emotions, was the first one to recover. So, Hinata is still engaged to him? Nope, Tsunade said with an extra pop on the P. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto is married to Senju Tsunade, Kaito Shizune, Mitarashi Anko, Uchiha Itachi, Uzumaki Karen, Uzumaki Hinata, Kazahana Koyuki, and he is entertaining a marriage proposal from one more. These marriages were conducted and ratified by Kenji Kunimura, daimyo of Hai no Kuni. Tsunade took a massive amount of enjoyment with making a show of taking out her ring and putting it on her left ring finger. Troublesome blondes. Shikaku groaned and slammed his head into the desk. Lucky bastard, Chu said while chuckling and shaking his head. It defies logic. Shibi added his 2 cents in the form of 3 words. Hiyashi didn't know how to feel about it. He was feeling more like himself these days and he wanted to be happy for his daughter. However, the thought of his daughter being a part of that harem with a man that is still known as a traitor to Konoha was a lot to take in. He snapped himself out of his revolving thoughts and stepped back into the conversation. How long have each of you been married to the man, and are there any progeny, specifically Hyuga, that I should be made aware of? Hiyashi asked. Tsunade scoffed, there are children that will be revealed to the public in time. Hinata no loner is a Hyuga and any of her progeny will not be linked to the Hyuga clan. Any Byakugan born between the two will be raised under the banners of Uzumaki Namikaze. If you wish to be a part of their lives, I highly advise you to halt any attempt to gain control of that relationship, Hiyashi. If you don't, you make an enemy out of 2 of the strongest shinobi ever produced by Konoha as well as the rest of their family, which includes a daimyo that is 8 months pregnant with twins. Hiyashi sat back down to think, but Mikado finally engaged. When can we bring them home and announce their exoneration? Tsunade sighed. The Akatsuki is fully on the move and there are a couple individuals in that organization that present a dragon-level threat to Konoha. Until they are dealt with, Naruto and Itachi do not wish to draw attention to Konoha. Threat-level dragon? The Anbu commander asked, what could possibly be at that level? The true leader of the Akatsuki is the same man that enslaved the Kyuubi with his Sharingan after ripping it out of Uzumaki Kushina. He made it attack Konoha and we all know how that ended. The figurehead leader of the Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan according to Naruto. With the power of those eyes, Naruto claims he could wipe out Konoha single-handedly. Tsunade informed the council. I have informed you of the Akatsuki before, but I didn't want to cause a panic by releasing the information I just shared with you. Shikaku was looking wide-eyed at Tsunade. That means the 2 of them could take out any shinobi village single-handedly. Why haven't they moved on the villages directly yet? Tsunade shrugged. The organization had their plan and Naruto's disappearance caused them to delay. It was another reason that I approved of his mission. Inoiki nodded as things started making sense to him. How many children are there? The way he is acting implies there are those that cannot defend themselves and they represent a liability for him. Tsunade nodded. I will not tell you of the others. I myself have a boy and girl with Naruto. That alone is reason enough to honor my wish to keep this silent. And make no mistake, this will stay silent. Tsunade emphasized the unspoken threat on each word by continually escalating her key as she spoke. Shikaku spoke, where are the children residing? We need to increase defenses around that area. The Namikaze compound, where we have all been living. That compound is more heavily defended than the Hokage vault. We can increase patrols around the clan district, but Naruto doesn't want to draw attention to the compound. Tsunade informed the council. Mikoto was listening in hopes to have her child and grandchildren back. Can they leave the compound now? We do not need to announce them, and Naruto has officially been out of Konoha long enough that the Akatsuki shouldn't be able to identify them as his children. Shikaku frowned. What are they scared of? Why are they keeping the children so tightly under wraps? Tsunade sighed. There is a creature in the Akatsuki that is unlike any known creature. It is a plant creature with an appearance like the Venus flytrap. He is also able to clone himself and he is nearly undetectable. To make matters worse, he can travel long distances underground. Naruto can only detect him at minimum range and according to Itachi, the thing has hundreds of clones as scouts. It is how the Akatsuki gets their information. The council continued deliberating over this for hours. They wanted to think of a way to counter the espionage threat represented by Zetsu, and Tsunade now had Shikaku's brilliant mind on the case. The seals Naruto used to protect the compound were not practical on a wide scale due to chakra cost. The councilors each left after swearing to not reveal the information discussed without the explicit permission of Tsunade herself. That was an order in the form of a threat that all of them could easily understand. 3 weeks later, Spring Capital Hospital, Shizune and Hinata shook off the disorientating effects of the long-range Hiraishin that they were just subjected to. Kurama formed a shadow clone and joined the girls as they squealed in excitement, ran over to Koyuki's hospital bed, and they embraced the pregnant woman in a hug. Naruto watched the scene with a faraway look in his eyes, and he tried to shake off the worries of yesterday and tomorrow to enjoy the scene. Despite his best efforts, memories of last week still haunted him. He arrived in Takigakure too late to save Fu, and that would haunt him for a while to come. He was enjoying a field trip with his kids with Tsunade and the others. He always took as much time as he could to let his kids know that he was there for him. That was when Tsunade's clone that she left in the office popped, and Tsunade's startled gasp drew his attention. The look on her face made him shake the dog pile of children off and respond immediately. She told him about the attack on Taki, and he immediately flashed the whole family back to the compound. This was draining in and of itself, but then he and Itachi flashed to the marker they had left in Taki. The city looked devastated from the attack that was now 2 days, and they were still in the cleanup process. They heard that Fu was taken by the immortal brothers, Shibuki was dead, and there were over 200 dead in Taki. He did his best to search for their chakra signatures, but it proved fruitless. He and Itachi had searched for 2 days without being able to detect the mint-haired girl's chakra. It was the first true loss that he had experienced since joining up with Itachi, and the guilt hit him hard. To make matters worse, Jiraiya had been unable to locate the Rakubi, six-tailed slug, and he reported that both Han and Roshi were captured as well. That made Nibi, Hachibi and himself the remaining targets, and Naruto knew that he was going to be busy over the next couple months. He had already spoken to Ai about increasing security around Yugito and B, but like the Sandaime, he had council problems. After today, he was going to be busy in Kumo. Shaking his head, Naruto returned to the happy moment and fixed a smile on his face as he noticed his girls were looking at him. He walked over to them and reassured them as Koyuki went through a round of contractions. Naruto held her hand through the pain while Shizune and Hinata got to work. Naruto took the time to give his full attention to Koyuki, and he brushed the beautiful black bangs out of her face. "You just had to give me twins, you beautiful blonde bastard." Koyuki grunted as another round of contractions assaulted her. Naruto chuckled and ignored the pain in his hand. "You can thank me later. Are you packed up and ready to go?" Koyuki grunted as the pain escalated. "Yes, I left the stuff I need in the living room. Sandayu has settled into the role and can take over for now." "No problems with the council?" Naruto asked cautiously. Koyuki smiled through the pain. "No, they are all happy that the hero of spring is producing a legitimate heir. I will still be consulted on any key decisions, and I can return to Spring weekly for the council meetings." "Ah! I hate you!" Koyuki screamed at the end. Shizune smiled and suppressed the craving to laugh. "Relax and calm your breathing, Koyuki Haim. They are starting to descend, so it will only get more intense from here." Naruto held out his forearm to Koyuki. "Go ahead, Haim. It will help dull the pain and give you the strength needed." Koyuki was set at dull the pain, and she sank her teeth into his forearm. Her eye nearly rolled into the back of her head from the overwhelming sensation and the temporary relief from her pain. An hour later, 2 beautiful identical twin boys with strawberry blonde hair greeted the world. They had stunningly beautiful hazel eyes with speckles of brilliant blue in them. After things were cleaned up and Koyuki was healed to a stable point, Koyuki started rattling off names that she had compiled for Naruto. Naruto would respond every time in one of 3 ways: hate it, may, and not bad. The not bad responses were saved for further review, and they eventually settled on 2 names that they boy liked. Her oldest would be named Sasetsu after her father, and the younger, by a mere 15 minutes, would be named Orion, in honor of his father and the hero of spring. Naruto and the girl stayed with Koyuki in the hospital overnight as her body healed and she regained her strength. Naruto slept with her in the maternity ward while Shizune and Hinata coordinated the nursing staff overnight. They knew that Orion's name was linked to Koyuki, and it put them all at risk. Sure enough, their caution paid off. The man in the orange mask appeared in a swirl within the hospital lobby. Within seconds, the night guard at the front desk was under the influence of his Sharingan, and he was able to get the room number of Koyuki's children. Interesting, Madara thought, twins will give me even more leverage. Pain was a fool to ignore this opportunity. Madara activated his Kamui again and slipped into his personal space. He attempted to move to the 3rd floor and realized that his movement was being blocked. Madara left the pocket dimension at the closest point to his destination as he could. He walked up the stairs, and when he attempted to open the door to the 3rd floor, he once more encountered the barrier. Madara clicked his teeth and began looking for a way to counter the barrier. If he couldn't get to the 3rd floor, then he would take it out on the rest of the hospital. The barrier wouldn't remain standing if the hospital collapsed. Naruto woke up with a start as he felt someone touch his barrier. He immediately roused Kurama within the mindscape, and they spread out their senses to gather more information on the intruder. When Naruto heard Kurama's feral growl roar through the mental link, He was forced to go into the mindscape to calm her down. She was in her fox form, and she was losing herself to rage, which was pushing her potent chakra into his system. Naruto immediately took action and jumped towards Kurama. She lashed out with her tails and crashed into the golden Susanoo that formed to protect Naruto from the fearsome power of her tails. The act of harming her lover replaced Kurama's rage with guilt and despair. She raced off into the wreckage of Konoha where the golden ribcage had ground to a halt. In her fox form, she towered over Naruto, who was giving her a look of understanding. She suppressed her growl and sucked her chakra back into her as she lowered her head to her lover. The unyielding strength and overwhelming love she felt radiating from him caused her to shrink down. As she was shrinking, her head came to rest against Naruto's in a gentle linking of foreheads. He calmed her down and synchronized with her, which allowed them to be one in the truest sense of the word. In the outside world, Naruto's eyes snapped open in the GKM and he created a clone to gather natural energy for him. He couldn't believe that he didn't think of that obvious solution before Itachi, but she was one part of his better halves for a reason. Naruto created clones to evacuate his family before he turned toward where he felt the intruder gathering chakra. With his precious people evacuated, he moved in a lightning-fast golden blur and slammed into the intruder that was about to release a potent fire jutsu on the second floor. Naruto would apologize to the hospital staff and Koyuki later. For now, he needed to get this guy out of the spring capital and focus on his fight. Madara was surprised by the speed with which the Kyuubi Jinchuriki moved and it caught him off guard. He was focused on using ninjutsu, which meant that he became tangible. That was how Madara found himself flying through multiple hospital walls before the cool night air of Spring Country greeted him. Madara flipped in air and righted himself as he landed within the streets of Spring's capital. Naruto appeared in a golden blur and his punch phased through Madara, which created a full minute-long fight sequence that was Naruto throwing lightning-fast blows that each phased through the man in the orange mask. That being the case, Madara was unable to counterattack because Naruto was moving too fast and didn't leave openings for counterattacks. During this part of the fight, Kurama had calmed down and shared what she could remember of the man's abilities. She told him that his father had figured out a way to defeat the intangibility and that gave Naruto hope. Naruto jumped back to create some space and glared down Madara. "If you think you can touch my family, my children, you are sorely mistaken." Madara humphed, "You know nothing of my power, boy. You know nothing of my true goals or the truth of this world." Naruto shrugged, "You are a coward. I know that for a fact. I recommend you stop attempting your pathetic genjutsu, it won't work on me." Naruto's eyes morphed into golden irises with 3 electric blue coma markings. Madara was surprised to see the Sharingan activate, and he was further surprised when it morphed to the Mangekyo. How? How did you attain those eyes? You are not an Uchiha." Naruto barked out a laugh, No, I am not an Uchiha. As for how, figure it out for yourself, motherfucker." Madara growled, "Did Itachi give you these eyes? Is she one of your whores?" At that moment, the clone gathering Senjutsu chakra popped, and the power surge created sage markings around Naruto's eyes. Madara felt the change in energy, and he felt a tingly sensation in his arm made of Hashirama's cells. He was in trouble because he could only maintain intangibility for 5 minutes and it takes a full Kamui to return to the pocket dimension. He wouldn't be able to escape at this distance. Naruto blurred forward when the man had the audacity to call one of his soulmates a whore. He launched blow after blow in the frog comedy style at the masked man. He started to leave openings and deliberately missed blows by mere inches. Madara saw this and thought that anger and frustration may be getting to him. If he could trap him in his pocket dimension, then he would be able to starve him out and make him much easier to subdue. After another minute of dodging and intangibility, Madara made his move and attempted to drive a palm into Naruto as part of the counterattack. Naruto noticed the palm and timed an uppercut to coincide with Madara's attack. Madara dipped his head back to avoid the blow and temporarily allowed his body out of his pocket dimension to make contact with Naruto. Madara saw the fist start emerging from under his chin and he knew he had dodged the blow when a brain-shaking blow landed on his chin and launched him into the sky. Madara temporarily blacked out from the extreme force of the invisible energy, and he was sent hundreds of feet in the air. He was able to regain consciousness as he was still ascending, and he took the opportunity to retreat to the safety of his pocket dimension. It seems that a direct assault on Naruto would not be wise for him to attempt alone. He would need more information and he would need to determine how Naruto was able to activate the Mangekyo. It made Madara wonder if it was at the eternal Mangekyo stage yet, and the thought made a shiver of fright race down his spine. Naruto felt the chakra signature disappear and he remained on guard for a while and spread his senses. He was grateful for his isolation barrier and its ability to keep that man away from his family. He had a lot of information to digest, and he knew round 2 was imminent. He eventually created a clone that took Orion's form to explain the disturbance to Koyuki's men and inform them that she was in a safe location. He went to her compound and grabbed the luggage she had prepared and sealed it away before flashing back to Konoha to bring his family up to speed. Lightning Country, sewers in Kaminari no Kuni. 5 days after Madara's attack, Yugito Ni was running trapped in the sewers with 2's ranked opponents. Kisame Hoshigake and the Yondaime Mizukage, Yagura, had cornered her in the tunnels. Of course, the Akatsuki would send 2 prominent water users against the Hellcat Jinchuriki of Nibi no Nekomata. She had fought a losing battle and they were able to turn the tables on her. Her full transformation into Nibi exposed her further to the counter matchup and she suffered from devastating water attacks and chakra depletion from the Seimata. As Yugito, in her normal state, panted while bleeding profusely from across the cave of the 2 Akatsuki members, her fingers traced over a kunai in her pouch that was different from the others. Her thumb pricked on one of the 3 prongs, and she decided that it was time for her to keep her promise to Orion. Thoughts of Orion made Yugito flush with warmth, but now wasn't the time for that. She pulled the kunai out and channeled chakra into it as she threw it onto the ground at her feet. "What's wrong, little kitty, are you done playing with a shark?" Kisame asked with a toothy grin as Seimata squealed excitedly. Yugito growled and attempted to buy some time. "You were the one that had to have your little drone interfere in our fight. You would have roasted by now without him." Attacking the pride of strong shinobi was always an effective stall tactic. Kisame scoffed, "Your little flames would have burned a bit, but they never would have been enough to win." Yugito growled and his eyes traced down to the kunai at her feet. She was about to reach down and channel chakra into it again when a red flash illuminated the chamber. She was immediately encompassed in his warm aura and the comfort of his mere presence made her fall to a knee as her body was close to giving out. She was in really rough shape and incredibly low on chakra. Naruto appeared in a flash with his Orion mask on. He was grateful for the dressing seal that he applied to his left shoulder that immediately applied his uniform. His body was really running out of room for all these seals and the girls thought that it was really starting to get out of hand. However, without this particular seal he would have been too late to arrive in time. As he appeared, his Sharingan took in every detail in the cave almost immediately. He took up a defensive position in front of Yugito and glared the 2 down. Kisame groaned, "Of course you would show up." Naruto scoffed, "Kisame, you have one option if you want me to honor Itachi's request." "What is that?" Kisame raised a non-existent eyebrow while Yagura stood impassively like a drone. "Leave. Now," Naruto said harshly. "We cannot do that, Kyubi Jinchuriki," Yagura said monotonously. This drew Naruto's attention to Yagura, and he recognized him as the Yondaime Mizukage. He felt him out and was more than surprised to realize that Isabu was no longer in him. "You speak like that orange-masked fucker, drone. Shut up and let the big boys talk." "What is your answer, Kisame?" Naruto growled out. Kisame took Seimata in a 2-handed position. "I cannot do that. I challenge you as the wielder of Seimata. If I win, I get Kubakirabocho and the girl." Naruto nodded, unsealed his cleaving sword and took his ready stance. "If I win, I kill Yagura and get Seimata. He will come to like my chakra." Kisame sweat at that, but he nodded. This was now a battle of pride between 2 members of the 7. He even let Naruto's clones place the barrier around Yugito while he unwrapped the burnt wrapping that was covering Seimata. "Stay out of this, Yagura. If you get involved, I will kill you myself. And you, Uzumaki, the conditions for this duel are no Kyubi chakra. This is a battle between 2 swordsmen." Naruto nodded and undid the restrictive seals. He slashed Kubakirabocho in front of him twice, sending a sharp whistle through the air. "Agreed." The 2 darted towards one another and the 2 swords clashed harshly. Seimata squealed in protest as a couple of the scales were shaven off the blade and flew into the air. They jumped back from the initial clash and Naruto spun into an upward strike to counter the powerful overhead blow from Seimata. Once again, a mighty clang echoed around the chamber and sent ripples through the waters that were coating the ground. Naruto transitioned out of the clash by launching a sidekick that forced Kisame to jump back to dodge him. Kisame landed and his feet blurred into motion and sent water spraying up behind him as the titanic swords clashed in a rapid blur as multiple clangs per second sent powerful wind waves and chakra shockwaves from the multiple points of impact. Once again, the clash parted, but this time Kisame slid back a little rougher than the previous times. He had a wound that nearly severed his humerus. Naruto sensed the chakra transfer from Seimata to Kisame and he watched the wound heal. He looked down at his blade and saw that Seimata had started nicking it up. He ran his palm over the blade and allowed it to consume his chakra-rich blood to restore the fine edge on the blade. Kisame did the same for Seimata by returning the borrowed chakra in order to let it regrow his scales. The two swordsmen locked eyes and Kisame was surprised to see bright blue irises with white coma. He knew that things just got that much harder. "Where did you get those eyes, Orion?" Kisame asked as Seimata stopped draining Kisame's chakra to heal the damage to the blade. Naruto smirked fairly. "A man I once considered a big brother was betrayed by an old cripple that I killed a couple weeks ago. When the old cripple stole his eye, it took me 4 years to steal it back. Itachi had the other eye and she convinced me that I should use every bit of power at my disposal to protect those I love. That fake Madara in your organization learned the lesson the hard way when he tried to attack my wife and newborn children." Kisame shook his head in disbelief. "You beat Madara?" Madara had thoroughly thrashed Kisame, and it was that beating that made him become one of the first members of the Akatsuki. Naruto shrugged. "I made him run away with his tail in between his legs. However, I am holding back the vast chakra of Kurama to honor our battle." Kisame nodded and a respectful smirk filled with shark teeth greeted Naruto's eyes. "I can see why Itachi likes you, brat." Naruto nodded, "And I can see why she came to respect you, Kisame. Shall we continue?" Kisame sank into a stance and blurred forward. In between sword clashes, he continued the conversation. "I think we should add ninjutsu into this. Our blades are evenly matched and our skill in wielding them is similar." Clang. Clang. Bang. Screech. "I don't know." Clang, clang. "We are both water users, clang, clang, and this is going, clang, to become a fishbowl really quickly." Clang, boom, screech. "Plus, if I break out the big guns then it won't be a sword fight." Kisame needed to break contact once more. Seimata was really struggling and protesting the fight. He needed to change the status quo and blade work wasn't going to get it done. He made the decision and pulled on his massive chakra reserves. The biggest water exploding shockwave Naruto had seen erupted out of Kisame's mouth and rapidly filled the chamber. Naruto countered this with his own jutsu, Uzumaki style, whirlpool vortex. The waters contained within the chamber spun wildly and caught Kisame and his water sharks in their strong tides. Naruto's clones saw this escalating and one of them stepped away from the barrier and flashed away with Yugito. Yagura was at home in the water and one of the skills granted to him by his previous relationship with Isabu was the ability to breathe underwater. He got caught in the riptides that dragged him down to the bottom of the chamber, but he was in no real trouble. The whole underground chamber became a whirlpool and the chakra-hardened water eroded away the walls of the cavern until they shattered, and the water sought the path of least resistance. Naruto stood atop the draining water and saw Seimata breaking the surface of the water like a shark's fin. Naruto gathered chakra to his blade, spun and sent a diagonal chakra blade made of lightning at the oncoming enemy. The lightning blade ripped through the water, and it dispersed into water as Naruto sensed Kisame coming from below. Kisame rose with Seimata first, and Naruto was late to dodge. The blade shredded his right leg and Naruto heard the sword squeal with delight as it consumed his chakra. Naruto decided to make a split-second decision and he used the Kirigakure, hidden mist jutsu. Kisame froze atop the surface of the water as the dense mist settled into the shattered chamber. He heard nothing and the mist was dense enough to obscure all of his senses. The vibrations on the water were not sufficient for him to track an opponent of Naruto's speed. Seimata began consuming the chakra in the mist around Kisame and dispersed it in a 5-foot diameter around himself. Kisame suddenly heard a clang and then the distinctive sound of a blade slashing through flesh. He smelled the blood in the air, and he could feel it stirring in the water. He knew that Yagura was dead. His instincts kicked in and he used Seimata to block a devastatingly powerful blow from his right side before he felt a sword pierce his left abdomen. He screamed in pain as lightning chakra poured into his body at a rate that not even Seimata could absorb. He felt Kubakirabocho knock Seimata out of his stunned hand and he collapsed onto one knee atop the water. The mist cleared and Kisame looked up as the lightning current calmed to the point where it was simply keeping him immobilized. He looked into the Sharingan of Naruto, and he felt images entering his mind, memories shifting, and he felt a sense of peace overcoming him. As he continued looking into the transfixing Mangekyo pattern, he lost his bloodlust and sense of self. He felt his will being overwritten, but he could care less as a sense of contentment filled his being. Naruto continued using the Kodo Amatsukami for the first time and he was amazed at the feeling. He could see all of Kisame's memories and he could edit them at will. He thought of the Akatsuki, and those memories presented themselves to Naruto. Naruto decided to erase them rather than simply rewrite them. He added an awareness of the organization, and he programmed Kisame to fight to the death if the Akatsuki track him down again. With the added power of Kurama's chakra, the power of the Kodo Amatsukami was absolute, and he instinctively knew that Kisame would no longer be a problem. Naruto spoke softly and respectfully for the swordsman he just bested. While he was speaking, he removed his sword from Kisame's side and unsealed a blade from the Uzumaki armory. It was nothing special, but it was an incredibly well-crafted blade. Kisame took it in a trance as he maintained eye contact with Naruto. "Our battle is over, my friend. You fought valiantly, but I have bested you. The time has come for you to settle down and find peace." Naruto's soft words filled Kisame's ears, and he nodded mechanically. "Go find a quiet village, settle down, find a woman and protect that place with your life. As agreed, I will take your sword and your ring." Naruto held out his hand and took the Akatsuki ring from Kisame. He watched the big blue man walk up and out of the cave before he disappeared into the night. He breathed easy and found a sense of peace when he was able to honor Itachi's wish. He turned to the other Akatsuki member that was now completely drenched and headless on the ground. He sealed Yagura's head and his staff into a scroll before he burnt the body without a second thought. He turned slowly and walked over to the wailing sentient sword named Seimata. He bent down to the sword and let it consume his blood and chakra. He saw the scales healing and reforming on the blade. After giving the sword a taste, he picked it up respectfully by the hilt and let the sword pierce his hand. It was the sword's defensive reflex and Naruto just ate the pain. He felt the sword drain his chakra and he felt the rush of Kurama's chakra overpower his own, and then the sword began glowing red. After a minute, Seimata stilled and purred contentedly as it was completely full of Kurama's warm chakra. Naruto took that opportunity to speak with it. "I am the vessel of your original owner, Seimata. I do not seek to dominate you and I do not demand that you submit to me. If you will have me, I will wield you. If you wish to use me to search for another, then I will accept that. Will you behave and work with me, Seimata?" The sword squealed once more and pulled on more of his chakra before the blue scales turned red. The sword let out an awkward sound that made Naruto feel like it had accepted him. He nodded and let Seimata crawl into its position on his back. It was no longer draining his chakra, but it was with him and spoke to him. It was like carrying another being with him, which was just what he needed. "Ah, little Sammy found his new master," Kurama said in his mindscape as Naruto went to regroup with his clone and Yugito. Naruto laughed out loud at that and Seimata's squeal echoed through his mind. "You sure you're okay with this, Q-chan? I know that you are sharing me enough already." Kurama shrugged from her reclined position. "The way I see it, I can use Sammy when I come out of the seal. Maybe I can join your next fight." Seimata seemed excited by the prospect. Naruto was tired, but he had enough in the tank to let Kurama out. He smiled when he saw Seimata wriggle onto Kurama's back, and that smile broadened when he sensed the sword giving her some of her own demonic chakra back. "Aw, ain't that cute?" Naruto teased. Kurama slugged Naruto in the shoulder. "Baka. I haven't seen Sammy in centuries. Plus, with this, I can store more of my chakra in him and stay out of the seal longer." Approving squeal from the blade. Naruto shook his head and chuckled before he tossed Kurama the mask that she asked him to prepare for her back when he was running around with Itachi. Kurama put on the dark blue mask in the image of a fox that had red detailing. He slung an arm over Kurama's shoulder and the Kitsune beauty used a transformation to hide her ears and tails. "It's about time we had a mission together like this, eh, Q-chan?" Naruto whispered into her ear. Kurama wanted to wrap this stud up in her fox tails and ravage him, but she restrained her impulses. "Yes, it is quite nice. However, I will be sharing you with my sister in her container soon enough." Naruto shrugged. "The girls approved and so did you." Kurama scoffed. "I was outnumbered and outvoted, so I went along with it. If you think the girls are sex-crazed, then you have another thing coming. Matatabi practically lives for it. She was the one that started the brothel business back in the day." "No shit?" Naruto asked with eyebrow raised. "No shit. She was the first of us to take a human form and she could drain all the men in any village before she was sated." Kurama giggled at the memories. Naruto paled. "No, I have plenty already. Do you know how hard it is to recover from 20 clones having multiple orgasms?" Kurama nodded and giggled perversely. "I love that feeling. Why do you think I retreat within the seal? You are the only man ever that has experienced over 100 orgasms in one night." Naruto felt Yugito's chakra signature sleeping down in the valley below and he felt his clone watching over her. "Looks like we will have to take her home ourselves. This should be a fun chat with the Raikage." Kurama shook her head. "They have a long tradition of electing brutes to that position. Hopefully this one is better." Naruto scooped Yugito into his arms. He was running low on chakra after the feeding of Seimata and the repairing of Kubakirabocho. The empowered Koto Amatsukami definitely didn't help matters either. So, he would refrain from letting Yugito bite him. Plus, there was something nice about carrying a beautiful and sleek woman in one's arms. Jiraiya's notes, my Gaki did it again. This intervention set things in motion. With two of the strongest villages rightly pissed off, the organization made an enemy of the nations. Of course, the Akatsuki had 6 of the tailed beasts at this point, which made them a fearsome enemy. However, when such an enemy presents themselves to the world, the fear inspired can help previous enemies move past their petty grudges to unite against the bigger threat. My Gaki also had a pretty fun trip to Kumo coming up. I hope you enjoy the story, and I will be sure to answer any questions you have at a book signing. As for Yugito, well, she is a minx. May, baby, if you are reading this you are a goddess, but my readers have to know how proud I am about the caliber of women that my Gaki picked up. Well, you know what they say, when you catch yourself digging a hole, the first thing you should do is put the shovel down and stop digging. Enjoy. The lightning beast of Kumo, Orion quickly realized that he might not have thought his decision through completely. He was at the front gates of Kumo, in his Orion mask, standing next to Q in her Kitsune mask. That alone wouldn't be bad, but let's review the additional facts. Additional fact 1, Orion was holding a battered and bloody Yugito in his arms. Additional fact 2, it was 3:15 am. So, as Orion Kami approached the gate, the alarms went off before he even got the chance to speak. That is how one arrives in a situation where one finds oneself surrounded by 40 bolt onbu and the rapid response force gathered on the walls with kunai drawn. Orion remained still and waited for somebody to approach, and it took less than 5 minutes for his eyes to pick up a blue blur that was racing down the mountain. I slid to a halt, still in his lightning armor, in front of the closest bolt office. The lightning crackled fiercely over Ai's form as his face contorted into rage at the sight of Yugito. The lightning sparked louder and sent sparks flying as I began to speak. Before I could speak, a man as massive as I himself appeared at the back right shoulder of the Reikage. Hey, yo, not cool bro. What did you do to Miss Ni, the Nibi Jinchuriki? B said in his arrhythmic rap with weird gyrations. I turned his fierce anger on B and subjected him to his iron claw. The Hachibi Jinchuriki crumpled to the ground with a bump on his head. Damn it B. What have I told you about that incessant rapping of your? Especially in such a serious situation. The Reikage roared. Orion cleared his throat. He had remained completely still the whole time so as not to make the itchy fingers of the bolt do something they would regret. Reikage-sama, could we take this to a more private venue? When I am fully recovered tomorrow, I will be able to heal Yugito to full health and allow her to share her side of the story. His calm voice and aura stilled some of the anger I was radiating. I turned to Orion slowly and deliberately, I have my own healers. They can take care of Yugito. Now, hand her over. Reikage-sama, have you really not heard of who I am? I assure you, the best thing for Yugito is to remain in my care. Orion countered. I had heard of Orion, and he knew he was a great threat. He had also heard rumors of his healing ability but didn't know the specifics of it. Deciding not to force this into a fight and make an enemy for Kumo, he relented. We will discuss this further in my office, I growled. Orion nodded, lead the way. You have nothing to fear from me. He adjusted Yugito in his arms and the woman instinctively cuddled deeper into his arms as he carried her up the steep mountain path to the Reikage's tower. Q followed him with Seimata wriggling excitedly on her back while she watched the affectionate scene between her maid and her sister's container. The walk proceeded in silence as Orion and Q were flanked by the 40 bolt that surrounded them at the gates. It was an awkward little jaunt and Orion would prefer not to do it again. I sat down behind his desk after the 20-minute walk. It was early in the morning and yet the whole village was out and watching two strangers, one of them incredibly infamous, walk into their village. I was grateful for the time to wake up and cool off his thoughts. It was clear there was a story behind this, and he was keen on getting it. He watched Orion sink into the chair and cradle Yugito's body with affection. The redhead in the fox mask sat next to him and that was when I truly noticed that the legendary sword, Seimata, was resting on her back. This only brought up more questions. B. Daru, C. She and Mabui joined the Reikage in his office as well as 2 squads of Bolt. They shifted nervously and only relaxed enough to not compromise their reaction times. They saw the handsome and fearsome visage of a man that they had all been briefed on. They also saw the absolutely divine figure of the woman that was accompanying him. B was starting to get distracted by Juki as the Hachibi kept saying that there was something strange about the red-headed woman. I forced himself into a calm position as he folded his hand and put his chin atop the back of his hands. Now, I believe there are a couple stories that I am missing here. Why don't you start by telling me what happened tonight? Orion nodded. Before I start, do you know my true identity? I shook his head in the negative. No, I had ordered my forces to recruit you if they ever encountered you. Orion nodded and removed his mask. Naruto ignored the gasps and spoke calmly. Yugito here did try to recruit me. During her mission to Spring Country with her team, she ran into me. It was there that we got to know one another, and she offered me a place in Kumo. I nodded but frowned simultaneously. Why didn't she report it to me? Because I told her it would make Orion an enemy for Kumo. I have nothing against your village, not even on behalf of my mother. I simply wish to protect my family and second home. Naruto answered. Okay, I said deliberately. So, you got to know Yugito while she was negotiating with Spring? That was a 3-month mission. So, you grew close? Naruto shrugged. I had and still have enough to be happy. That being said, there is something special about two Jinchuriki finding one another in this dark world. I growled, what are your intentions for her? Q giggled, he wants to take care of my sister and her vessel and make them happy, as he has done for me. Eyes soaked in the admittedly beautiful body of the woman in front of him. And who are you? Kurama tut-tutted the rakage, I don't give just anyone my name. My title, however, is the Kyubi no Kitsune. This statement earned dropped jaws from those in the room as Q dropped her mask and looked at I with her powerful red, slitted orbs. Naruto cleared his throat to break them out of their stupor. So, yeah, Q and I are a thing. Moving past that, when I spent time with Yugito and bonded with her, my wives insisted on protecting her. Before she left, I gave her a Hiraishin kunai and warned her about the Akatsuki. I nodded. She shared that part of the report with us. She also told us how you fought off the immortal zombie brothers on her return from Spring Country. Naruto nodded. Regrettably, I didn't finish them off at that time. I was in the middle of something urgent, so I just got her and her team out of that tight spot. Something urgent? I asked. Naruto shrugged. All men are entitled to their secrets. Let's just say my wives are fiercer than any Akatsuki member. I chuckled and so did the rest of the room. So, why didn't you visit us before this? Trust. Naruto answered simply. I grew up trusting a very select few people and I was abused by the rest. I had no reason to trust you and you me. B interjected, yo, Kumo ain't like that bro. Kyubi would have been safe with brother B, for I am the Hachibi Jinchuriki. We? Kurama raised a slim and sexy eyebrow at B, brother, you let your vessel speak in such a manner? Why? Juki took control of B's body and sighed in a much deeper voice, don't ask, sister. Just don't ask. B regained control of his body and struck a pose before taking out a notepad and writing something down while muttering under his breath. I's head was buried in his hands. Moving on, I am assuming Yugito used that kunai tonight and you used your father's jutsu to get here? Naruto nodded. Indeed, I killed Yagura, the former Yondaime Mizukage, and Kisame Hoshigake, the tailless-tailed beast. Kisame's body is gone, but I have his Akatsuki ring and Seimata as proof. Naruto lied smoothly. Daru's lazy jaw dropped. You killed 2 of them, tonight? Naruto shrugged. Kisame challenged B to a duel as one of the 7. When he was losing the battle of attrition after 15 minutes, he resorted to ninjutsu and voided the duel. I evacuated Yugito and killed Yagura first before I dealt with Kisame. It should be noted that Yagura did not have any of Isabu's chakra, so it is likely that the Akatsuki already extracted it. I nodded slowly. Okay, so you saved Yugito and killed 2 Akatsuki before bringing her here. Where did this fight occur? I don't know the name of the town. 15 miles south-southwest of here. She was in a tunnel system, and she was in a worse condition than this when I arrived. Naruto explained. You should know that it is me, Yugito and B left. That is all they need. I frowned at that, the Kazekage yet lives. Naruto shook his head. Shukaku's chakra was such a minimal percentage of the Juubi's chakra. They were able to get enough of it to satisfy the Geto-Mazo, which is the husk of the Juubi. This caused a stir in the room and Q flared her aura to quiet people down. Even in the shadow clone form, her perfection over her chakra and ki was perfect. Stop and listen. I have told this to Naruto and Juki and Matatabi can easily confirm this. These humans don't know what they are releasing onto the world. It took my father, a man considered a god, and his brother, a man just as strong as my father, to defeat the Juubi last time around, and the only way they managed that was sealing it into my father. If the Juubi is resurrected, this world is done for. I growled but kept his head leaning onto his splayed fingers in thought. What would you have us do? Naruto sighed. It is time for the 5 Kage to come together. If Kumo, Konoha and Sun lead the way, the other 2 will follow. If we get every nation behind this, that is what the Akatsuki fears most. I nodded. That is acceptable. I can do that much. Will you be attending? Naruto smirked and shrugged. I am a missing nin, unbound by the laws and rules of the villages. I barked out a laugh. You planning to stir it up like you did at my front gates at 3 fucking am? Naruto chuckled, probably. Can you imagine the look on Onoki's face if I did? I fell out of his chair laugh. Mabui was holding her side and turned away from the group. B was on the floor laughing with I and Daru was chuckling. Daru was just too lazy to laugh that hard. After the talk was done, I took Yugito from Naruto, whom he gave the VIP room in Kumo's best hotel. Q and Ruto made the absolute most out of that room, and the Kitsune beauty was nowhere to be seen the following day. She was within the seal enjoying the nap from the pleasure coma she was put into. At 10 a.m., somebody knocked on his hotel room door and Naruto answered it. Before opening the door, he sensed it was Yugito's team and he smirked before dropping his towel and throwing it onto the counter. He opened the door and saw a busty blonde that looked to be a couple years old than him, a white-haired, dark-skinned guy with a lollipop in his mouth and a red-headed girl that resonated with his eye of Kagura. Each of the 3 people recently described were gawking at him because he opened the door completely nude. It was quite the sight. Naruto was nearly 6 feet 2 inches tall, he had bulked up to 195 pounds and he was hovering at 5% body fat. On top of a godly and well-defined body, he had a handsome face and the confidence that came from pleasing 8 women that were officially, if not publicly, his wives. "How can I help y'all?" Naruto said through a yawn while holding the door open. Kaoru was never one to be polite or quiet, but on this glorious occasion, she was both. She remembered the glorious figure of this man, but she had never seen it on display in such a manner during those 3 months. Her eyes were also shamelessly roaming his body up and down. With each vertical scan, she paused for a second or two on the glorious and girthy member. "You Uzumaki-sama, the Raikage wishes to see you Yugito's hospital room." Naruto nodded through another yawn. "Oh, okay. Well, I just woke up and I reek. Let me grab a quick shower and I will be right over." The group nodded at him, and he closed the door. "So cool," Samui whimpered as Naruto closed the door. Samui was never one to give in to her emotions or get riled up. In the dating department, Samui considered herself cursed because guys only ever ogled her breasts and none of them care about who she was. It wasn't just one guy that failed her first date test either. There have been tens, if not hundreds, of guys that failed the basic decency test that same gave on first dates. It gave birth to her cool demeanor, and she became known as an icy bitch. Now, Samui had seen a god. Yes, anything with that body and face must be divine to Samui. Additionally, that god was interested in her best friend Yugito and she realized that she was jealous. During the mission to Spring Country, she realized that she wanted Orion something fierce. Samui had never been jealous about a man. Power, sure. Intellect, yup. When Yugito stole the last piece of sushi, definitely. However, Samui had never been interested in a man and she had definitely never entertained the feeling of jealousy that was clamping her chest at that current moment. Can you believe that? Holy Kami, that body, Kaoru said while drooling. Amoe shook his head to clear his mind. He remembered Orion from the mission, and he willingly admitted that the guy was super cool. He was stuck with his own fit of jealousy for completely different reasons than Samui. No, if I had that body. Amoe went into his thinking and ranting position. Then I would attract all the girls in Kumo. If I did that, then there would be so many cat fights that I would get in trouble with the Raikage. Ow. Amoe groaned while rubbing the new lump on his head from Kaoru, who was mad at Amoe for ruining her moment of appreciation. Samui choked down her blush. That is enough, you too. Amoe, go tell Raikage-sama we will be there in 20 minutes. As Amoe left, Kaoru sank back into the wall with an appreciative manner complete with slight bits of drool. That was divine. I mean, Raikage-sama is bigger and good looking, but there was something about him that hit different. Samui nodded as she leaned against the hallway wall. I know what you mean. It was the definition of perfect. Can, check. Shredded, check. Not overly buff, check. Handsome, double check. Powerful, triple check. Kind, check. Sexy, I can't fit that many checks in my mind. Kaoru giggled, I haven't seen you like this before. You going to fight Yugito-sensei for him? Samui shook her head, nah, he isn't going to stick around Kumo anyway. Plus, if the rumors are true and he is Orion, then he already has a woman. Kaoru perked up at that, oh really? Who? The daimyo of Spring. And it is rumored that he and his partner Tsuki get in on after completing missions. I was escorting this lesser lord and he told me how those two fought off 10 missing nin with a couple of them being A rank. He told me how once they all were dead, the two went off and washed in the stream. He and his soldiers walked up on them and saw them. The way he spoke of it made it sound like they put on quite a show. Kaoru was giggling perversely now, she only showed this side of herself to her best girlfriends. Oh, really? How so? Samui blushed and spoke softly. He said that they went for 2 hours and multiple times. He said that Tsuki was passed out for the next 3 hours and Orion carried her on his back that whole time. Oh, wow, Karua said with a faraway look in her eyes as her mind raced. Oh my, she whispered as her thoughts escalated. Naruto appeared at that moment in the frame of the doorway with a knowing look on his face. His wet hair glistened in the early morning light and made his cheeky smile seem all the more enchanting. His chiseled arms and shoulders displayed proudly as only a black beater and slick vest covered his torso. You girls talking about me? His mature voice, laced with a flicker of amusement, startled them out of their revelry. Samui blushed profusely as she was caught daydreaming and she stuttered out her response, no, oh Orion-sama. We're just waiting, Naruto chuckled as Karu's blush attempted to match the red shade of her hair. He simply closed the door and walked out into the hallway while trailing the two blushing kunoichi. He followed them to the hospital and was taken to Yugito's room where B and Daru were waiting for him. He saw that Yugito's body was in better shape, but she was still unconscious. Naruto gave a nod to good morning, Raikage Dono. I grunted, yeah, I am not one for pleasantries. So, how are you going to heal her? Naruto shrugged, just don't intervene and watch the show. I gave a stiff nod and watched as Naruto flashed into GKM. He watched as a shadow clone formed and took a position by Yugito's head. He marveled as they forced his kunoichi Jinchuriki to bite down onto his arm. Blood poured into Yugito's mouth accompanied by an overwhelming chakra that saturated her form. Yugito's body was encompassed in a beautiful orange chakra cloak and her eyes snapped open. The dark blue irises and slitted orbs of the Nibi indicated that Matatabi was in control. The Hellcat used her control of Yugito's body to sink the teeth deeper into the arm until the orange chakra cloak darkened into a brilliant red. Naruto patted her head and the Hellcat reluctantly removed her teeth from his arm. Before Naruto could resist, Yugito's arms pulled him into a searing kiss. The kiss dragged on until I coughed loudly to break the moment. When Naruto pulled back, the fierce eyes of the Nibi no Nekomata glared the Raikage. If you interrupt such a great kiss again, I will rampage all across Kumo. I scoffed. I fought Juki, I am not scared of you, cat. The cat growled in aggression, but Naruto put a calming hand on her shoulder. Relax, Tabi. I will keep the brute in check. You just worry about Yugito. How is she doing? Tabi's growl transitioned into a gentle and contented purr as Naruto stroked her hair. She will be fine. She was drained and exhausted, but your blood and chakra healed the rest of the damage. She will wake up once I relinquish control. I coughed once more and interrupted the private world the two were in. Tabi, could you provide a report for me? The irritable and horny cat growled once more before giving a summary of events. The story matched Naruto's and cleared him of suspicion. Once she was done, she didn't even wait for the Raikage's response. She pulled Naruto into another kiss and relinquished control. A surprised Yugito found herself blushing profusely as her tongue danced with Naruto's. After a minute, she was able to regain her composure and push Naruto away. My apologies, Raikage-sama, Yugito said meekly. I waved her off, not your fault. That horny Hellcat couldn't resist, not that I blame her. He threw in a cheeky comment before continuing, Yugito, did anything seem off to you on the mission? Yugito nodded slowly. I questioned why I was being sent out alone by the council despite your orders. They threatened insubordination and jail time. I figured a recon mission would be less of a hassle than dealing with them. Naruto was growling lowly, sounds like it is time to clean out another council. Another? Daru asked lazily. Naruto nodded, I cleaned out Konoha's council not long ago. I chuckled and shook his head, of course that was you. That being said, I will take care of this. I don't need outsiders cleaning up my own mess. Naruto nodded and his growl subsided, I figured you would say something like that. I will leave that to you, but if something like this happens again, I will get involved. He finished ominously. Fair. I conceded. What do you think need be done about the Akatsuki? Naruto shrugged, stop letting them pick the when and where. They have plenty of strength left in them, but they are not invincible. Get the cage together. That should draw them out into the open. I nodded, okay, I agree to that. Are you going to make an appearance? Naruto nodded, it is time for my good name to be cleared. Do enjoy the show. Naruto's smirk was all-encompassing as he looked at the others around the room. I chuckled, and what do you intend to do for my kunoichi and her partner? Naruto locked eyes with what do you want from me, I will have them, it is just a matter of what you wish for in exchange. Coco eyes sparkled with a blue electricity, other than the obvious treaty, I would like some concessions. Naruto made a out with it motion with his hand, We are both men, let's not beat around the bush. I nodded with a smirk on his face. I want to know what you found in Uzumaki, and I want to know that you can protect her. I don't care that you beat some chumps, I want to test you myself. Raikage-sama. Yugito protested lightly, do I not have a say in this? Naruto smiled down at Yugito, of course you do. Do you not wish to be part of my family? Did I misread our time spent together in spring? Kitten, if you ruin this for me then I will make your life hell. Nibi threatened from within the mindscape.
Yugito blushed a cherry red and her eyes fell to her knees. I don't know. I like you, but, my life is here in Kumo.
Naruto nodded, it's okay, Yugi-chan, I won't force anything. Truth be told, it is my girls and Kurama that are egging this on. While I find myself drawn to you, I must also admit that I'm happy with what I already have. Kitten. Matatabi growled. I frowned a bit. He wanted this too because he knew that it would be great for Kumo in the long run. In exchange for a Jinchuriki bordering on's rank, he could gain the allegiance of a man that clearly stood above's rank. I cleared his throat to gain the room's attention, nothing needs to be done right away. That being said, I would still like to test you myself. Naruto shrugged, I have always wanted to test myself against the legendary I and B combo that my father fought against. I cocked an eyebrow, you think you can take my brother and I at the same time? Naruto smirked, I wouldn't want to create an international incident. However, if that is what it takes for you to entrust Yugi-chan into my care, then. Naruto left it hanging there to egg the bulky and proud man on. Daru shifted nervously, Raikage-sama, this is bothersome to say. If you were to lose, then it would cause quite a stir. Yo, Daru, bro. There ain't no way that Blondie can play. He can't stand up to we, the Raikage and B. For once, I didn't feel like iron clawing B for his transgression. He simply nodded proudly, I agree with B. Naruto's smirk grew into a feral grimace that encompassed his entire face, if that's what you believe, then why don't we put some action on it? What should you win? I asked dismissively and condescendingly. Yugi-chan's hand in marriage and dual citizenship. Any children we have will be granted dual citizenship as well. Naruto answered confidently while Kurama began stirring from her sensual slumber. Very well, should we win then you will join Kumo as a shinobi of my ranks, I said before continuing, should you win, I will bless the marriage with Ni Yugito, and we can work out the details at a later date. Yugito had watched the conversation with a myriad of emotions playing over her face. She did indeed like Naruto. She had bonded with him rapidly and she had seen the way he interacted with Tsuki and the Spring Daimyo. Matatabi had immediately claimed her lust for him and Yugito found it hard to resist. That being said, she was an alpha female, and she didn't appreciate men talking about her future without her say. She especially didn't like the fact that they were gambling with her future. She flared her aura to crack the three knuckleheads out of their staring contest. Enough, Yugito shouted, I am not some piece of property. Should I wish to marry Naruto, then that will be my choice. Naruto adopted his sheepish pose while Kurama giggled through the mental link, sorry Yugi-chan. I may have become carried away. I just wanted a chance to win your heart. Kitten. I swear on the sage and all things holy. Matatabi shouted directly into Yugito's brain, which made her wince. Relax and sit pretty, little kitty. Big brother B and Uncle I are just going to take the blonde hunk out to play. Should he prove worthy, then we will approve, we. Be wrapped, which made Yugito leap out of the bed and dope slap him. Naruto got a nice view of Yugito's butt and exposed back through the medical gown. He agreed wholeheartedly with Kurama that she was fine, f.i.n.e. Fine. Naruto let out a cat-calling whistle before a playful smile greeted Yugito's turn. You know, Yugi-chan, I didn't think it was possible to make medical gowns look sexy. I am pleased to see that I was wrong. Yugito blushed an atomic shade of red and grabbed the back of the medical gown and clamped it together. I interrupted with a boastful laugh, well, I tell you what. Let's fight and the rest will work itself out. Naruto looked Yugito up and down once more before turning to I agree. I will go pick up the proctor that will be impartial. I am sure you agree to no killing blows. I also don't want this getting out to the Akatsuki, so we will fight in a protected space. Agreed? I smirked as B put a hand on his shoulder, agreed. B's training ground, next day Jiraiya looked around and let out a low whistle. B's training ground was a temple-like building that resided near a lake that was 1 square kilometer. There was also a 4 square kilometer section that was flatter ground with scatter boulders that let B use his more destructive jutsu. Around this training ground were an assembly of high-level Kumo shinobi that were powering a privacy barrier that Naruto had gifted them. Each of these shinobi were more than happy to pay the chakra price to get a chance to witness this battle. Additionally, there were multiple protective barriers that would protect the spectators from the fight. I invited the Kumo Council to view the show because they would need to be informed about Yugito and Naruto regardless. Plus, he was looking forward to Naruto's plan to expose the traitors within his council. Along with the council were a few Konoha shinobi that Naruto had insisted get to join the show. Tsuki, Shizune, Anko and Tamari were present to spectate the match. Really, they just wanted a chance to see Naruto fight since they hadn't seen it in years. Jiraiya looked down at the competitors, who were chatting casually on a raised platform that bordered the lake and training ground. Naruto was in full combat attire and Jiraiya could feel his chakra preparing itself for the fight. The kid's aura was super intense, and Jiraiya was surprised by how much denser Naruto's chakra felt since the last time he saw him. Naruto was decked out in his Orion mask, slick combat vest, and underneath he was wearing a long-sleeve, dark blue, V-neck shirt with faith and family written down each arm. He wore golden wrist bracers on each wrist that were equipped with a multitude of seals. On the back of the vest was the combined family symbol which combined the Uzumaki whirlpool with each of his spouse's symbols on the blade of the whirlpool. Naruto wore black onbu pants that were held up by a burnt orange utility belt that had multiple pouches for seals embedded in it. I had removed his cage robe and left his upper body exposed. His toned torso glistened in the sunlight over the brim of his golden belt. I made a show of removing the 3 bracers that occupied each of his forearms and he let the crater the ground after dropping them casually. He too equipped bracers, but she extended down into golden gloves that encased Ai's fist while leaving his fingers exposed. Ai's body was crackling lightly with lightning as he was getting excited for the fight. B was in his standard outfit, and he was doing final checks on each of his 8 swords that he used in his unique kenjutsu style. His head was bobbing up and down to some unheard beat and Jiraiya could tell that he was getting psyched up. He was hopping lightly from foot to foot and really getting into the whole event. Jiraiya could easily sense Juki's chakra beginning to spread through B's body. Yugito, Samui, Karu and Amoe took seats next to Anko, Shizune, Tamari, and Tsuki. The girls greeted each other with friendly gestures, but it was obvious that the tension of the impending fight was hovering over the group. Tsuki pulled Yugito into a hug and told her that everything would work out. She knew that Naruto would be just fine, especially since the privacy barrier was up. If worst came to worst, then he could use his eyes. So, this escalated quickly, Karu said dryly, which earned chuckles from the girls. Tamari shook her head, leave it to Orion to get dragged into a glorified prize fight. At least he invited you, Mari-chan. I thought you were really missing him, Shizune teased playfully. Tamari blushed, well, yeah, I was. I just don't get why this is all necessary. Yugito sighed and buried her head in her hands, because they are a bunch of proud knuckle-draggers. Anko cackled in laughter, look, Orion just loves a good fight. It will be interesting to see how far this gets taken. Jiraiya called the fighters to him and broke down the rules, alright fellas, we are all allies here. Bijou chakra will be allowed in this fight. All non-lethal jutsu are allowed in this fight. No killing or maiming blows are allowed in this fight. If I have to intervene, then you are removed from the fight. If the fight starts getting out of hand and it endangers our spectators, then I reserve the right to shut it down. Does everyone agree to these terms? I nodded while looking directly into Orion's eye slits, agreed. B nodded while still bouncing nimbly from foot to foot, sure thing, fool, you fool. Naruto smirked beneath his Orion mask, sounds like fun. Jiraiya knew he would need some help and he knew that Ma and Pa would want to see this. He clapped his hands to gather his chakra. He summoned the 2 elder sages and let them take their places on his shoulders. They synced with him, and his sage markings spread onto his face while his nose grew a bit and became warty. He looked at the 3 and knifed his hand down. Fight! Despite the fight being started, the 3 simply looked at each other. Orion used this time to gather a bit of natural energy into his coils and Kurama was in a meditative position within the mindscape. She could gather natural energy on behalf of her mate, partner and lover. She was more than willing to do so because she wanted her mate to make a glorious statement to the shinobi nations. The statement would be, Uzumaki Naruto cannot and will not be fucked with. What are you 2 waiting for? Naruto asked casually as he felt his body slipping into sage mode. I shifted minutely, I thought we would let you make the first move, young blood. B laughed, we would be the pricks if we end it too quick. 2 on 1 won't be no fun. Naruto started laughing, very well, ready or not, here I come. Naruto blurred forward, empowered by sage mode, and lashed out at B. The speed caught the Jinchuriki and Reikage off guard and B paid for it by taking a Senjutsu empowered fist to his chest. Gyuki's chakra hardened B's body and took most of the blow, but it still sent the Hachibi Jinchuriki flying off into the lake. This left Naruto in a one-on-one with Ai, who crackled into the first stage of his lightning armor. B shook the birdies away as he swam up from the bottom of the lake. He took the chastising for underestimating Naruto from Gyuki in stride as he swam back to the surface. He jumped out of the water after a minute to see I was engaged in a high-speed taijutsu battle with Naruto. He was more than impressed that the young shinobi was able to keep up with his brother. Seeing an opening, B threw out a fist that grew into a tentacle. Naruto parried and redirected a blow from Ai that crashed down into the ground and erupted in a miniature explosion. Before he could take advantage of the opening, he was forced to deal with a tentacle that was approaching rapidly from behind. He used the frog kumite style to slap the tentacle away before he backflipped over a follow-up blow from the rakeage. He did a series of back handsprings to reset the fight. We may need to use the Sharingan to keep up with these guys. Sage mode is great, but their speed and coordination are a dire threat. Kurama said while collecting and spreading the natural energy through Naruto's body. Yeah, they aren't even serious yet. Very well, let's just ramp it up. Naruto thought back as he activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Naruto once again engaged the IB combo, and he started by unsealing Seimata and Kubakirabocho. Only Naruto could wield two such weapons in a dual-wielding style, and he began using the two legendary swords of Kiri to put pressure on the pair. He immediately unsheathed two of his katanas to counter Kubakirabocho, and I tried to find an opening to get around Seimata. The dance proceeded for 3 minutes before I got impatient and crackled into his full lightning armor. With that speed, his synapses were heightened, and he was able to exploit the smallest gap in Naruto's Kenjutsu dance. He ducked a sideswipe from Seimata and launched an uppercut into Naruto's chin. Before Naruto sailed into the air, I was caught on the back by Seimata, and he was startled to realize that his lightning armor was nearly absorbed in its entirety. Seimata enjoyed the brief feast, but the sword immediately rerouted the absorbed chakra to heal the damage done to its new partner. Was it entirely necessary? No, it was not. Was it appreciated by Naruto? Yup, it sure was. Naruto's healing factor acted quickly to help him shake off the damage, but it wasn't quick enough to evade the tentacle that extended from B's back. The tentacle whipped Naruto around and threw him directly towards the rakeage. I saw what his brother was doing and immediately channeled chakra to enshroud himself once more in the potent lightning armor. He blurred forward with his arm held out at shoulder level in an L shape. I felt the satisfying connection on his lightning lariat on Naruto's neck. He saw B blurring forward and he knew that the double lariat would end this fight. In an explosion of Gyuki's chakra and lightning chakra, Naruto was sandwiched in between the rakeage and his brother. Naruto panicked slightly as he saw and sensed the impending attack. His eyes spun wildly and formed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he pushed chakra into his eyes while thinking of his Susanoo form. He kept the form hovering tightly over his body, and Kurama empowered the chakra cloak to protect her mate from this admittedly devastating attack. Despite the defense, Naruto still spit out a mouthful of blood as the high-speed attack culminated in a devastating explosion. I and B hopped back out of the cloud of dust to observe the outcome of their attack. Both brothers were confident that the fight would be over. Both brothers were duly disappointed when wind blew through the training ground and cleared out the dust cloud. It revealed that Naruto was standing straight with his chest heaving lightly. There were multiple cracks in his Orion mask, and his breathing was audibly coming through the mask. He was enshrouded in a golden aura, and both Seimata and Kubakirabocho appeared in his hands in puffs of chakra smoke from a summoning seal. Don't just stand there and take that from them, Ruto. No sex for a month if you lose this fight. Kurama growled through the mind link. Naruto cracked his neck and spit out some blood. Well, it seems like playtime is over. That was a pretty solid attack. How are you still standing? I asked incredulously, which earned laughter from Naruto. Up in the stands, Suki was probably the only person that could tell what happened. She shook her head and giggled. Naruto was a truly terrifying opponent, especially when he decided to use the Sharingan. Samui and Yugito looked at the giggling masked girl and decided they needed to figure out what was so funny. Why are you laughing? That attack could have killed him? Yugito asked dubiously. Suki shook her head. Nope, it would take so much more than that to kill my husband. Shizune coughed. Our husband, Suki-chan. Anko laughed. Yeah, definitely. I just want to see him get serious. Two big puffs of chakra smoke appeared in the stadium and Tamari laughed. Ha ha, I think he is starting to get serious. Back down on the field, the smoke cleared to show Gamaken and Gamahiro standing behind Naruto. Gamaken spoke to his summoner. What do you need of us, Nah? Orion? The ungraceful toad was still unused to calling his summoner by his alias. Naruto turned his head minimally, keep the one on the left busy for me. Ken, he is a Kenjutsu practitioner. Show him what the toads can do. Gamahiro croaked in excitement, as you wish, Orion. Gamaken pulled his shield and Sasumata out, I am ungraceful, but I will complete this task. I saw 2 of the legendary summons and he turned to B, bring Juki out and deal with them. I will hold him off until you do. B nodded, sure thing, bro. As Naruto dashed forward, Gamaken and Gamahiro led a combined assault on B, who had begun sinking with Juki. 8 tentacles lashed out and countered the massive summons. Naruto put the pressure on I, who was now feeling the full weight of Naruto's Kenjutsu dance. He was amazed that the young shinobi was able to keep him dancing and dodging without so much as an opening. Whatever chakra he was using, it was clearly enhancing his speed. I's glove was forced to counter a blow from Seimata, and he winced as he felt the chakra drain from the legendary sword. I took the blow and used his speed to get inside Naruto's guard. He began lashing out with lightning-fast blows that left Naruto unable to counter with his 2 swords. He apologized to the 2 proud swords as he resealed them into his wrist. After the 3rd blow to the abdomen, Naruto was able to dodge the uppercut, move around I's back, and he used a version of the Raikage's own unique move against him. Naruto used his own lightning chakra and the power of his shroud to counter I's lightning armor. He latched onto the beast of a man and used all of his strength to Liger bomb the Raikage. I was stunned as one of his own moves was used against him. That stunned state caused I to crash into the ground before taking a kick encased in lightning chakra. The kick sent I sailing into the air, and he flew for nearly 300 meters. Naruto sensed that B was still busy with the toads, so he used this opening to break out one of his jutsu. He weaved through the hand seals and used water style, water laser. The high-pressure water tore into the ground as it angled towards I. The Raikage roared out in pain as the water crashed into his lightning armor and sent him tumbling on the ground. The water must have short-circuited I, because the lightning armor fizzled out mid-tumble. B had disarmed Gamaken of his shield and he lashed out with a tentacle to sideswipe the toad. The tentacle was caught within the Sasumata and B was forced to dodge a dual strike from Gamahiro. He and Juki were impressed by the 2 toads, but when they sensed I in trouble, they knew that it was time to finish the fight with the 2 toads. B called on the water of the lake and launched a supremely powerful water bullet into Gamahiro's gut, which dispelled the toad. Gamaken pinned the tentacle caught within the Sasumata into the ground and lunged forward in a tackle after Gamahiro was dispelled. He crashed into the massive form of Juki and sent the Bijou tumbling backwards. As B tumbled back, 2 tentacles lashed out and wrapped around Gamaken. Naruto saw this and forcibly dispelled Gamaken in a massive puff of smoke. This was his fight, and he didn't want his summoned partners to get seriously injured in a pride match. As B recovered from the tumble, he was surprised by a fist that was nearly 100 meters wide that slammed into his synchronized form. Even through the potent transformation, the water style, divine fist of the water god really hurt and it sent B tumbling back even further. Naruto took advantage of this opening and formed a Rasengan in his hand. He channeled lighting chakra into the Rasengan before he threw the Rasen-Yari, which was the size of a baseball, at Juki. The Senjutsu-empowered Rasen-Yari tore through the hardened skin of Juki and exploded in a potent electricity. Juki was a water bijou and he had great control and resistance to water. The first attack of Naruto's wasn't too much to handle, but the shock of the Rasen-Yari really hurt. Juki cried out in pain and the lightning chakra messed with the synchronization. Juki shrank back into B, who was shaking out the numbness from his right arm. He was no stranger to lightning attacks, but that was the first lightning attack that actually hurt him when he was synchronized with Juki. No way, Karu gasped with her hands over her mouth. He hurt the Raikage, and he managed to hurt B-sensei in his transformed state. Yugito nodded with a small frown on her face. Yes, that is not an easy thing to do. What was that attack? Amoe asked. The Rasen-Yari, Suki answered while watching the fight. It is the lightning variant of the 4th Rasengan. It is strong enough to get through most defenses. It seems like Juki's chakra wasn't enough to stop it. Even my wind isn't enough to stop it. Tamari pouted. No shame in that, Shizune said while smiling as Naruto engaged B once more. Where is the Raikage-sama? Was that attack really enough to take him out of the fight? Karu asked. Anko squinted. Nah, he is just getting back on his feet. Seems like that water jutsu short-circuited his lightning armor. Naruto was engaged once more in a Kenjutsu battle with B. He landed multiple cuts as B used his Akurabeto style. It seems like B losing the use of his right arm really left openings in the fierce Kenjutsu style. Despite that, Naruto knew that this wouldn't be enough to take B out of the fight. Now that he wasn't fully transformed, he needed to take advantage of the opportunity to keep Juki out of the fight. As the Kenjutsu battle progressed, Naruto surprised B by spinning rapidly before tossing Kubakirabocho like a buzz saw. B knew that his swords wouldn't be enough to counter this attack and he was still unable to sync with Juki. He dropped a couple of his swords and rolled forward under the attack. He was met with a fist to the face that stunned him and then he felt an open palm strike over his heart that sent him reeling back. It was at this point that I re-emerged into the fight and took the pressure off of B. Naruto was forced to engage the raikage, which let B recover enough to regain the use of his right arm. Juki wasn't happy about the shock to his system, but he was working to deal with the damage. Juki knew that if they were going to win, then the synchronization would be needed. I couldn't believe that Naruto was able to dodge his highest speed attacks. He just used his lightning spear when Naruto's back was to him, and the young man was still able to dodge. Then I was served humble pie as the boy answered him blow for blow in taijutsu. I was then sent flying back once more by the invisible force that accompanied the frog kumite style. I instinctively knew he dodged, but the damage done to his body disagreed. I flooded his body with lightning chakra and prepared another lightning spear. He was within 30 feet of the boy and not even Naruto could dodge this attack. His feet blurred into motion and crossed the 30 feet in under a second. With his hand outstretched, his two fingers crackled with lightning chakra as they came within 6 inches of his chest. I expected to feel the joyous feeling of his lightning penetrating his opponent's defenses. I expected this fight to be over. I expected to be victorious. Naruto saw the raikage's attack coming, thanks to the cheat code that the Sharingan represented. He knew that his body was not fast enough to dodge this attack, at least, not by conventional means. He let the raikage close the distance and he flashed out with the Hiraishin at the very last moment. I's momentum carried him forward and the miss caused him to stumble and crash through the ground for nearly 50 meters. Naruto flashed to the Hiraishin mark that he left on B's chest, and he flashed sequentially 8 more times. In between each flash, Naruto pinballed B's substantial form around and he used the open palm strikes to apply 8 simple seals. B saw a series of yellow flashes and he felt every single one of the 8 powerful blows. The flashes occurred within the blink of an eye and B was unable to resist such speed as he was pounded on out of nowhere. The surprise attack caught him off guard and by the time the attack was completed he was unable to move his body. His whole body felt like it weighed tons as 8 seals glowed and weighed him down. Before Juki could channel his dense chakra to overload the seals, Naruto pulled a tag out of his utility belt and slapped it on B's forehead. The Bijou suppression tag was able to completely disconnect the link between man and Bijou. Jiraiya jumped into the battlefield to evacuate B after calling him out of the fight. Naruto turned around to lock onto the raikage whose eyes were clouded over in a battle haze filled with bloodlust. "Now you've done it, Orion." I growled as blue chakra sparkled off his body in a powerful display. Naruto shrugged as a matter of taunting the raikage. "That double lariat really hurt. I needed to take one of you out and only one of you was susceptible to a Bijou suppression seal." I growled, "That's low. I didn't expect you to fight like a coward." Naruto's eyes narrowed and his voice deepened as he sank into a battle-ready posture. "Let's get something straight. I am holding back most of my arsenal because I don't want to risk killing you. I am sure you are doing the same. Let's not throw insults." I nodded as a matter of apology. "Fine, no Fuinjutsu for this fight. Just speed and the power of our fists." Naruto nodded before he erupted in a golden chakra that completely enshrouded him. "Looks like Q wants to get in on this fight. Show me what you got." It is impossible to describe the fight from that point on. I unleashed all of his speed and power and Naruto answered it pound for pound. Blue and golden blurs appeared in flickers that were nearly impossible to track, even for Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Itachi's Sharingan was put to the test, and she begrudgingly admitted that it would have been too fast for her. Her Susanoo could have equaled things out, but she would have been swinging at air for most of it. Most of the spectators were just processing the previous clash when another blue and golden clash appeared on the other side of the training ground. One clash lasted a little longer as arms and legs blurred in a series of exchanges that left a series of after-images. The clash faded into another set of blurs and the blurs were all that could be seen on the training ground for a full 10 minutes. It was only a little bit of trickery that would change the status quo of the fight and it was Kurama that egged Naruto towards doing it. It would only be a brief activation of the Rinnegan, and it would be hidden behind his mask, so it should be okay. The latest clash ended with Naruto skidding back after blocking a cross and he flipped back out of the follow-up uppercut. He backpedaled away from the raikage who was tracking him doggedly while completely lost in the haze of battle. It was this opening that allowed Naruto to extend his hand toward the raikage and he whispered, "Banshu Tenin," which translates to universal pull. I was darting forward at high speeds towards his elusive target, and he suddenly felt his feet lift off the ground and he felt pulled towards his opponent. The brief shock of confusion rattled I for long enough for Naruto to plant a Rasengan, infused with enough wind chakra to grind through the lightning armor, into Ai's chest before Naruto forced him down into the ground. The spiraling chakra ate through Ai's lightning armor and ground into his chest. Naruto stopped before he did serious damage and he let the Rasengan explode and destabilize on Ai. The force deepened the crater and left Ai sprawled out flat on his back. Naruto placed a golden knife hand at Ai's throat and asked, "Do you concede?" Ai's brain was rattled, and his chest really hurt. On top of that, he had been in lightning armor for nearly half an hour, which caused his coils to tingle and burn. He looked up into the fierce blue eyes of Naruto and he nodded slightly. "I concede. You are strong enough to protect Yugito." Naruto offered Ai a hand up and helped him to his feet. He brushed the dirt off of Ai's shoulders and hit him with a gigawatt smile. "I know I am. Now I just need to know if she wants me." I winced in pain but chuckled. "Yeah, she wants you. You just have to get her to say it out loud." Naruto offered Ai his shoulder as they walked off the training ground toward the spectators. "You want to bite me? I want you in full form when we deal with your council." I looked left and right and whispered, "Can you set up a privacy bubble? I don't want my soldiers seeing that." Naruto palmed a tag and channeled chakra into it. He held out his forearm and turned his head away. He wasn't a fan of men biting him, but it would help him gain a little bit of good standing with the Raikage, who he just publicly embarrassed. I only bit down long enough to heal and get the injuries deal with. He was amazed by the feeling and the implications of such a technique. He gave Naruto a nod and he dropped the privacy bubble to see that people had already gathered around the two. That was quite the display, Orion-san. One Kumo counselor said, "It is a shame that I and B are no longer undefeated." Naruto, as Orion, answered the counselor, "Counselor, the Raikage and B were holding back greatly. This was a friendly spar, and you cannot evaluate shinobi potential in non-lethal scenarios." I gave Orion a nod and turned a stoic visage to the Council of Kumo. "Look here, this man is possibly the strongest in the elemental nations. It was a great fight and I feel no shame in that defeat." Naruto added on, "B was holding back so much because he didn't know how resilient I am. Should Juki get serious, then everyone spectating would have been in danger." I nodded proudly, "Indeed, and should Orion have been serious, then this whole mountain range would be in danger. I recommend you keep your self-righteous chastising to yourself." "Of course, Raikage-sama." Another counselor said, "Orion-san, could we convince you to join Kumo?" "No," Naruto answered instantly, "I entered into this arrangement with the Raikage for Ni Yugito's hand in marriage." "Why would you want that demon?" a counselor asked and got an overwhelming dose of killing intent for his comment. Naruto growled, "Yugito is a wonderful woman that has endured the abuse of you fuckers for too long. Tell me, O mighty council of Kumo, which of you betrayed Yugito?" Naruto asked this to feel out the counselor's chakra and he felt a couple uncomfortable shifts along with 2 spikes of terror. Naruto locked eyes with those 2 counselors. Imaya, a female merchant and council representative, said, "What do you mean, Orion-san?" Naruto shifted his eyes to her and sensed that she was innocent. "I mean that I rescued Ni Yugito from 2 Akatsuki members a couple days ago after this council sent her on a setup mission." Another spike of terror from the 2 counselors, which drew Naruto's icy gaze. Omayo, Imaya's older brother, stuttered under Naruto's glare. He could see the glowing blue eyes through Orion's cracked mask. He was also one of the 2 counselors that accepted a fat wad of cash to betray the Jinchuriki. "What are you talking about? We would never do such a thing." Naruto started chuckling, looked to Ai and nodded his head at the 2 guilty parties. "I know you cannot take my word for it, but that fat fuck and the one standing next to him are the ones that betrayed Yugi-chan." Omayo protested over Ai's growl, "How dare you accuse me?" Naruto shrugged with his Orion mask, losing a small piece of the mask over his mouth that exposed the edge of his feral smirk. "I can detect lies and your chakra screams that you are guilty. He doesn't need to believe me, he just needs to take the 2 of you to interrogation." "Bolt," I roared after deciding to trust Naruto. "Escort counselors Omayo and Atabi to interrogation. The rest of you, should you betray me again, I will take your heads." Date night in the mountains. After his fight with Ai, things moved fast in Kumo. First, Naruto flashed Jiraiya back to Konoha so that he could report into Tsunade and catch up in the village he was scantly seen in anymore. Second, Naruto took the 4 girls that came to spectate the fight out for a night on the town before ending it with a wild night in the hotel. After giving their best effort to soil the hotel bed forever, he flashed them back the next day with the promise that he would be home soon. Tsunade didn't accept that and pulled him into the bedroom for a quickie before she was willing to let him go back to Kumo. After a passionate kiss from Itachi, Naruto flashed back to Kumo to finish negotiations with Yugito. Speaking of those negotiations, Yugito had been all hot and bothered since the fight between Naruto, Ai, and B. Of course, Matatabi was egging this on mercilessly, and she filled Yugito's dreams with images and scenes of Naruto and her doing the deed. This combined with the non-stop prodding from the Nibi no Nekomata during the day made Yugito a horny mess. The final straw was the drinking night she had with Kaoru and Samui that was just an adoration/masturbation session over how sexy Naruto was. Thus, when Yugito was preparing herself for the promised date with Naruto, she was doing everything she could to make sure she was bringing her A game. She went to the spa to get her nails done, cut her hair and wax her snatch. She soaked in a scented bath and added a couple squirts of her favorite perfume, Mountain Lilac. She then strapped on a dark purple sundress that really suited the fall atmosphere. The dress hugged Yugito's lithe body quite well, and she enjoyed how it showed just enough cleavage while leaving her back bare. Her mind was already imagining the tender touch of Naruto's hand on her lower back. The slit up the left side of the dress would let Naruto see her perfectly toned legs and hopefully give Naruto some easy access if things went that far. Looking good, kitten. Matatabi purred through the mental link. Yugito turned in the mirror and made a kissy face, which then made her blush in embarrassment that she was acting like such a schoolgirl. What am I even doing, Tabi? This guy has like 8 wives. Tabi purred, you are forgetting the most important thing, kitten. He keeps all 8 of those wives happy. Any man that can do that has my stamp of approval. Remember how nice he treated you in Spring Country? Yugito nodded, I do, but he was nice to everyone. Even Kaoru and Samui thought so. Tabi chuckled huskily, kitten, that man was restraining himself and just treating you as an acquaintance. He likely didn't make a move because he didn't have the green light from his girls. Yugito blushed when remembering the conversation that she had with Tsuki, Shizune, Anko, and Tamari. They had expressed how their crazy, big family worked and why they were making her the offer. I still don't get why they were willing to let him do this. I mean, it all seems crazy to me. I mean, I obviously want him, but I just don't understand why or how it is going to work. Matatabi was doing her best not to get frustrated. Her human vessel was beautiful, but the village had done a number on her self-esteem. The abuse by the male counselors before I found out what was going on didn't help either. Tabi had to remember the scars that left on her vessel. She composed her thoughts and tempered her insatiable lust before replying. Yugito, you are an amazing woman, and both Tsuki and Koyuki saw that. So did Naruto. You are looking for a reason to sabotage this before it gets started because you don't want to get your hopes up. I can tell that Naruto is nothing like the pigs you have dealt with in the past. He will not judge you, he will not abandon you, and he will not take you for granted. A man like him will cherish you, protect you, ravage you, love you and tend to you. He will treat you like the wonderful woman you are and never let you go. Yugito started paying attention as soon as Matatabi used her name. She only did that when she was saying something serious. As Matatabi's voice came through the mental link, she couldn't help but shed tears. She sincerely loved and appreciated her bijou partner. Her speech cleared out the memories of being called a useless whore or cum dumpster or slave to the council. She wiped away the tears and looked at herself in the mirror. She tried her best to see what Matatabi saw in her. Thanks, Tabi. That means a lot. Yugito's internal conversation was disturbed by a knock on her front door. She made sure that her tears didn't streak her makeup before she hyped herself up and walked to the front door. She was extremely excited for this date and simply hoped it would be different from her past experiences. She opened the door and put a sexy smile on her face. Her breath hitched in her chest when she saw Naruto standing there with a bouquet of purple carnations, which represent new love and fascination. Naruto wasn't exactly nervous, but he was excited with his pulse rising. This was one of the first times that he was overtly courting a woman, and it had its own unique edge to it. Itachi was just a natural progression of a childhood friendship. Anko and Kurama came onto him, and they both drove the relationship forward. Hinata and Karen kind of fell into lap, and love formed out of the desire to protect them. Tsunade and Shizune both started to love him after a crazy situation, a lot of fun and a crap ton of gambling. Koyuki made her feelings known to him first and confessed to him first. This really was the first time that it felt like Naruto was taking the initiative, even if it was at the urging of his wives. He paused before he knocked on Yugito's door because he sensed Yugito, and her sadness and self-loathing were potent to him. He waited as he talked it out with Kurama, and he felt the change after Matatabi's speech. Of course, he didn't know why, but he was glad that he waited and didn't interrupt the moment. He had an idea that it had something to do with what I&B talked to him about after the spar. I&B pulled Naruto aside that evening while they were drinking, and their serious attitudes told Naruto that he should listen. They proceeded to tell him about Yugito's early abuse by the council and the seduction missions that she was assigned under Ai's nose. I told Naruto that it was one of his greatest failures and it took Yugito years to get over it. They were both caught off guard by the intensity of Naruto's killing intent. What kind of bastard assigned a 13-year-old girl a seduction mission? Fuck that, they weren't even seduction missions. The counselors abused their power over a young girl in the worst way possible. Sure, Kunoichi took those kinds of missions, but they were never meant to be treated worse than common hookers and it was never supposed to happen to someone so young. B told Naruto, in plain words, as in no rapping, that the missions lasted for 2 years, and it had a devastating effect on Yugito. The brothers just asked Naruto to keep that in mind and treat her right. After sensing the change in Yugito's emotions, Naruto knocked on the door and put a friendly smile on his face. He waited with flowers in hand until Yugito opened the door a minute later. He wanted to whistle in approval of the devastatingly beautiful woman that she was. He restrained himself and he was glad that he did so. Instead, he opened up with a genuine compliment and offered her the flowers. "You look absolutely amazing, Yugi-chan." Like, wow. Yugito blushed and took the flowers so she could hide her blush behind the bouquet. "TT, thank you, Naruto-kun." Naruto beamed a smile at her and spoke in a soft tone, "Just speaking the truth. Want to put those in a vase so we can go out for a night on the town?" Yugito nodded and did just that. They left her apartment a couple minutes later as the sun was just beginning to set over the mountains. Naruto offered her his arm and was pleased when Yugito took it after minimal hesitation. He was further pleased to feel that her anxiety and tensions were lessening as they just talked and walked. Kumo had a particular beauty to it and the thin mountain air felt cool on his skin. Yugito felt herself starting to relax and the forced smile turned into a natural and contented smile as Naruto's dense chakra enveloped her in an aura of warmth and safety. She felt herself throwing off her inhibitions as her body naturally relaxed and it felt natural to walk through her hometown with this man at her side. She looked up to see the contented look on Naruto's face as he talked and walked through the town with his eyes forward and sparkling with life. "So, where are we going, Naruto-kun?" Yugito asked after Naruto finished telling her about his kids like the doting father he was. Naruto smirked, "It's a secret. Let's just say I did my research and I think you will like it." He idly looked out of his peripheral view and spotted the obvious group of 6 individuals that were watching every move they made. Kurama's giggles came through the mental link, "Hee hee, that's cute. They just want to make sure that you are taking care of their friend." Naruto sighed internally, I know. I can respect that. It doesn't mean that it isn't distracting for a censor like me. Focus, young man. You have a lady to impress. Kurama said before severing the mental link so Naruto could give Yugito his full attention. Yugito cocked an eyebrow, "How did you do your research when you were running around being a hero and fighting the Raikage?" Naruto chuckled at that, "Well, let's just say I have a jutsu that is uniquely suited to me. In fact, I plan on teaching you this jutsu after I talk to the Raikage." Yugito was curious now, especially because of his playful tone. "What would you need to talk to the Raikage about?" Naruto looked down at Yugito as they walked down the street of the high-end district of Kumo. "Well, do you want to ruin your surprise now or later?" Yugito growled playfully and responded in a sexy pout, "I hate surprises." Naruto laughed at that. "Okay, well, I need the Raikage's approval to alter your seal just a little bit." Naruto left it hanging there to bait her. Yugito stopped walking in the middle of the street and was about to shout in surprise before Naruto turned into her and placed his hand over her mouth. With his other hand, he made a shushing sign with his hand and Yugito nodded her understanding. Naruto removed his hand and Yugito responded in a whisper. "Why do you want to alter my seal?" Yugito whispered lowly while appreciating the close proximity to this hunky blonde. Naruto smiled softly at her, "You know how I let Kurama out? I am going to teach you how to do the same." While Yugito stood there stunned, Matatabi was rejoicing in the mindscape. "Yes. Please, Kami, yes. I will ride this man for eternity if he does that for me. Yes." Yugito shook her head to clear the excited screams of Matatabi. "Are you serious?" Naruto nodded. "Why would you do that for me?" Naruto shrugged, "I don't believe in enslaving the bijou. They are sentient beings and deserve their freedom. If the bigotry of mankind won't allow it, then I will help figure a way around it. Plus, Kurama really appreciated it and I want to help Matatabi." Yugito hugged Naruto passionately. Matatabi was her best friend, and it meant a lot to know that he wanted to help her. Sure, it would be more competition for Naruto's affection, but it was a sacrifice she would willingly make for her lifelong partner. "Thank you." Naruto placed a light and understanding kiss atop Yugito's head. "Sure thing, Yugi-chan. Now, will you let me treat you to dinner?" 10 minutes later, Yugito marveled at the fact that she was let into Kumo's best restaurant. She had never been allowed in here before, and the host didn't even bat an eye at her when she walked in along with Naruto. They were seated on the balcony overlooking Kumo with none of the usual looks or deprecating statements. She really enjoyed that. As she took the seat that Naruto pulled out for her, Yugito asked her question. "Why do all of this for me?" The self-conscious insecurity was obvious in her softly spoken words. Naruto leaned over the table and raised her chin to look into Yugito's dark blue eyes. "Because you are worth it." His soft and sincere reply earned Naruto a tear of appreciation. "Look, Yugi-chan, I don't know what you went through in the past, but I'm going to tell you what I see when I look at you. Is that okay?" Yugito nodded meekly, "Sure." Naruto beamed a genuine smile at her. "I see an amazing woman that is strong, independent, cunning and fiercely protective of those that she holds close. The way you guarded your team against Hidan and Kakuzu told me that much. I see a diamond that has never been polished or appreciated the way it deserves. I see a fire that rages with passion and love that is just waiting for a little oxygen to reach its full potential. I see someone that would never abuse my trust, and I see a woman that would love me just as passionately as I'm willing to love her." "Oh. My. Kami." Matatabi said in a stunned gasp from within the mindscape. Yugito wasn't much better. She had never been shown such passion or care before in her life. Her team loved her as a friend, but she had never received these feelings from a man that was genuinely interested in her. Despite Matatabi's threats, she attempted to self-sabotage once more. "Why me? Why throw me into the mix when you already have wives that make you happy?" Naruto shrugged. "Because before my wives and before Itachi, I was just as hopeless and aimless as you are." Naruto held his hand up in a plea for a chance to explain. "My ladies are what I live for, and they were the ones that gave me the green light. I am a powerful sensor, and I identify so completely with what I feel in you. I understand so completely what I feel from you. When I felt that, I was drawn to you, and I wanted to show you what saved me from that darkness. I want to be for you what they were for me." Yugito had tears streaming, and Naruto's hands were preventing her from wiping them away. Instead, one of his hands removed a handkerchief and softly wiped her tears away. "So, I am just someone you want to save? What's wrong with that? I am attracted to you, body and soul. Why wouldn't I want to save a kindred spirit? Why wouldn't I want to live a life of happiness with you?" Naruto replied sternly. He didn't want to get rough, but he needed to break through this wall if this was going to work. Despite his stern tone, his touch on her hands was gentle and caring to make sure that she didn't misunderstand what she was saying. "Kitten. Stop self-sabotaging and accept this man. He doesn't want to hurt you." Matatabi shouted desperately from within the mindscape. The waiter arrived to take their order and offered a chance for a break in the serious discussion. There was a slightly awkward silence that settled over the new couple as they waited for their food, but once again the waiter reset the environment when he brought a bottle of wine and some spicy edamame. Naruto poured Yugito a glass of white wine and then his own before he spoke again. "Yugi-chan, I am not asking for your complete trust right away. The way I see it, we have time on our side. We got the serious talk out of the way, and I just want the chance to get to know you," Naruto whispered across the table.
Yugito nodded meekly. I think we can do that."
And do that they did. The conversation rebounded, and Naruto's natural warmth and acceptance warmed Yugito back up and brought her out of her shell. By the time their order of sushi arrived, which was an extra-large sampler platter, Yugito was laughing, giggling and talking to Naruto normally. The awkwardness faded and Yugito started leaving over the table and flirting with Naruto. By the end of the meal, Naruto had shifted his chair next to Yugito's and she was stroking up and down Naruto's forearm lightly. 20 questions turned into shameless flirting, and a raging cat Bijou turned into a purring and horny mess. The playful environment led to desserts being shared and the couple feeding one another. Naruto's experience and charisma salvaged the date and turned it into a genuinely great date. "Wow, when was the last time you saw Yugito-sensei smiling like that?" Kaoru asked from her perch as she jealously munched on some Pocky. "Little Miss Kitty is smiling pretty. It has been a long time since I saw her shine like a dime. It's a refreshing break from her smile that was fake," B said in a whispery rap, which made I shake his head. I thought that she was circling down the drain when she started crying. Then, all of my worst-case scenarios didn't pan out. I was surprised I was so wrong, Amoe said while sucking on a cherry-flavored lollipop. I nodded, knowing Naruto, he probably dove right in and handled her insecurities. He told me that his bloodline lets him feel people's emotions, and I bet Yugito's negative emotions and insecurities were bothering him. Kaoru whistled, diving right into the deep end on the first date. "That sounds far too bothersome," Daru said lazily after shifting his silver hair out of his eyes. "It's what she needed," Samui said in a far-off tone as she watched the two walk out of the restaurant arm in arm. I chuckled, the man has 8 wives. I think he can handle it. Plus, it seems like it worked out in the end. Aw, what the hell? Karo hissed after shifting positions to see what was happening. Don't get involved, let Naruto handle this. I ordered quietly. Naruto and Yugito were out of the high-end district and making their way back to Yugito's apartment when a group of 4 Kumo Jonin got in their way. Naruto sensed the same 6 people following him and he sensed that they weren't going to get involved. He sighed internally and roused Kurama. Hey, if it isn't the kitty slut. What brings you round these parts? The tall, dark-skinned one in the middle asked in a taunting and condescending fashion. Naruto let Yugito speak for herself. Fuck off, Obo. This is none of your business. The group of 4 tensed and postured at this. When Obo saw Naruto step in front of her protectively, he got a wicked grin on her face. Hey, foreigner, what say you go fuck off somewhere and mind your own business? The whore needs to treat me and my friends in the alley. Naruto cocked an eyebrow as Yugito clutched onto his arm. He spoke in a calm and menacing tone despite the jeers and leers of the 4. I suggest you move along, friends. The word friends contained enough spite to make the 4 wince. And if I ever see you within 40 feet of Yugito again, or I hear you talk to her outside of a mission, then I promise on everything holy that I will make you regret it. Obo's buddy to his right stepped forward and puffed out his chest. Who the fuck you think you are, bitch boy? We are the elite of Kumo, Naruto chuckled menacingly, then the elite of Kumo have fallen. You look like a bunch of worthless pieces of shit to me. Internally, Naruto thought, you ready, Q? Make it unfiltered and as menacing as possible. I want to make these guys shit their pants. Sure thing, love. I don't have to fake it. I will make them see their worst nightmares. Kurama answered in between growls. Yugito was receding back into her shell, and she whimpered slightly to Naruto. She knew these guys weren't a real threat, but Naruto would get in trouble if he hurt Kumo Shinobi. She didn't want Naruto getting in trouble on her behalf. Ruto, let's go. You think I will let you go, bitch? Nato spat. Nah, I think we got to teach your pretty boy a lesson, then we will put the slut back in her place. That was it. Naruto wasn't going to let this go on any further. His Sharingan activated and he flared an astounding amount of ki at the 4. The killing intent fell on them like the weight of the heavens, and it drove them each down into their personal hells. The Sharingan cast an illusion, a particularly nasty illusion, that left the 4 in a crumpled heap. Each of the 4 were now entrapped in a genjutsu that subjected them to a prison environment, public shaming and repeat butt fuckings by the inmates of Kumo's prisons. Sure, they were elite shinobi, but Itachi was a master of illusions, especially Sharingan-based illusions. Thus, the 4 were unable to break out of the genjutsu of their own volition. Thus, the 4 remained trapped in this illusion long enough to make them believe that they had spent months in prison with their tainted holes getting ripped open every day. For proud men like them, it was easily their worst nightmare. I sighed at the 4 Bolt officers that were making complete asses of themselves. Despite that, he really did want to see how Naruto handled it. Thus, when the 4 crumpled to the ground like puppets with their strings cut, I didn't protest. That killing intent was enough to make him shiver and he was over 100 feet away. He was just glad that no physical harm came to the 4. Fucking assholes. Kaoru growled while palming the hilt of her katana. Samui was doing the same and she added in an overly sweet tone, Raikage-sama, can I take them to the prisons? Please. I shook his head, just put them in holding. We can't charge them for this. Obo's father is still on the council. Troublesome fucking prick, Daru said while shaking in anger, I always hated that arrogant asshole. Naruto has it handled, if we go now then we get wrangled. Let Blondie cheer her up and we will just do cleanup. Be wrapped in a forced calm. Naruto looked right back at the group of stalkers before he wrapped an arm over Yugito's shoulder and walked her home. Despite the ease with which he dealt with the situation, it put a damper on the end of a great date. Naruto could feel that the mood was ruined, and he didn't want to force anything. Instead, he pulled Yugito into his body and rubbed her shoulder in a comforting fashion. He walked her home and placed a soft and understanding kiss on her forehead before he left her to herself. Kitty coming out to play, Naruto stretched as he approached B's repaired training ground for his usual morning workout. He answered B's high five before he bumped fists with the Raikage. Both men demanded that he join them for their morning workout so long as he remained in Kumagakure. Naruto didn't fight the request because he wanted to use the opportunity to talk to Ai about B and Yugito's seals. Thus, 2 hours later, after an intense workout, Naruto sat down on the edge of B's lake with I and B. So, I have taken the notes and I can show you the slight alterations I request to make for B and Yugito's seals, Naruto said professionally as he unsealed the notes and handed them to I. I took the notes and spoke while reviewing them. He honestly had no clue what he was looking at, but a cage must always appear professional. Okay, tell me again why you wish to do this. How does this benefit Kumo? B listened intently with Juki freaking out inside of him as Naruto responded. You know how I let Kurama out of the seal? Well, that doesn't stop a true Jinchuriki from pulling on their power. It stops the full synchronization, but there are very few scenarios that require a full synchronization. One benefit is that you can get 2's rank shinobi out of 1 for most scenarios, and one of those ranks is essentially immortal. As I thought this over, B spoke up, has Kurama done missions with you? Not yet, Naruto answered. I have been working with Tsuki and we didn't want to give away Orion's identity before we were ready. There is a Bijou chakra flare when they are released, and I have only let her out within protected areas. I nodded, that makes sense. Are there any downsides to doing this? There may be an adjustment period since the flow of chakra will be altered slightly. That being said, you would be making 2 of the most powerful entities in the world happier than they have ever been, Naruto said with a shrug. It is worth it, brother, B said passionately. Now that Juki and Matatabi know it's possible, they will accept nothing less, I sighed. Sounds like my hand is forced on this one. B hopped to his feet, do it on me first with brother here. Then we will know it is safe for Kitty. Naruto hopped up and nodded before unsealing his Fuinjutsu kit, sure thing, it won't take long. I followed the 2 in and watched Naruto worked. He was impressed with how proficient Naruto was with a Fuinjutsu brush. The longest part of the procedure was mixing the ink with B's blood that was infused with Juki's chakra. That sealing medium was strong enough to alter the seal with minimal difficulty. Naruto just altered the Bijou chakra valve slightly and allowed for transference of Juki's consciousness. Within 15 minutes, B was on his feet and hopping around excitedly while forming his hands into the cross-shaped hand seal. B, you need to calm down. You still need to learn this jutsu and then you need to learn how to remove your essence from it to allow Juki to take its place. From there, you can play around with how much chakra and power you put into it, Naruto said through chuckles. I shook his head as B was rapping and dancing all over the place. My brother was always excitable. You sure it was okay to give us a jutsu that had been unique to Konoha? Naruto laughed, I am a missing nin, at least for the moment. I would just ask that you don't abuse my trust and keep this between you, B and Yugito. I nodded, that is doable. Naruto got a foxy smile on his face. Oh, and this jutsu is the key to defeating paperwork. I will let you figure out how. I froze and got a 1,000-yard stare in his eyes. After 5 minutes, his head turned mechanically towards Naruto, who was just watching him with a knowing smile on his face. Sure enough, I blurred to Naruto and wrapped him in a bear hug while crying tears of gratitude. It was at times like this that Naruto was grateful for his healing factor, because I unintentionally cracked multiple ribs and would have left any other man with a herniated disc. I realized what he did and set Naruto down with an abashed look on his face. Thanks, Naruto. I really appreciate that, I said while in Naruto's signature pose. So, what is your plan with Yugito? Naruto sighed, well, I want to continue to get to know her better. I just can't decide if it is better for her to join us now or if it will be safer for her here in Kumo. I told you about the leaders of Akatsuki and their abilities. They represent massive threats to whole shinobi villages, and they are the biggest reason that I haven't returned to Konoha yet. I frowned at that. Then why haven't those 2 made their move yet? Me, Naruto answered before elaborating. The Uchiha tried to abduct my newborn children in Spring Country before I whooped his ass and sent him packing. That being said, my wife is now in hiding with my children. Plus, they didn't know where I was until recently. Now, I have challenged them openly and they may do something desperate. I whistled in appreciation. You beat him back? How did you beat the intangibility that you told us about? It is a power of my sage mode, Naruto said without giving too much away. That being said, my barriers have proven that they can keep him out. I am working on a way of keeping him committed to the fight. I nodded, I can see how he is a threat. So, if I let Yugito go with you, then we lose absolute defensive power in exchange for anonymity and secrecy. Naruto nodded, well, so long as you can flash to her, I don't see a reason for her to leave until the Akatsuki is dealt with. Naruto sighed, I figured you would say that, and that is the truth, for the most part. For the most part? I challenged. Naruto chuckled under his breath. How do you think Yugito and Matatabi will react when I leave? From what Q tells me, she may be a handful. This led into a conversation filled with laughter about the horny cat demon that was sure to make Ai's life hell. It wasn't even 2 hours later when Yugito jumped off the bed and glommed onto Naruto after he altered the seal. Even Naruto explaining the jutsu didn't curb her enthusiasm, and Yugito finally stopped Naruto from talking when she claimed her first kiss with Naruto. The sexy blonde crashed her lips into Naruto's own with reckless abandon and passion. What else was a woman supposed to do when an amazing man repeatedly went out of his way to help her? Go get him, kitten. Matatabi cheered at her vessel finally breaking through. Naruto returned the kiss and guided the excited Yugito down to the bed. Her eyes cracked open into a half-lidded gaze that was filled with a dreamy lust. Naruto pecked her lips before speaking softly to her, Yugi-chan. Yugito put a slender finger on his lips. Nope, no more talking. Samui told me about the massage you gave her, and I want one. Her face turned into a playful and sexy pout. Naruto chuckled and nodded slightly before kissing her briefly once more. Your wish is my command. If you remove your top and lay face down on the bed, I will turn around to give you some privacy. Yugito watched the light blush creep onto Naruto's face, and she licked her lips. Why was she being so bold? Was it the past week that made her happier than she could ever remember? Was it Naruto simply honoring her and waiting for her to take the lead? Was it the fact that she finally felt ready to share herself with this amazing man? Regardless, Yugito removed her blouse, bra, and even shimmied off her black pants with the cloud embroidery before she slipped her legs under the covers. I'm ready, Ruto-kun, Yugito said in a husky whisper as she laid her face into the pillow. Naruto unsealed a small bottle of massage oil and coated his hands in it. He warmed the oil up with fire chakra to his hands, and he mounted Yugito and sat lightly upon her buttocks. His hands set to work, and he began infusing small amounts of chakra into the muscles of Yugito's slender back. The moans of contentment that escaped Yugito caused Naruto to smile broadly as his hands continued to dance over her back. After tending to the tension that built in her shoulders and below her shoulder blades, Naruto began letting his hands roam down her sides. The thin layer of muscle and fat that coated Yugito's ribs was played with and tenderized like a high-class steak. His chakra sank into the thin tissue and tickled her ribs in a relieving fashion that earned huskier moans out of the Jinchuriki. Yugito was nearly biting through her lip in an attempt to stifle her moans, but that all went out the door as Naruto's palms began kneading out the muscle right above Yugito's shapely rear. Holy Kami, Tabi, this is heaven. Yugito attempted to distract herself with an internal conversation to get control over the ever-growing urge to flip around and ravage Naruto. Kitten. I will not let you use me as a distraction. You best give that man your full attention. Matatabi said playfully as she closed the mental link. In all honesty, Tabi wanted to focus on the linked senses. Kami only knows what she would do to that man when she gets out of the seal. Naruto felt Yugito retreat into her mind and decided to continue with the massage. Unfortunately, he didn't know if Yugito was ready for the butt massage. That was when he took a peek under the covers and saw two shapely butt cheeks divided by a purple thong. Shrugging to himself, Naruto decided to continue the massage. After recoating his hands in massage oil, he started on the butt cheeks. That was when Yugito returned to the real world, and that was also the first time Naruto felt her body quake in orgasmic release. Naruto breathed out a sigh of relief. Normally that happened 4 or 5 times by now, and he was scared he was losing his touch. Yugito began biting her bottom lip again despite panting into the pillow. She couldn't believe that she just came in front of a man she likes in such a way. To make matters worse, the butt massage was making the pressure build rapidly again, and Yugito didn't have the will to resist it. When a sneaky thumb put the lightest pressure over her starfish, she released once more. She was putty in this man's hands, and she melted into the bed in orgasmic bliss. You got her on the ropes, Ruto. Go in for the kill. Kurama said while enjoying the view. Naruto hesitated slightly because he had only done the normal and jutsu massage so far. I don't know, Q. I don't know if she is ready for that. Kurama scoffed, all women are ready for that, trust me, Ruto. Plus, she wants you bad, and she already made the first move by kissing you and then getting mostly naked for you. Just trust me, my love. Kurama was already scheming about what she was going to do after Naruto left the woman in a crumpled mess on the bed. Devious giggles escaped her lips and she went to the bedroom to prepare. Naruto relented and decided to see if Yugito was interested. He leaned over her and let his hands roam up her sides and cup her cleavage. He applied fire and water chakra onto her breasts as he whispered into her ear, Yugi-chan, do you want me to stop? Through the orgasmic haze in her mind, Yugito revolted against that question. Externally, she moaned louder and somehow formed it into a no. Naruto smiled as his hands continued their wandering ways. His index fingers and thumbs clamped over her nipples, and Naruto used lightning chakra to provide a shocking stimulus. The change from warm and cozy to a shocking touch over her tender nipples made Yugito shout out. in surprise as she squirted for the first time in her life. What was going on? How did this man play her body like a well-tuned piano? Why had she never felt like this before? Should I keep going? Naruto whispered once more and got nods from Yugito that broke the last of his restraints. He was going to ravage this woman and completely blow her mind if it was the last thing he did. He gently guided Yugito to roll onto her back, which exposed a beautiful 32C bust with light pink, dime-sized nipples that matched the flush that was adorning Yugito's cheeks. The sexy way she was panting, which caused her breasts to rise up and down in a rhythmic fashion, made Naruto stiffen within his pants. He bent over and claimed her lips while rolling to the side of her body. As he kissed her, his right hand slid down and began its slow and sensual descent to her honeypot. Yugito's head was thrown back deeper into the pillows and her eyes were shut lightly in a contented bliss that threatened to envelop her entirely. When she felt a warm and lubricated feeling rub gently over her clitoris, she clamped in a brief instant of hesitation before she opened up her legs for easier access to her womanhood. Naruto gave her a sensual kiss before he slid down and applied simultaneous stimulation of the clitoris and G-spot. The middle and index fingers of his right hand dug into her womanhood and pistoned in and out with gusto and a dedicated accuracy that only came with experience. Yugito was losing the ability to think rationally as she came for the third and fourth time within minutes of one another. She didn't even realize that her hands had grabbed clumps of Naruto's hair and forced his head downwards until she felt the soft probing of his tongue accompanied by a thumb that slid easily into her asshole. Yugito moaned and writhed her hips into the blonde's face with an ever-increasing tempo. As her fifth release came, she felt that it was stronger than the others and it exploded out of her in a torrent of tasty, sensual, orgasmic fluid. Naruto licked up the remaining bits of Yugito's cum and kissed his way up to her lips. His hands sensual roamed her amazing figure as he once again claimed her lips. Yugito was so turned on and ready to roll that one hand pulled Naruto into a searing kiss and the other hand unzipped Naruto's pants and freed the monster from its cage. Yugito's hand subconsciously guided the head of Naruto's cock to her slit and Naruto took full advantage as he plunged his hips forward. Sex had never been a positive thing for Yugito. At the best, she processed it as another uncomfortable and sickening task of a kunoichi. That being said, this was entirely different as every nerve ending of her body was a light and flaming bliss. The feeling of Naruto's monster rocket filling her made Yugito roar in pleasure. The feeling of his attentive hands made her shiver in anticipation. The pace of his thrusting voided all thoughts from her mind other than pleasing her man and enjoying the next orgasm. Slap, oh Cammy. Slap, Slap, yes. 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 Slap, gah. I'm coming. Slap, give me more. Slap, fuck me Ruto-kun. Slap, ravage my tight pussy. Slap, fuck yes. Slap, The rhythmic clapping increased in intensity and frequency as the two bodies melded closer and closer into one. Yugito's body began quaking as her releases racked her form and it was all she could do to hold onto her wits. That was working well until Naruto's cock pulsed and released a torrent of cum inside of her tight snatch. That was it for Yugito, she was completely gone and taken down in one shot. Taken down to Pleasure Town and she was out for the count. Naruto placed a tender kiss on Yugito's lips and rolled off her. He brushed some hair out of her face before he cuddled into her. Before anything else could happen, Naruto felt the familiar diving feeling of being pulled into the seal. However, what Naruto saw when he arrived in the seal shocked him. He was in the bedroom of Kurama's house, and she was laying on the bed next to a nearly identical copy of Yugito, except her hair was a light blue and her eyes were a powerful, slitted blue. Quite the show, Foxy-sama. The brunette purred. Kurama offered Naruto a sexy smirk. I know you aren't done yet, Foxy-kun. Naruto chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. This stretched out his extremely toned abdomen and dragged the kitsune and Neko's eyes downward toward the rapidly growing cock. Tabi licked her lips seductively, but she was under a strict set of rules that were imposed by Kurama. She didn't care, her fellow bijou was going to let her experience the yumminess of this human for herself. It had been ages since she had felt a man and she could wait a couple minutes longer. Ruto-kun, do you know who this is? Kurama asked in a husky whisper. I'm going to guess that this is Mata Tabi, since we are in my mindscape. Naruto guessed. Tabi let out a seductive purr. You may call me Tabi, and you are correct, Foxy-sama. How do you feel about that? Naruto chuckled nervously. Does Yuki-chan know about this? She agreed to share everything with me. We have been talking about it ever since we met you and she agreed. Plus, if you are freeing me from this seal, then I would hope you are willing to take responsibility as my savior. Tabi answered while feeling out Naruto's response. Naruto's stunning azure eyes locked onto Kurama's, and you are okay with this? Kurama nodded, "You have made me happy, and I do not wish to deny Tabi-chan that happiness." Naruto shrugged, "Okay then, I'm game." Tabi giggled cutely, "Oh my, I'm going to have so much fun with this one." "On the bed, mister," Kurama said in a stern tone. Naruto complied, and as soon as he laid on the bed, Kurama snapped her fingers, and he was completely tied up in a spread eagle posture with fuzzy pink cuffs. His member stood up a proud 8.5 inches, and the magnificent head of the rod made Tabi lick her lips in anticipation. Kurama then sat down in a chair that offered her a perfect view of what was about to go down. She made eye contact with Tabi and gave her a slight nod as a vibrator materialized in her hand. The soft lick, followed by a rhythmic hum, was soon accompanied by Kurama's and Naruto's moans of pleasure as Tabi licked his shaft from sack to tip. So yummy, Rama-chan," Tabi said in between mouthfuls of Naruto's cock. Kurama raised an eyebrow, "This is nothing. Wait until you get to experience the genuine article. Now, hurry up and ride before I kick you out of here and claim him for myself." Tabi shot a playful and pouty look at Kurama before she enveloped Naruto's cock in her mouth once more. The cyclical bobbing of her head was accompanied by a tender embrace from Tabi's flushed lips and sensual licks of her tongue. Below Tabi's mouth, her hand gyrated in an experienced pattern up and down Naruto's cock that coaxed Naruto faster toward release than ever before. These combined efforts resulted in Naruto blowing a fat load into Tabi's mouth 5 minutes later, which was swallowed in its entirety before Tabi released Naruto's cock with a sexy pop. Tabi crawled up Naruto's tied-up body and only paused to playfully bite his left nipple before she licked and nibbled his neck sensually. Tabi claimed Naruto's lips for the first time in the experience, yet starved, cat demon nearly came on the spot. The soft and passionate kiss struck a chord in Tabi that had never been struck before. The spoiling of her container by this man combined with the overwhelming warmth emanating from him made Tabi nearly lose herself. She threw herself into the kiss with Naruto with no reservations whatsoever. As her moans of passion and pleasure escalated, Tabi snaked an experienced hand under herself and slid Naruto's rocket into her soaked snatch. A husky moan escaped her lips as she threw her head back and her body froze and tensed in pleasure. The elevated position of Tabi's chin left her neck exposed to Naruto, who leaned up and bit into the neck lightly while his tongue danced along its nape. The shock of the bite spurred Tabi into motion, and the upward and downward motions of Tabi's hips, combined with the rhythmic rocking of forward and backwards, made Naruto experience a pleasure that he had never felt before. Tabi's experience as the progenitor of prostitutes shone through as she rode Naruto with everything she had. She leaned up and placed her hands on Naruto's sexy pecs, which were then dug into by Tabi's nails as she began losing herself to the overwhelming stimulation and the passion of the moment. Tabi escalated her pace to the perfect tempo and she began to lose herself in the pleas of the act. A couple minutes later, Tabi's whole body convulsed before she raised herself off of Naruto's shaft and squirted all over the bound man. Her orgasmic juices poured out in a sweet and sensual torrent of cum that arced lightly before the dazzling liquid landed on Naruto's face, in his mouth, on his chest and abdomen. Tabi's eyes rolled into her head as she quaked in pleasure, and her loss of control and restraint made her two blue tails and cat ears reappear. Rather than treat this as awkward, it actually spurred Naruto forward. Kurama was biting her lip and moaning lightly as she saw a truly amazing performance. She begrudgingly admitted that Tabi was better at this one thing than her, and Kurama used the experience to take some notes. The way Tabi used every bit of her body to heighten the pleasure of her partner and coax his release forward was truly something special. As Tabi released all over Naruto, Kurama experienced her first orgasm of the session, and her moans of ecstasy reverberated throughout the master bedroom of Kurama's house. Naruto was dazzled by the stream of cum, and once he tasted it, he lost his will to be restrained. He broke out of his cuffs and rose into a seated position before thrusting back into Tabi and claiming her lips. The two clashed vibrantly before they each arced backwards and remained elevated on their fully extended arms. The only thing joining them was the massive cock and heavenly snatch as they came together in a union that just felt right. Naruto used his athletic body to match Tabi's tempo, and Tabi used her experience to maximize the movement of the pleasure rocket within her. Every rise of Tabi's hips exposed Naruto's shaft all the way up to the head before a slap preceded a powerful shake of the bed. The sex god attempted to match up to the sex goddess, and their combined efforts put on a truly amazing show. As Naruto neared his release, he quickly took control of the position by moving Tabi into a missionary position while he was standing on the edge of the bed. He somehow managed to do this without unsheathing himself from the cat demoness. The new position allowed Naruto to take full control, and he pounded the kitty and her pussy into submission. Naruto thrust forward with reckless abandon and an astounding tempo into the womanly depths of Tabi. Each thrust made Tabi's body quake in so much pleasure that she wasn't able to process the slight twitches in Naruto's cock that meant his release was near. Tabi's back arced and she let out a shout of ecstasy as Naruto released inside of her. The amazing feeling of his cum filling her womb made Tabi answer in kind. As Naruto dug in deep to release every drop, Tabi sprayed his pelvis, balls and abdomen with a powerful release of her own. For the first time in Tabi's existence, she was completely satiated and dominated by one human man. What used to take entire villages was accomplished by one teenage boy that had yet to reach his 20s. As Tabi was floating on cloud 9, she once again screamed out in pleasure as a shocking stimulation to her clitoris let her know that things weren't over. Naruto picked her up lively before he rotated under her. Naruto unsheathed himself from her pussy before he slid his sizable cock into her ass. He began a slow and pleasurable tempo that helped Tabi ride out her orgasm, and his left hand continued to apply clitoral stimulation while his right hand roamed her body and breasts. This combined to leave Tabi in an orgasmic haze, which completely obliterated her ability to resist. Suddenly, 3 Narutos appeared at the edge of the bed and Tabi's eyes widened as her pussy was once again filled by Naruto. The combined sensation of shafts scraping the thin barrier between the anal canal and vagina instantly drove Tabi to another release. Despite the quaking of her body, Naruto never relented or let her catch her breath. Despite that, the whole experience was perfect, and Tabi couldn't have imagined it better if she had devoted her entire existence to the attempt. The overwhelming pleasure made Tabi only capable of thinking one thing: this man is the one. I must have him. Kurama welcomed the 2 clones of her mate with a sexy and husky smirk on her lips. She let them guide her up into a standing position and she bit her lip as the 2 worked in concert to please her. She welcomed the 2 cocks of her mate into her womanly holes and threw herself into the experience. She reveled in Naruto's ability to please her, and she enjoyed all 9 of her orgasms. She cherished Naruto's ability to take control in the bedroom, and she relished the opportunity to do this with one of the few entities in her existence that she could actually call a friend. End of lemon. Naruto left the 2 demonesses in crumpled and cum-covered heaps within the mindscape as he returned to reality. He pulled Yugito deeper into himself and enjoyed the night cuddling up next to her. Yugito's dreams were filled with screams, moans and groans of ecstasy, and she felt a peaceful aura satiate her body, mind and soul. She enjoyed her first night sleeping next to an amazing man and all doubts were eradicated. She knew that she was destined to be with the amazing man sleeping next to her and nothing would ever get in between them. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.